Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 1 of What If Naruto Was in Marvel and Got a Harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Discovering the past is an art that many civilizations try to grasp to better get an understanding of themselves and their world. But for many people, the past is subjective. What did they mean by the past? Is it the past of their world? The past of their nation, their land, their family? The mere talk of history is such a subjective term. The shinobi clans will do their best to archive the history of their clan, their leaders and their accomplishments. The Kage will try to archive the past of their village, from its foundation to the present day. The daimyo will do the same for the history of their nation. More advanced scholars will go further, to a past so muddy that they are sometimes unable to tell the difference between truth and myth. In the case of one very special 13-year-old boy, his history was important for all aspects. In order to begin this tale, we must first begin with a man who shaped the multiverse as we know it. A man named Otsutsuki Hagurromo. He was born to a woman who ate the fruit of the god tree, and as such became a goddess over the universe, a woman known as Kagaya. After defeating his tyrant mother with the help of his brother to seal the 10-tailed beast, Hagurromo began his true work in shaping the multiverse. With the help of the inner ability known as chakra, he began the practice of ninshu and spread it to his followers in order to attain peace. It was no wonder that Hagurromo became known as the savior, a god amongst men, the sage of the 6 paths. But before he became this, he was aware that he needed to have an heir to continue his work. Before disappearing forever, he gathered all his sons and daughters. Because of his immense and at times unstable power, only 2 of his sons managed to get a substantial, if not complete, part of his power. Ashura and Indra. Indra, the oldest, inherited his eyes. The Sharingan was the precursor to his Rinnegan, but Indra was much too sheltered to experience the pressure necessary to advance to the ringed eyes his father had. Ashura, the younger one, inherited his father's body, and the special chakra that came with it. A battle took place, one that eventually ended in Ashura's favor, but their families would forever be locked into battle, a battle of not only men and power, but of ideals. Ashura's Senju clan and Indra's Uchiha clan. It is unknown for how much both clans fought each other, but they eventually managed to stop when the prodigies of both clans fought against each other. One was a man named Senju Hashirama, leader of the Senju clan. The other was named Uchiha Madara, leader of the Uchiha clan. Once best friends, they became bitter rivals and fought numerous times until Hashirama's dream of a shinobi village was agreed upon. Hashirama and Madara's new alliance did not last. Soon, it devolved once again into the ages-old feud between the heirs of the sage's sons. A feud that seemingly ended in a lonely valley at the edge of Hai no Kuni, land of fire. The fierce battle ended in Hashirama's favor, with Madara thought dead. But Madara did not die, he lived. Crippled, but very much alive, he crawled through pain, wounds, and sorrow. He survived. Near death, he encountered a blonde woman before he managed to pass out. She was a nurse for a nearby village. Tall, with bright, spiky blonde, almost yellow, hair, and sparkling blue eyes. These traits were more commonly found in the village of Kumogakure and the land of lighting than in Konoha. You were lucky to live. A few more minutes without medical attention and you would have died, Namikaze Haru had said to him. Indeed, even with his powerful body it took several weeks for Madara to be fully recover inside of Haru's forest house. She had been a medic before, her parents killed during the endless wars that plagued the nations for millennia. Haru's family indeed originated from Kaminari no Kuni, and she sported the blonde hair and blue eyes that were characteristic of a sector of the population from the northern country. Madara found her optimism to be sickening. He had been a man that had seen the worst of humanity, all of his family and loved ones had been stripped from him. With loneliness, came the hatred that burned so brightly on all Uchiha. A hatred that he thought could never be abated. So, it seemed a mystery even to Madara just how he managed to fall in love with such a woman. After he recovered, he did not leave, his pride would not allow him to simply receive medical care without compensation. Knowing that she needed help with local rogue shinobi thugs, Madara decided to stay and defend the young woman that had saved him from death. Years later, she was pregnant with his child. Madara felt a little guilty of the fact. He was older than her by quite a margin. He believed that Hashirama may have already have grandchildren by the time he conceived with Haru. Still, the young woman was ecstatic as she waited for her young child to be brought into the world. Madara would never see her give birth. One day, as he was returning from the nearby village, he found only the remains of their home. Burned down by brigands. Filled with loss and hatred, Madara did not see the evidence that pointed towards Haru's survival. Instead he tracked down each and every one of the Nuke Nin and killed them. He then remembered his thoughts when Izuna was killed, the overwhelming grief of losing your loved ones. He retired from all life and began enacting his plan. A plan where he could live with Izuna and Haru, a plan to rid the world of war, hate, and sorrow. A world where there would be no losers. Unbeknownst to him, Haru was eventually found by Konoha shinobi before she managed to give birth. She died bringing her son into the world. The last words from her mouth was the name that she would give him. Minato. He would grow to become the fourth Hokage, marrying the hidden great-granddaughter of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. Her name was Kushina, and together they would have a son. The first person in history to have both Senju and Uchiha blood. Where Ashura and Indra fought against each other, and their descendants continued to war for millennia. Minato and Kushina loved, and their love would produce a son. The first person in history to have both Senju and Uchiha blood since the sage himself. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Pain. Naruto had never felt pain such as the one he had been experiencing now. None of his previous fights had prepared him for such an overwhelming feeling at that moment. Not when he had stabbed himself in his hand during his first mission, or his fights with Kiba, Neji or Gaara. Not even when he managed to defeat Kabuto. The pain he felt as his best friend's hand entered so close to his heart gave him pain on a scale that was incomparable to those previously. He could feel it in his body, causing agony with every little movement it made. But it was not only the fist shoved into Naruto's chest that caused him such suffering, it was the fact that the person who was doing it to him was his best friend, Uchiha Sasuke, who had used his Chidori, an assassination technique, in order to stop Naruto from returning him to Konoha. Naruto had grown up hated, ignored, resented. He saw every other person his age with his or her parents, saw the joy in their eyes as they called for the ones they loved, all of them except him, who had no parents or loved ones to go back to at home. Iruka had been there for him, but at the end of the day it was not the same. He did not think that there was anyone who could truly know what it was like except for Sasuke, who had also no parents to go back to. That's why the betrayal hurt so badly, a betrayal from the boy he considered to be his best friend. Sasuke. From the pain, a new sensation starting welling up in him. It took some time for Naruto to realize that this was anger. Anger at the betrayal, anger at the pain, anger at his best friend. A familiar feeling came with the rage, one of a violent chakra, courtesy of the giant nine-tailed fox living up inside him, and it seemed to be directed straight at the dark-haired Uchiha in front of him. There was, however, something different that he perceived, something that he had never felt before, centered solely in his eyesight. The world seemed clearer, more evident than ever before. It was as if he had spent his entire life with blinders on and they were suddenly lifted. Inside of him another entity was similarly flabbergasted as to what his host was feeling. Kurama's reaction to the matter, however, was far more perturbed than Naruto's. This chakra, it can't be Madara. The mighty nine-tailed fox, strongest of the nine Biju, certainly remembered the distinct malevolent chakra that the legendary Uchiha radiated when he put Kurama under his control with those hateful eyes. Eyes that the young Uchiha also had. Eyes that he now felt his host also had. How is this possible? How can Kushina's brat have those eyes? Kurama had felt even early on in Kushina and her spawn another chakra, similar to the other shinobi that had once been able to control him, Senju Hashirama. That had made more sense, however. It was known that his first host was the Shodime's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Kurama just assumed that Kushina may have been a hidden granddaughter of Mito's, hidden away on Uzu no Kuni until it was time for him to be sealed into the younger Kushina. But Madara, how is it that he feels Madara's chakra? How is it that Uzumaki Naruto has the Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha? That's impossible. He shares none of the classic traits. I can understand if he is a Senju. Rumor has been that Kushina was a descendant of the Shodai Hokage, but how could her brat have Uchiha blood? Was it his damned father, the fourth? Was he a secret Uchiha bastard? Impossible. Naruto was completely oblivious to his tenant's inner turmoil. The only thing he was focused on was the increasingly bewildered face of Sasuke. At first, he believed it was because of his rapidly healing wound, but then realized that he was not looking at the hole in his chest. He was looking directly at Naruto's eyes. Wah, how do you have those eyes? Sasuke demanded, his face conveying both shock and anger simultaneously. Naruto did not think about what he was saying. He did not have the mind for it. His rage clouded all judgment, and the first reaction he had to Sasuke was to send his closed fist straight to the Uchiha's face. The fight carried on for both of them, but it was but a blur to Naruto. His anger did not allow him to focus, it was just a flurry of fists and techniques. All the while, he felt his vision aiding him in ways he had never imagined. He started to see the world in a whole different way, perceiving movements that he would otherwise have missed previously. It did not do much, however. Sasuke was still his rival for a reason, and that seemed to be heightened very much by his now fully matured Sharingan. For every fist that he managed to connect, Sasuke evaded 4. Thankfully, he was also able to predict most of Sasuke's movements as well. He was confused. When he had accessed Kyuubi's chakra previously, it did not have this effect on his eyesight. It truly made him wonder what was happening. Is it a side effect? Am I getting more in tune with the Kyuubi? What is happening? He did not have to wait long for the answer. Sasuke made sure he knew exactly what new to him. Naruto, how do you have those eyes? How do you have the Sharingan? Naruto almost recoiled at the accusation. The Sharingan. He quickly looked down at the water, trying with some difficulty to gaze upon his reflection on the clear surface. Sure enough, instead of the usual sky that were the color of his eyes, a blood red with one tomo on each looked back at him. There was no mistaking it, it was the Sharingan. The eyes of the Uchiha clan. What? How can this be? I'm not an Uchiha. I'm just an orphan, it's not possible. How can I have the Sharingan? He did not have any more time to ponder over his new eyes. Sasuke was once again upon him, a fire jutsu already being channeled. Kaiten, Hosenka no Jutsu! Shouted Sasuke as he let out a volley of small fireballs, all aimed at him. Using his newly improved eyesight, Naruto managed to evade the torrent with ease. He suddenly remembered what was happening before the revelation. The fight with Sasuke, and the anger that came with it. Power, unbridled power came along with the anger. He could barely see the crimson chakra as it started to envelop him, giving Naruto a sort of cloak that had the likeness of a fox. His whiskers darkened, with a more pronounced appearance. Claws replaced nails and Sharingan eyes became even more feral. Naruto and Sasuke continued to fight, but he knew that it was time for it to come to an end. Standing on either side of the giant statues of Konoha's founders, they each prepared their signature moves. Sasuke's Chidori was powered by Orochimaru's cursed seal, while Naruto's Rasengan was enhanced by Kyuubi's chakra. They looked at each other. They were both enemies, rivals, and friends. Each of them bridling with determination as they launched themselves forwards and connected their attacks. Chidori. Rasengan. The force of both jutsu meeting was immense, the sheer energy expanding beyond their hands and bodies, threatening to tear both young boys' bodies to pieces, yet they remained whole. The world seemed to shatter around Naruto, all reality that was ripping itself apart. Light surrounded him, all pain from the battle seemingly forgotten. Then Naruto knew no more as he lost all consciousness. Hagurromo had lost count of how many years had passed since he passed away. Surviving as a being of pure energy and thought, the sage of the six paths had continued to observe the universe in its entirety with constant vigil. To many it would make little sense, his once godlike power was now gone, he could affect the world of the living in little capacity. The legendary sage even debated with himself as to the true necessity of his actions. Why does he continue to observe as his bloodlines died out, as the only two that still remain continue to fight each other ever since his two most gifted children began to fight over their father's legacy as the masters of Ninshu? What morbid fascination causes him to look as this holy path was transformed into ninjutsu, a path that has brought death and pain to the land that once called him God. Otsutsuki Hagurromo finally admitted to himself that it was because he wanted to see if his actions made the world a better place. Some planets he had visited certainly ended up better than before. Technology advancements were achieved and the people led prosperous lives. But what of his home planet? The planet that he had saved from the clutches of his mother, Kagaya. War had followed, the descendants of Ashura and Indra never being able to forgive one another, constantly in a struggle of supremacy, never seeming to mind as their children died, barely knowing what the joys of life can truly be. But there was one ray of hope, a child descended from both Ashura and Indra. It took thousands of years for their chakra to coalesce into one being, but it was finally together in the body of a 13-year-old shinobi. A shinobi that also carried Kurama inside him, the most difficult of his creations. It took so long, but he could recognize chakras similar to his own in the boy, even if he had not realized his true potential, one that would shake the universe to its core, just like he had done so long ago. Now he saw as his young descendant was traveling across space, taking him from his birth planet of Gaia to another one. He still did not know where he would end or if he would ever return to Konoha and his planet or the challenges that he would face in the future. He only knew that this was far from the end for the young Jinchuriki. Was my world a failure or a success? Uzumaki Naruto, you will grow and prosper. I will keep my eyes on you. It will be up to you to decide. Blackness was the first thing Naruto saw when he opened his eyes, now once again blue in color. A pool of space that seemed to go on forever, like staring at a sky with no stars or moon. Lights did start to appear after a time, small dots that seemed to be getting larger and larger with each passing moment, eventually becoming immense when he got close enough to see. Colors then reigned his sight, like seeing thousands of suns and moons and planets from up close, going so fast that he never had the chance to see each of them fully. Naruto closed his eyes then, unable to keep seeing the things around him that threatened madness. It certainly helped, but he could still feel as he was floating, so fast yet so lightly across wherever he might be. The darkness started to clear even with closed eyelids. The figure of two orbs similar to eyes that peered straight into his soul. They certainly looked like eyes, but they were the oddest things he had ever seen. A light purple with rings in a ripple-like pattern, yet they were certainly eyes. The eyes gave way to a dark figure, but Naruto could not make any distinctions for the life of him, just the shadow of a person with weird eyes. Who are you? Thought the blonde as he continued to drift off. Uzumaki Naruto, you will decide, said the voice, and then Naruto knew no more of the figure as the world seemed to stop. When he finally landed, it was only his back. It was not as painful as he thought it would have been, but it still managed to hurt enough as to make him grunt through the exhaustion. Naruto could barely manage to open his eyes. Standing up was an even greater struggle. He felt just as bad, if not worse, than after his fight with Gaara. Still, he managed to struggle until he was once again on his 2 feet. He immediately started to take in his surroundings. He was in what seemed to be an alleyway, something that was familiar for him, but the overall feel of the place was completely alien. Looking at the buildings on either side of him, Naruto saw that they were immense. Never had he seen an architecture so industrial and so tall. Taking the first steps was even harder, but eventually managed to get himself out of the alleyway to this new place he suddenly found himself in. The blonde Jinchuriki barely managed to take a quick step back, narrowly avoiding what seemed to be a high-speed cart rolling across the street. Naruto quickly took a look to see that the gray pavement was filled with these strange carts that seemed to be emitting lights from the front and small red lights from the back. There seemed to be no horses or men that propelling the vehicle, seemingly moving out of their own accord. He did see that there were people inside of them, apparently controlling them in some way or another. One of the strange metal carts, yellow in color, made a noise at him. The driver started to talk to him, but Naruto did not understand any of the words being said. After looking at each other strangely, the man gave just him a dirty look and sped away forwards. The people walking around him were also giving him strange looks. Naruto was already used to being stared at with disdain, but these looks seemed to convey more curiosity rather than contempt. The people themselves were also using clothes that looked completely alien. They did not seem like shinobi, and the civilians that Naruto was used to seeing used more formal clothing. Looking at some of the women, they wore clothes that most non-shinobi would consider scandalous. Some of them started to talk, but once again he did not understand. Naruto tried to communicate with them, but likewise, he got confused looks. He heard the word, Japan, being mentioned more than once. Between the people speaking, the metal carts blaring, the masses walking about, and the stores shouting orders, Naruto had never heard so much noise in his entire life. How is anyone able to concentrate? What is this place? Thought Naruto with increasing panic. I have never seen things such as these, there are lights everywhere. I can't understand what anyone is saying. Another thought then came to him however. He was in a foreign place, maybe even a foreign village. It would not be long before a shinobi force came to look out for him. Still wearing his Konoha headband, he imagined that he would make a tempting target. Thinking quickly, Naruto decided to step back into the alleyway, far from the people and the attention. Perhaps a bird's-eye view of the air would help him regain his bearings. He looked at one of the large buildings and quickly ran over to it, channeling chakra to his feet in an attempt to climb the large structure. He did not get more than 5 steps before the control over his chakra went haywire and caused him to fall flat on his back. Shit, what happened? Naruto thought. He hadn't had this much trouble with his chakra control, not even when Orochimaru had messed with the fox's seal on his stomach. He quickly tried to make a few clones, only to find out that he could barely make a single one. Is my chakra gone? Have I lost some of my reserves thanks to the battle? No. Naruto could still feel his immense and powerful chakra, but it was unrestrained and raw. He was unable to mold it enough to use it. Briefly, he wondered if it was because it had increased or had been altered in some way. The orange-clad Jinchuriki did not have the time to ponder for long. Immediately he started to hear a high-pitched blaring sound coming from all directions, followed by what seemed like even bigger black metal carts blocking all exits of the alley. From the carts, armored men started to pour out, quickly forming a perimeter and encircling Naruto. They were all clad in black and they were carrying strange devices that were pointed directly at him. The blue-eyed shinobi did not know exactly what they were, but his training told him that when something was pointed at him, it was a threat. One of the men started to shout at him, once again in the strange language that he could not decipher. Naruto tried to speak out. Hey, what's the big idea here? He shouted. To his surprise, one of the armored men actually started to talk back to him. Freeze. Put your hands in the air and don't move. If you don't comply, we will take action, shouted the man, albeit with some difficulty. It seemed as if his speech was broken on some areas, almost like a 5-year-old trying to speak words that he did not fully understand. Naruto thought for a moment. These men were already threatening him and seemed to be extremely hostile. They were no doubt intending to take him prisoner. If that happened, then who knew what the leaders of this village would do to him? Quickly, Naruto passed his hand over his shinobi pouch, remembering that most of his equipment fell from it during his fight with Sasuke, but there were still a couple of smoke bombs left. He made his decision. Before the men could react, Naruto threw a couple of smoke bombs on the ground and once again ran towards the large building. The orange-clad shinobi concentrated really hard on his chakra control. This time he successfully managed to start running on the vertical surface like he was used to. Every step seemed like agony, exhaustion once again creeping unto him. Naruto's mind couldn't help but start to have doubts if he would be able to reach the top without his chakra control once again failing him and causing him to fall down to the mercy of the hostiles below him. To his great relief, Naruto managed to reach the top of the building and nearly collapsed from the immeasurable fatigue but managed to keep his eyes open. His body did not react for a couple of minutes, falling face down on the floor of the rooftop. The young shinobi wanted to drift away to blissful sleep, but knew he could not do so. He needed to stay alert in case they followed him. Naruto regained his bearings and once again stood up, carefully peering over the edge to see just where exactly he was. He was completely struck at the sight that greeted him. The place seemed endless. Lights from buildings covered Naruto's entire view. Konoha never had this much activity at night, yet this village, if it could be called as such, did not seem to sleep. The sounds never ceased. Thousands of the metal carts were going from one place to another. The whole thing seemed almost like an ant hive that Shino would study in detail. Just where exactly am I? Unknown to Naruto, as he gazed upon his surroundings, there were forces that were already well aware of his presence and were currently on the hunt for this new strange arrival. 20 minutes previously. Report, commanded the voice of what seemed to be a well-built middle-aged man. Aside from his imposing physique, the most notable traits were the gray hairs on each side of his head and an eye patch covering his left eye. Sir, we detected a strange energy source of massive proportions concentrating on Hell's Kitchen. Our readings were off the charts, responded a rather tall young woman with dark hair and brown eyes. This was Maria Hill, a recent addition to the organization known as S.H.I.E.L.D. She was currently reporting to the director of said organization, Nicholas Fury. What is the assessment, Agent Hill? Is this an extraterrestrial weapon? Asked the grizzled commander. Maria shook her head. Not as far as we know. There was no damage to the surroundings. Satellite images point towards an individual. A person, you mean an alien? Questioned Fury. That's exactly what it seems, responded Maria. Nick Fury pondered the information for only a couple of seconds. SHIELD's main occupation was to combat threats to the entire world, whether they were domestic or extraterrestrial. Looking at the young agent, he gave his orders. Assemble 3 strike teams and bring the subject back to headquarters for questioning. If it is hostile, the use of force is permitted, but I want it alive. Move out. Away from the giant city of New York, there were a few other individuals that were aware of the new arrival. They did not have the technology of S.H.I.E.L.D., but with a single device, they were able to pinpoint the exact location. Professor Charles Xavier was in deep underground as he was strapped to Cerebro. He did not have to concentrate very hard to find the source of the disturbance. It was akin to finding a bright light in a dark room. The power was immense, if uncontrolled. Not even Jean had released such a presence when he found her for the first time when she tragically awakened her own powers. Cerebro had not yet picked up the particular powers this young mutant, but he imagined that with the proper training, they could flourish to make him or her one of the strongest mutants currently on Earth. Which meant that there would be others who would seek him out. Organizations and people such as Magneto or the government would be drawn to his power like moths to a flame. Xavier knew he needed to contact this young mutant and keep him hidden from people who would seek to destroy or corrupt him. He heard a metal door hiss open and felt a familiar presence behind him. Logan, said Xavier, good evening. How are you? Nothing new, came the gruff tone of Logan, better known as Wolverine. What did you manage to pick up? Even I felt the presence, and I'm no telepath. It's male, that's for sure. Young, scared, powerful. I don't think he is from this world. How is Jean? Responded Xavier. She's sleeping now. Storm took her to bed so she can rest, said Wolverine. What are his powers? Good. Get the Blackbird ready and call Aurora, we must get to him before anyone else. With this amount of power, he is a danger to not only others but also himself, ordered Xavier as he unhooked himself from Cerebro. As for his abilities, still unknown. There seems to be some kind of energy manipulation, but Cerebro was not clear on it. What does seem to be the case is that we may be dealing with a telekinetic as well as a telepath. That's why we must go to him as fast as possible. It won't be easy, Chuck. S.H.I.E.L.D. may already be after him. I'm sure other government agencies have caught wind of him now. Reed Richards and Stephen Strange won't be far behind, and then there's Magneto. I will deal with Eric if it comes to that. But you are powerless against him. If there are any others that try to harm him, then you can intervene. But leave Magneto to Aurora and myself, ordered Xavier as they both started to make their way to the ground level of the large mansion. Storm is still too young, barely older than Jean. Pitting her against Magneto is a bad idea, countered Logan. She will have me aiding her. We don't want to defeat Eric anyway, just distract him enough so that you can convince this new mutant to join us, insisted Xavier with a tone of finality. I am not the best with pep talks, Chuck. That's your area, Logan grumbled but eventually hurried back to follow Xavier's requests. Not even 10 minutes had passed before a fully outfitted Wolverine, Storm and Professor X were aboard the X-Jet, ready to greet this potential new recruit. Back to Naruto. Naruto was still looking at the great expanse of lights until he first heard it. Thoughts, noise like he had never heard before, all of them in this strange language. It seemed as though everyone was talking at once, pounding into his head. It hurt so much that he almost did not hear the whirring sound that was fast approaching the rooftop. What is happening? Why is there so much noise? Where am I? Did I die? Is this hell? Thoughts blurred by Naruto as much as the noise. Eventually the wind caused by another flying object managed to snap him out his trance. This is the United States government. Keep your hands in the air and surrender peacefully or we will respond with force. Came a loud voice, distorted by a speaker. Shut up, leave me alone, thought Naruto as he impulsively thrust his palms at the flying object. To his shock, it seemed as if it tumbled lightly, going out of control momentarily before regaining its composure. Naruto concentrated fully on the flying transport. He tried to mold enough chakra to conjure more clones and be able to distract it enough to escape. His chakra control had other plans, however, and once again was met with failure. Kuso, why now of all times? Just as the object was getting closer, it suddenly stopped, much to Naruto's confusion. His instincts told him to look behind him and he did so. Naruto looked over at a tall man, outfitted with a costume that was both red with traces of purple. A metal helmet covered his face. The most shocking thing, however, was the fact that this man seemed to be floating on air. The man had one hand in front of him, pointed at the flying apparatus. He started to move it on one direction and the black vehicle started to move along the path that the hand was being pointed against. He's controlling it, Naruto realized as he watched in awe. The figure then propelled the vehicle far away, crashing it against another one of the buildings. Naruto saw that the people inside barely had enough time to jump out of the metal machine in order to not be caught in the crash. The orange-clad shinobi turned his gaze back to the figure, seeing that he was extending his hand over to him, as if welcoming a new ally towards his side. He did get rid of them. Maybe I should go with him, but the way he almost killed those people, there may have been innocents involved. Think back on what Kakashi-sensei said. Don't trust anyone when alone. Naruto's hand went back to his pouch. Only one smoke bomb left. He needed to make it count. With blinding speed, Naruto threw the bomb at the floor and without thinking, he jumped from the precipice onto the floor below. The blonde channeled what remaining chakra he could to his feet, bracing his body for the landing. Yet, even with his shinobi body, the impact of the landing was far greater than he was used to. As if his chakra-enhanced body, which could withstand damage that could easily kill a civilian, had suffered a major downgrade during his travel. He would need to get it back into shape, and fast. Lower chakra control, hearing voices. What's next? Dropping smack dab in the middle of traffic apparently. The vehicles started to make beeping sounds, one after the other. He lay in the middle of the street. It must have made quite the sight, seeing a blonde-haired bloodied boy dropping from the sky and landing with no apparent damage. No time to think, I have to get away fast. Go where nobody can find me. His first instinct was to lose himself in the crowd, but with his chakra control he would not be able to do a good enough henge. He needed to put as much distance between both the armed men and the creepy floating dude. Naruto instantly saw another alleyway and quickly made his way to it, hoping to lose them in the massive streets that seemed to be endless in this giant village. Luck seemed to be on his side for once. After exiting the alleyways, Naruto saw a large park that did not seem to have that many people. Hiding was a specialty of his. You do not learn to run away from the Konoha shinobi after pranking them and not get a few tips on concealment. These people did not seem to be shinobi, so it would be far easier to avoid them. He could not say the same for the creepy floating dude, however. He would need to see if his ruse was successful. After using his last smoke bomb, Naruto did not have many chances left to escape, at least not in his current state. He needed to rest and assess the situation so that he may find a way to get back to Konoha. A gust of wind was the first indication that he was still being followed. Groaning, he briefly turned back to see who was coming next. She was in the sky, and by she, Naruto meant one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. The woman had dark skin and white hair. The blonde Jinchuriki had heard that the people native to Kaminari no Kuni had a similar skin tone, as well as the hair color. Am I in Kumo? There's no way their village is this different from us. Beauty was one thing, Naruto had seen beautiful girls and women before. Ino, Tenten, Kurenai-sensei, Gaara's hot sister, the psycho snake lady, Koyuki Haim, but none of them dressed like this one. She was wearing all black, the material seemed to shine. It was skin-tight, showing her figure perfectly. There was a cape, a headdress, and thigh-high boots. Those seemed to be perfectly normal. It was the rest of the outfit that really showed her off. It was like one of those racy swimsuits some daring girls would wear, only this one covered a little more and were connected with a large ring that secured them together. Who knew Kumo shinobi dressed like this? Ero Sennin would have a field day. The black-skinned woman started to descend towards Naruto's direction. He instantly went to pick up a kunai he still had left but did not brandish it yet. She seemed harmless enough, there was even a small, warm smile upon her lips, but Naruto knew that this could very well be a ploy to get him to lower his defenses. She appeared to be only a few years older than him but was even taller than Tsunade. The beautiful woman seemed to perceive his uneasiness and immediately showed her hands in a pacifying manner, as if trying to display peaceful intentions. She then started to speak, and once again he did not understand what she was saying. "I'm sorry, I can't understand what you are saying. I need to go, bye," said Naruto with tinted cheeks at seeing the woman up close. He then promptly turned away and ran as fast as he could. Ororo Munro looked on as the ragged blonde ran away from her, speaking a tongue that she vaguely recognized as Japanese. He seemed panicked, but practiced, like he was used to danger. She quickly concentrated on the professor's telepathic connection. "I've made contact with him. Logan, you need to speak to him," communicated Storm. "HMPH, I told you, I'm no good with pep talks," responded Wolverine. "You are the only one who can. This boy speaks Japanese, you're the only one I know that knows how to speak it." It was Xavier's voice that interrupted. "How was he, Aurora? Was he well?" asked the professor. "Blonde with blue eyes. His clothes were torn, like he just came out of a battle. He was bloodied and bruised, there was a hole close to his heart, but it seems to have healed. He looked really tired though, about to collapse," answered Storm. She did think that the whisker marks on his cheeks were a little cute but decided to keep that information to herself. "You said he speaks Japanese. Does he have any relation to Shiro Yoshida?" asked Wolverine. "Chuck, you said he just appeared suddenly and with no explanation, how is it that he speaks Japanese?" "I do not know, but Aurora is right. You are the only one that can communicate with him," responded Xavier. "Hey, fine, but you tag along, Storm. I don't want to scare the kid away." Storm waited for Wolverine to come to her location, trying as hard as she could to keep a track on the runaway blonde. It was hard, he seemed to have a knack for hiding himself. "Here I am, let's get this kid fast before Magneto catches up," said Wolverine as he finally caught up to her. Aurora felt a presence behind them however, and both of them immediately turned back to see the master of magnetism himself floating above them. "Too late," stated Aurora dryly. "Step aside," commanded Magneto, his face hidden away in that dark helmet which blocked all forms of telepathy. Wolverine glared at the man. "What do you want, bub? I suggest you leave now before the government picks our trail once again. I will not allow you to take another young mutant away and feed him Charles's pathetic ideas," stated Magneto with contempt. "You will step back and allow me to teach the boy his rightful place on this earth. The rightful place of all mutants. You will not poison him with foolish dreams of cooperation with the humans." "You know not what you speak," responded Storm. "Do I not? Is he not being pursued by the humans at this very moment? What do you think they will do to him?" drawled the master of magnetism. "Will they treat him as another human?" he asked, anger evident in his voice. "No, they will kill him if he's lucky. If he's not, they will experiment on him, torture him, turn him into a weapon against his own kind. The same will be done to you one day if you do not take a stand." It was then that a new voice suddenly sprung into attention. "Do you really wish to fight now, Eric?" asked Xavier, his wheelchair advancing at the trio. "The government is after him now. If you take him, they will pursue you. I can use my connections to stop them for the meanwhile and prevent them from coming after us." Silence reigned for a few seconds, neither party willing to start fighting each other. Finally, Magneto responded. Mutant blood will not be spilled this day, Charles, declared Magneto. But remember, the day will come when humans will know about us, when conflict will be unavoidable. I hope you are ready for the day when it comes to make a choice. The more us, I have already made my decision. With that said, Magneto once again took to the air and disappeared on the night sky. Xavier sighed lightly in relief. Now they only needed to get the young mutant before quickly. Naruto was panting loudly, he could just not take it anymore. The blonde tried to remember what had happened before the last time he went to sleep. He had fought that weird bone guy, reached Sasuke, somehow awakened the Sharingan and fought his best friend with aid from the furball's chakra, which resulted in him traveling to this place. Then he had spent the last few intense minutes running away from moving metal carts, floating men, and a very pretty lady. In that moment, Naruto truly felt what it meant to be tired. Now more than ever, he wanted to be back in his small apartment on his shitty bed. A familiar gust of wind breezed behind Naruto, causing him to groan tiredly. Sure enough, behind him stood the pretty dark-skinned lady, this time accompanied by a short, tough-looking man and another bald one on a wheelchair. With protesting arms, he pointed his last weapon, a kunai, directly at them. Stop. Naruto slurred with exhaustion. Leave me alone. I'm warning you. The blonde Jinchuriki saw as the short man nodded to the bald one, then started to walk over slowly to him. Easy there, kid. We're not here to hurt you, he announced with a language the Jinchuriki finally recognized as his own. Then what do you want? Asked Naruto, his stance tumbling now from sheer fatigue. The man reached over to him slowly, grabbing his arm and lowering the kunai. All will be explained, he assured. But you must come with us, before those men come back. We'll give you food and a place to rest, just come over kid. Kakashi and Iruka would have skinned him alive, accepting such an offer from strangers, but the promise of rest and shelter was now too much. He doubted he could go on for another 10 minutes before collapsing. Naruto nodded and put away the kunai, dragging his feet over to them. What is your name? Logan, answered the wild, short man. The other two seemed to take the hint easily enough. Aurora Munro, said the dark-skinned girl. Then the bald one said his name as well. Charles Xavier. The blue-eyed Jinchuriki gave a weak smile. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. And with that, Naruto fell face first into Aurora's arms and drifted off into blissful unconsciousness. Charles Xavier sat in front of a table contemplating their new arrival, still thinking heavily about how such a young boy could have such wounds, or the mutations that were normally reserved for people that were originally Homo sapiens, humans. That was not all, however. Despite his earlier assertions that this young mutant seemed to have abilities similar to himself and genes, a heavy cloud came into his powerful mind once he tried to further guess the blonde's powers. There might be other abilities he didn't even truly know about hidden underneath the guise of a young boy's body. If his theory was correct, this boy came from another world entirely different from their own. Which made young Uzumaki's possession of an X gene even more vexing. How is it possible that an alien being seemed to be compatible with the genetics that classified the new species known as Homo superior? What other talents did he bring from his home reality or planet? He would need to talk to his various contacts in order to be sure. The most important thing right now is to hide young Uzumaki Naruto, as he had called himself, and make sure he didn't fall into the wrong hands. A boy with so much potential would surely be coveted by less than illustrious people or organizations that would bring misery to the world, both humans and mutants. The opening of an automatic door signaled the arrival of the only person that could serve as a bridge of communication between them and Uzumaki, Logan. Logan, said Xavier in a cool voice. What are your thoughts on Uzumaki? You ain't gonna read my mind for the answer to that, Chuck. Grumbled Logan. Xavier looked at Logan seriously. I have a code, did you forget? I do not pry into the minds of others so carelessly. Logan grunted before he started to speak. Well, he definitely speaks Japanese if that is what you're asking, but it was strange. Xavier kept on looking at Logan with a steely gaze. Strange in what way? The dialect, I don't know how to explain, but it was different than what you hear the Japanese over here talk, said Logan. Different in what way? Asked Xavier with a hint of curiosity. Logan flexed his arms before continuing. After the war and the integration of American culture into the Japanese mainland, many younger people started to integrate English words into their language, similar how the many immigrant groups did so in America with English. It's hard to say, but no Japanese youth, unless he was some sort of royalty, would be speaking in such an antiquated manner. The bald leader of the X-Men started to think once again on the revelations being put forward. It gave even more credence to his idea that young Uzumaki Naruto was from another place entirely different from their own. That's not all, Chuck. Logan straightened himself again. The movements that he had, his reactions and instincts, he's not just another normal boy. He's been trained, definitely military in some way. He even threw smoke bombs and kunai. There were some shuriken in his pouches, feudal Japanese weapons. It's like the kid came out of the 16th century. Xavier contemplated the information. Child soldiers were unfortunately a problem that their world had to deal with in several countries. Even the United States had such predilections even if they didn't reveal them to the public. It was unfortunate that someone so young would have to see the horrors that military conflicts could cause in the world. Eric was only one of many who had been violently transformed by what they had seen during war's most depraved atrocities. I have been trying to find out more about young Uzumaki's abilities, but it seems there is more than meets the eyes. It's not just the X gene, there's more to him than that, explained Xavier as he started to move his chair closer to Logan. The wild mutant grunted. Try saying that again. There was a fist-sized hole very close to his heart but it seemed healed. The blood on his clothes mean that it's recent. His body is also much more powerful than others his age. Xavier nodded in agreement. He had noticed the young blonde jumping from the top of a 12-story building and landing with apparent ease, no doubt attributed to his other unknown abilities. How is he now? He finally asked. Resting. We patched up the rest of his injuries, but it was almost unnecessary. He's already healing rapidly, grunted Logan. I wager he'll be awake in no time. Very well, drawled Xavier. I'm sure you understand that you must be here in order for us to communicate with him. He will most likely have questions about us and what we do. He must not be scared away from this place, he continued before his voice turned even more serious. Who knows what other people might do if he is alone and unprotected. Logan snorted. I think the little pint can take care of himself if you ask me. Don't worry Chuck, I'll be here to greet him to our little group. How is the government responding to this? Asked Xavier. He had been unable to erase the event from the first responders' memories in time. Logan stood silent for a moment before answering. They're backing down now, but don't expect them to stay silent forever. There will come a time when enhanced individuals become too many and their deeds too significant to hide. I feel that Jean has woken up, commented the psychic. His first student had been knocked unconscious upon the arrival of young the Uzumaki. She's fine now. Still a little dizzy from the experience. Anything else on the kid? Xavier's facade became slightly somber. I tried to deepen my connection to see what I could find inside him, but, the powerful psychic composed himself. There was darkness there. Hate beyond what a normal child should bear. Logan's voice dropped considerably when he said, anything we should be worried about. Xavier massaged his temples. I don't believe so right now. Still, we must not allow ourselves to be taken by surprise. We don't know what force brought young Uzumaki here with us and what secondary effects it had before. Naruto, commented Logan. Xavier looked at his first X-Man. What was that? Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, continued Logan. The Japanese put their family names first. Uzumaki is his last name, Naruto is his first. Xavier nodded in understanding. Aside from Shiro Yoshida, most commonly known as Sunfire, he had no real knowledge of the Japanese. He was not about to question Logan's observations. I'll tell Aurora to have food prepared for when he wakes up, Xavier said almost to himself. Young Naruto will probably be starving after that whole ordeal with Magneto. Logan grunted. Don't bother yourself, Chuck. I mean, how much can a kid like him possibly eat? Naruto happily scarfed down yet another plate of food that was given to him, much to the amazement of the beautiful dark-skinned woman looking over him. The blonde didn't pay much attention to her, however. He was simply too busy wolfing down any of the meals that were put his way. At his side there were already a large pile of empty plates that were once full of several assortments completely alien to the blonde shinobi. So hungry had he been that even the vegetables that were usually avoided with extreme prejudice also found a new home in his once grumbling stomach. He finished what seemed to be a piece of beef mashed in between 2 loaves of bread when he noticed that a new figure apparently walked. Immediately, his mind stopped paying attention to the food and focused on his visitors. The dark-skinned woman, Aurora, she had called herself, was no longer wearing the utterly revealing outfit she had previously been sporting when they met. Instead it just seemed to be more of those strange yet comfortable-looking clothes the people in here wore. The same could be said for the new arrival who, in Naruto's opinion, was just as if not even prettier than Aurora. She was just a little older than him, Naruto estimated about a year, and she had very long and straight red hair that cascaded along her back, all the way to her hips. The eyes were a sharp green, almost like emeralds. Once again, she was wearing something similar to Aurora, a white shirt, some blue pants, and sandals. The new arrival's eyes widened when she looked at the pile of plates that had stacked up besides Naruto with disbelief. The Konoha shinobi watched as the redhead's gaze went from the pile, to Aurora, and finally to him. Once the shock passed however, she started to talk to the white-haired girl in that strange language totally unknown to him. The redhead then looked back at him with a smile and started to giggle. Naruto had the decency to look sheepish. He knew the reputation behind his voracious appetite that shocked most restaurants and shinobi in Konoha. The green-eyed girl seemed to try and start a conversation, and it was at this moment that Naruto really started to get annoyed at his inability to communicate. What kind of language was this? He'd never even heard any other language in all the nations aside from his own. Naruto, he finally said, pointing at himself. The girl smiled prettily and then pointed at herself. Jean. Jean, such a strange name, much like the rest he had heard. Aurora, Xavier, Logan. It was still a nice name though. The three stared at each other awkwardly until the bald man that had named himself Xavier and the short man called Logan walked in. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone that could understand him. Morning, brat, said Logan before looking at the large pile of plates. I see the bottomless pit is not so bottomless after all. Naruto glared at Logan before eating the last bit out of the last meal. I was hungry. I can see that, responded Logan while looking at the impressive pile of plates. I was really hungry. Well, now that you're finished, I guess it's time to introduce ourselves. He then looked over at the wheelchair-bound man and talked to him. Logan grunted. Naruto was beginning to see that he was a lot less humorous than when he introduced himself. It seemed almost impossible to see the man smiling or cheerful. Very well, brat, I'm gonna translate what Chuck over here is saying. Naruto reasoned that this, Chuck, was the bald man that introduced himself as Charles Xavier, and so it began, with the wheelchair-bound man saying something to Logan, who would then translate it. You are currently in the outskirts of New York City. Do you know what that place is? Asked Logan. Naruto had never heard of such a place before. Granted, he barely paid attention to Iruka-sensei's classes during his time at the academy, but he was pretty sure that a place called New York had never even been mentioned. I've never heard of that place. How far is it to the Land of Fire? To Konohagakure no Sato. That's where I'm from. I'm a shinobi. If you can get into contact with the Hokage, then she will probably send someone for me. Logan looked confused for a moment before relaying the information to Charles Xavier, who also looked momentarily confused, although less visibly so. This Konoha, is it in Japan? Do you know anything about a country named Japan? Logan asked again. Naruto thought for a moment. I don't know about any Japan. My country is the Land of Fire, its leader is the daimyo, but I belong to the village of Konoha. It's a shinobi village and the Hokage is our leader. Logan translated his words over to the wheelchair-bound man. Aside from him, Jean and Aurora were also looking confused. Worry started to seep in. Had they never heard of the village hidden in the leaves? What about shinobi? Once again Naruto asked himself where exactly he was. Look, brat, we'll try and find these places you are talking about, but I will tell you right now that we don't know about in Konoha or Hai no Kumi. There were daimyos in Japan, around 300 years ago that is, and shinobi. What year did you come out of? Naruto was momentarily shocked. How was it that they had never heard of shinobi? The manipulators of chakra and the main military force in the world. Civilians and samurai all knew of them and their enhanced abilities. The names of the cages and their secretive villages were renowned across the many countries. It was Logan who spoke this time, however. All right, brat. You've had your say, now listen to us. Naruto's mind returned to the present as he listened to the wild-looking man. You are in Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Naruto had never heard of the place but continued to listen on. It has been founded by Professor Xavier. The blonde glanced at the bald man. This place is what you could consider a haven for people born with certain abilities. Logan then made a fist and 3 metal claws came from the knuckles. Jean on the other hand placed her palm on her head and concentrated on a dish, which started to float above the ground before she set it down. Naruto had only one thing to say about the abilities. Awesome, he exclaimed excitedly. Jean probably didn't understand him but smiled in appreciation. Charles Xavier also smiled, along with Storm. Logan remained his gruff self. But, why am I here? Asked Naruto with confusion. He didn't truly understand. Didn't you hear, brat? This place is for people with special talents, just like yours. If you didn't then the professor wouldn't have detected you. You are a mutant, just like us. Naruto furrowed his brow. A mutant? He didn't know about that. Sure, not all people could mold their chakra to fight, therefore they couldn't be shinobi. Maybe this school was similar to the academy, where they managed to train their chakra abilities. I have my chakra, but I doubt that is a, how do you say, mutant ability, responded Naruto. Logan sighed. Don't you feel anything else? Anything else that you can do? If you didn't have the X gene then Cerebro wouldn't have picked you up. Cerebro. X gene. I don't know what you are talking about, Claw Man. Responded Naruto exasperatedly. Watch yourself there, shorty, warned Logan with a glare. Naruto crossed his arms. Look at the pot calling the kettle black. You insufferable brat. Professor Xavier chose that moment to intervene, calming down the little discussion between the two. Logan growled but continued. You ever hear voices in your head? Did you ever push something with your mind? Cerebro, well let's leave that off for now. It picked up your powers and that's why we found you. Naruto thought back on when he woke up in the city. There were certainly voices, loud voices that were followed by an intense headache. When he put his palm at the flying metal contraption, he was sure it moved thanks to a force. I have heard voices in my head, but what does it mean? Am I going insane? Logan once again relayed the information to Professor Xavier, who then talked to Jean and Aurora. Both girls left the room and only the three were left. You are not going insane, it's just your powers. That's what this place is for, it's a school to help you not hurt yourself or others. So, it's like the Shinobi Academy. They showed us how to fight as shinobi and to use our chakra as well, reasoned Naruto. Logan looked like he was thinking for a moment before answering. This place is not some military school. Its purpose is to make you understand yourself and others, to help you fit in with the rest of society. Naruto looked at them for a moment before Logan sighed and continued with his offer. Look brat, here's the deal. We don't know of any Konoha or Land of Fire, hell, I'm pretty sure we don't even know if you're even from this planet. The statement shocked Naruto but before he had time to think, Logan kept on talking. What we are offering you, is a place as a student here. Out there you are in danger, not just from others but from yourself. If you cannot control these new things you are experiencing, it can lead to some pretty bad things, understand? Naruto didn't want to hear it though. There was just no way he could stay here. He was a shinobi of the Leaf Village. He had friends to go back to. He needed to get Sasuke back to the village just as he had promised Sakura. Just as he had been ordered by Granny Tsunade. I can't stay here, I need to go back home. He exclaimed. What do you mean not from this planet? Where am I? The professor then held up his hand in an attempt to pacify him. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt a little calmer at the shocking revelations. Do you have anything you need to go back to now? Any parents or anything urgent? Naruto looked downcast a little. No parents, no family, only friends and comrades, and my teachers as well. We'll try to find some answers. The professor has some contacts with several scientists that can tell us what happened, but in the meanwhile we are extending this invitation towards you. Whatever you want to make of it is up to you, stated Logan before he and the professor walked out the door and closed it behind them, leaving the whiskered blonde to think about what he'd been told. Aurora watched as Jean was struggling to lift the 3 stone blocks consecutively with some difficulty. The young redhead had been improving considerably ever since she started to truly train her mutant powers. Nearby, Scott was also training his optic blasts with his specialized ruby quartz visor. Of their little group, the white-haired girl was the oldest, though it wasn't saying much. She was still 15 years of age and still completing her education, but her control over her mutant abilities was certainly much stronger than both Jean's and Scott's. The dark-skinned girl continued to stare as Jean struggled to stack all blocks together. Sweat was pouring down the redhead's brow and exhaustion was radiating from her. "Slow down, Jean, you'll give yourself another headache if you overdo it," warned Aurora with a concerned tone. Jean seemed to take the suggestion to heart, as she let go of the blocks and took a step back, clutching her head with a grimace. The telepath over to Aurora's direction and sat down next to her, taking the offered water with a look of gratitude. Still, the weather manipulator could see the telepath grimacing from what seemed to be another headache. On the back of her mind, Aurora noted that they had intensified the moment Naruto had manifested himself. "So," the voice of Jean interrupted Aurora's thoughts. "What do you think of him?" The mutant known as Storm did not need to ask who Jean was talking about. Their new arrival was certainly strange, compounded by the fact that he could not speak their English, the international language of the world. "He's interesting," Aurora answered, thinking back on the moment she met the bloodied young blonde. "Why do you ask?" Jean took another sip of water. "Just curious. I mean, there really aren't that many of us around. There's you, the professor, Logan, Scott, and me. I know there are other mutants out there, but I don't know where. He's a little bizarre. He didn't use his mutant powers when we met him, despite the dangerous situation he found himself in." Aurora took a sip of water herself. "I didn't even know his powers at first. In fact, he seemed to be trained in other forms of combat, just like Logan but stranger." "What are his mutant powers, by the way?" asked Jean, who had now composed herself and was talking normally. Aurora smiled at the redhead. "That's the surprising part. They're quite similar to yours." The statement caused Jean's eyes to widen in surprise and confusion. "That's what the professor told me at least. Like I said, there seems to be other powers he's more proficient at." "Another psychic," Jean trailed off in what sounded to be both nervousness and optimism. A weird dichotomy that could only come from a person like Jean Grey. "What are you talking about?" interrupted another voice. Scott Summers had apparently finished his training and was now joining in their little conversation. "Our newest member," said Jean. Scott's lips made a grimace. It was hard to make out his full emotion without the sight of his eyes, but it was clear that the brown-haired mutant had reservations about the young blonde boy. "He's not a member," he responded. "Yet," countered Jean, always the positive member of the entire team. Aurora decided to support the telepath. "You know what the professor said, try and make him feel welcome. He'll be a great addition to the X-Men." Scott sighed but nodded. "I will, but I still have my reservations. I mean, we don't even know where he's from, he can't even speak to us. I do not believe him to be a threat. I looked into him then, he tried to hide it but he was scared, hurt, and alone, just like we all were once," commented Aurora. "We of all people should not judge others for things we cannot understand." The trio was then interrupted by several footsteps that emerged from the mansion. Aurora turned around to see both Logan and Naruto walking outside into the outside training area. Gone was the bloodied and torn orange jumpsuit, replaced instead by black-colored sportswear that would make it easier to move. The pair spoke once again in Japanese, a complicated language the dark-skinned mutant could not understand, yet both of them were deep in conversation with it. She wondered what was being said between the two. Aurora doubted she had ever heard Logan be so deep in conversation as in that moment. It was in that moment that the blonde-haired boy looked at their group and sent them a large smile with a wave of his hand. Jean smiled and waved back enthusiastically. Aurora also saluted, but it was far more restrained. A smile did reach her lips at the sight of the energetic Naruto, Scott gave a small wave before sitting down and staring at both the blonde and Logan as they made their way to the training area. They could be using the danger room, but the professor wanted to limit that for the moment. Aurora had only been in there a few times herself. It was definitely more intensive than the training she had in the mansion's grounds. "Poor Naruto, he's going one-on-one against Logan," commented Jean. Aurora agreed. She remembered the first session with Logan. The man needed to restrain himself sometimes when it came to the intensity of his training regimens. Scott seemed to perk up again, however, and said, "I guess we are about to see what his powers are exactly." They sat silent as the duo was talking to each other in the foreign language. Aurora believed that they were maybe talking about what kind of skills they had, as Logan revealed his claws. She had never seen the wild mutant being so talkative with someone. It was a shame she couldn't understand anything they were saying. They finally came to an agreement apparently, as they both distanced themselves from one another cautiously. Naruto and Logan finally took their positions and stood still, waiting for either one of them to make the first move. In the end it was Naruto that relented, but not in a way that Aurora would have expected at all. The blonde did a strange sign where he crossed both his fingers and to the shock of everyone, created about 5 clones of himself following little explosions of smoke. These replicas were indistinguishable from the original. They even took out their own strange blades weapons and launched towards Logan. Wolverine unleashed his claws and immediately parried all of them with relative ease. "He can multiply. Is that his mutant power?" wondered Jean as she stared on. "I thought his mutant powers were telepathy and telekinesis. Was the professor wrong, or does Naruto have even more up his sleeve?" thought Aurora as she continued to watch the fight. It was Wolverine's turn to attack now. He lunged forward and retracted the adamantium claws as to not hurt the new arrival. Still, Aurora knew that even without his claws, Logan was a powerful opponent with his unrelenting physical prowess and adamantium skeleton. Naruto did not back away from the challenge, however, and charged ahead at the older mutant. "Is he an idiot, or just insane?" commented Scott from the side. "Or both." The white-haired girl did not comment on this, but Scott did have a point. Going up against Logan on a physical level was tantamount to suicide. Wolverine was the most physically impressive person Aurora had ever seen, being able to take punishment that would kill a normal person with relative ease and little wounds. So, it was a surprise to everyone when Naruto actually started to hold his own against the short, wild mutant. The blonde was extremely physical adept as well, being able to dodge each and every one of Wolverine's attacks, realizing feats of agility that were inhuman. At one point he even managed to jump over 10 feet in the air with ease and dropping down on Logan with a kick that forced the gruff mutant back a couple inches. It was an impressive display of both their physical abilities. "There's much more to him than meets the eye," Aurora finally said. To her side, Jean nodded dumbly. The spar started to get even more intense after that. The spectators noticed that a weird blue energy started to surround Naruto like an aura of strength. "What is that?" asked Jean. Nobody answered, too entranced by the sight of Naruto seemingly vanishing from sight only to appear right in front of Wolverine and striking the older man with his fist. The punch was so strong that Logan back a few meters before managing to regain his footing. "This guy's not normal, he seems to have something more than mutant powers," Scott noted as he continued to watch the fight with an unreadable face. "Whatever he is, he's strong," stated Jean. Aurora nodded. She had never seen Logan be pushed this hard before. Granted, she had never been in a true mission before yesterday, but still. Naruto prepared to launch another fist at Wolverine, but his opponent managed to sidestep just in time so that the punch landed on a tree instead, which cracked halfway at the contact. But it was not over yet. Logan managed to get one over the blonde and stuck back with his own fist at Naruto. But instead of hitting him, the strange boy turned was seemingly replaced with a log in what seemed to be a substitution of some sort. Naruto appeared a few meters away, however, along with another clone. Just one this time, but what he did next was even stranger than the feats he managed before. The blonde's blue eyes suddenly turned red as he held out his hand. The same blue energy Aurora had seen before appeared again, but it concentrated on his hand. The clone then began weaving his hands as well around the original's energy until it materialized as a ball. Aurora didn't know what it was, but one thing was for certain. Whatever it was, she did not want to get hit with that. That's enough, rang the voice of Professor Xavier, who had been apparently watching the fight to the ignorance of the other onlookers. Naruto and Wolverine looked at the professor and then at each other. The mysterious ball of blue energy dissipated from the whiskered boy's hands and his eyes returned back from blood red to cerulean blue. Both fighters resumed a more relaxed position as they acknowledged each other before walking back to the direction of the spectators. Naruto and Logan were both offered water as they sat down with the rest of the group. Despite the rigorous spar, Naruto did not seem to be tired in the slightest, and after a while he asked a question to Logan, who answered with an annoyed gruff tone before nodding. The blue-eyed boy then stood up energetically before sprinting over to the mansion. Aurora thought that she would crash into it, but to the amazement of everyone started to run on the walls like it was nothing until he reached the rooftop instead. What else is he capable of? Aurora wondered before turning her attention back to the group. That was certainly an interesting display, if I say so myself, the professor finally said once the blonde seemed out of sight. He's definitely more than he looks like, I'll give him that, grunted Logan. Jean giggled. What's the matter, Logan? Afraid you were going to get roughed up even more. Logan snorted with a small glare. I didn't use my claws and he took me by surprise, he wouldn't be as lucky if I did. The professor cleared his voice. Although that does bring in the fact of his other powers, Logan, what do you think they were? The kid called it chakra. I don't know what that means, but it seems to be an energy of some kind. You're sure it's not a mutation-related power? The professor looked to be in deep thought. It's a little strange, it feels like a mutation, but it's less erratic than the X gene. He closed his eyes in deep concentration. I can feel it, sense it, but not to the same extent I feel his mutation. I was right, by the way, said Logan. He's definitely part of a military of some sort. He called himself a shinobi, a ninja. Those reflexes are not normal either. He has some experience down his belt. Military. But he's so young, exclaimed Jean with worry. The professor looked at Jean sadly. Unfortunately, there are some people that do not share our beliefs on the innocence of youth. Storm nodded. In Africa, there were several factions that were not above using children as soldiers in order to get a little more manpower against their enemies. It was forbidden by international law, but it meant little to certain individuals who would put their ambitions beyond a child's life. But Professor, what is he exactly? Asked Scott, now sounding curious. The professor took a deep breath before looking over at the Scott. I don't think he's from around here. I think that is very much evident, responded Scott. You don't understand, not from around here as in not from this planet, this world, whatever you may call it, continued Professor Xavier. I have researched, and this Konohagakure he talks about does not show up in any place. It was Jean who answered next. But Professor, how can that be? I thought mutation only affected those who came from bloodlines of humans, just like my parents. Jean, there are many mysteries surrounding him that mystify us as well. He speaks an outdated dialect of Japanese and he seems to be completely human at first glance, but there's that chakra that he uses in his enhanced physical abilities. The professor looked at all of them with complete seriousness. I don't think we will be able to find out all about him at once, we must be patient. Is he staying? Asked Aurora. The professor looked at the sky. It's his decision in the end, I will not force him to stay with us, but I very much wish for him to stay. A look of sadness spread across his features. I do not know how, if ever, he will return home, but maybe we can do our best to give him one here, with us. Aurora suddenly felt a wave of sympathy for Naruto. She could always go wherever she wanted to, nothing aside from friendship and duty bound her to the X-Men. The same could probably not be said for the blue-eyed blonde if he truly came from another world in its entirety. The white-haired mutant remembered how utterly alone she was those days as a thief in Egypt before the professor found her. Aurora decided she would do the best she could for Naruto Uzumaki. Professor Xavier continued to try and convince them. There's also the fact that many people and organizations would like to get a little more knowledge of this chakra than it would be otherwise ethically possible. I wish to shelter the young boy until he can adapt to the world around us, This is a place of acceptance and learning, human, mutant or alien. All three students nodded in acceptance. Later that evening as they sat down for dinner, she watched Naruto with renewed interest. An extra helping of food had been piled before him. It seemed as if the enhanced energy, body and chakra necessitated even more calories than a normal person would need. Naruto looked at the utensils strangely, probably not knowing their usage immediately. Aurora smiled and scooted over closer to him and demonstrated them. Naruto smiled before holding the fork between his hands. "Itadakimasu," he exclaimed and then began to dig into the food with the same ravenous gusto as before. "He's thanking you for the food," explained Logan as he also started to eat. The professor nodded towards Naruto. "We are going to need to find an instructor for him soon, Logan." "Forget it, Chuck. I'm no teacher." "Very well then, I will try and search for someone tomorrow. It would be for the best if we manage to get rid of this language barrier." The rest agreed. "Aurora, Jean." The professor looked at them. "Naruto does not have a wardrobe yet. Could you take him to the city tomorrow and buy some clothes for him?" Logan chuckled darkly. "Shopping with two women, I pity the brat." Jean smiled however and said, "Of course Professor. We'll make sure he's presentable, isn't that right, Aurora?" Aurora also smiled but was a little nervous inside. This wouldn't be the first time she and Jean went together shopping. They found great joy in buying clothes. Particularly the more daring ones. Even so, as she looked at Naruto continuing to eat with a calmer pace upon seeing the rest, Aurora started to smile. It would be nice to introduce him to one of the biggest cities in the world, even if she herself was fonder of nature and silence rather than the noise of New York City. Still, it was the home of her parents, she reminded herself, and her birthplace. Aurora should think nicer of the city that saw her come to this world first. With a nod, she accepted the offer and continued to eat towards the night, thinking of what would suit Naruto better. Anything would be better than that bright orange jumpsuit. Naruto decided that he really disliked those metal carriages once he managed to into one. It was small and way too cramped, the wind that he should be feeling in breezing across his face was missing thanks to the glass. He was not very pleased to say the least. Although being cramped with two of the prettiest girls he had ever seen was definitely the upside of their little trip. Jean did not seem to mind the situation, smiling as she talked to the driver. Apparently, people paid these drivers so they might be carried in these carriages for some time. Why anyone would be paying for such an unpleasant experience, Naruto did not know. Aurora, on the other hand, was definitely uncomfortable, probably even more uncomfortable than he was. It took some of his observation skills, but he managed to see the dark-skinned beauty tense when she sat in the metal carriage, even more when she slammed the door shut with some hesitation. She definitely did not like these contraptions either. With some trepidation, Naruto grabbed her hand to show some support. It was the only way he could properly communicate with Aurora since they could not speak their language. Logan had told him yesterday that an instructor would be brought to the school in order to try and teach him the language these people spoke. Naruto wanted to learn it as fast as possible. Probably the first time in a long while that he truly wanted some education, maybe even, Kami forbid, read a book about it. Aurora did not flinch away at the physical contact, in fact, she turned her previously lost gaze back at him and smiled softly. Her blue eyes were similar to his, but were clearer, almost like the sky, while his were deeper. At least when he didn't have his Sharingan activated. The Sharingan. He had finally managed to activate it again in his fight against Logan. The world seemed to change once he did so, even if he never really used it in conjunction with the Rasengan. Everything was clearer, more perceptible than before. It really was something. But the mystery still remained. Why exactly did he have the sacred eyes of the Uchiha clan? As far as he knew, he was no true Uchiha. Naruto never knew his parents or where they came from, however. So could it be possible that he was a lost member of that clan? Was he thrown away at birth because of his connection with the Kyuubi? He would need to find out once he found a way back home. Home. Naruto wondered what exactly was happening back at Konoha. Did his friends believe him dead? Did Sasuke go to Orochimaru? What exactly happened to him anyway? Was the dark-haired Avenger also somewhere around this country? The bald man had offered Naruto a place to stay in the mansion, along with the other students that were currently occupying it. Logan even said that they were on the lookout for new recruits, new mutants, as they called them. But Naruto already had a home, and staying in such a place even momentarily seemed like a betrayal to Konoha. If he stayed too long in one place without returning to the shinobi force, then would he be considered a missing ninja? A traitor to his nation and headband. Still, the place Naruto was offered was certainly a lot safer than that of any other. He still remembered the chaos when he arrived with all the people looking out for him. The Jinchuriki would rather very much avoid that particular situation from happening again. The contraption suddenly stopped, and Aurora paid the man with money similar to what he was used to, but with different engravings and pictures. Naruto then saw the spectacle that was the big city. It was filled with buildings, even larger than the ones he saw during the night he was transported to this mysterious place. Some of them looked like they were touching the sky. Then there were the people. There were thousands upon thousands of them, each going to and fro from one place to another. The ground was filled with shops and restaurants. Jin and Aurora guided the Jinchuriki through the city, with the redhead taking his hand. It would be almost impossible not to lose each other in the giant swaths of humanity that threatened to drown the place with its sheer numbers. Despite that, Jin managed to lead them to several shops that sold some clothes. Even without the language, they could communicate pretty well with each other with hand gestures, enough to get them through the day at least. Jin then placed various assortments of clothes on his hands and showed him to a changing room and tried them on. He had to admit, some of these were quite comfortable and pretty durable, just like his now ruined orange jumpsuit. Once he came back, Jin took out a plastic card and apparently paid the shop with it because they let them walk straight out with the bags. Jin then took some money of her own and started to buy some things for herself. With summer season apparently close at hand, the redhead bought some clothes that in Konoha would be considered quite daring unless you were a part of the shinobi force and needed freer outfits. It was still nothing compared to what Aurora had chosen to wear the night they met, so it was far more modest than that, but that actually got him thinking. If this is how they dress when they are being civilians, how daringly would they dress when they were in action? It was a question best left to when he saw it. Jin also tried to get Aurora to try out some new clothes. Naruto thought that white looked great on her, it contrasted perfectly with her darker skin. Jin looked good on anything, almost any color fit her. Before taking the trip back to the mansion, Jin took them to a large park that was less crowded than the rest of the city. There was a vendor there selling more food Naruto had never seen before. It was triangle-shaped, had some sauce and cheese on it. Jin bought one for Aurora and another for herself, while giving Naruto two large ones. They sat on the grass as they looked at the giant city around them. Naruto had to admit that the park certainly brought a little bit of home back, but knew that he was far away from Konoha. How far, he did not know yet. Still, Naruto couldn't help but the feeling of fulfillment that settled throughout the day. For once in his life, he was not given the usual dirty looks he had always received, and although he could not talk to them, Jin and Aurora were already some of the most accepting people he had met in his life. Logan had told him previously that their kind were also a group that would doubtless be in trouble when they revealed themselves to the rest of humanity. They would be feared and ostracized when such a time came. Naruto could understand the feeling completely. When they finally arrived at the mansion, Logan and the professor told him that he would be spending some classes every day in order to learn their language. The private school was not far from the mansion and Naruto could run to it in less than 15 minutes every day with his advanced speed. After a few days learning of hitting the books more intensely than he had ever done in his life, Naruto finally managed to start speaking this English language that the people apparently spoke. He had to admit, it was a little easier than his native language when it came down to it, pretty simple actually. Little by little, he started to communicate with the people in the school. Jin was always the positive member of the group, not as hyperactive as Naruto himself, but whenever she talked to anyone it was with a smile and a welcoming tone. She did get angry at times though, and when she did, it was very passionate. Passionate was a word that described Jean Grey extremely well. Aurora was a little more reserved, but her kindness could also come whenever it was needed. Naruto thought that she needed to smile more, however. She was extremely beautiful when she smiled. Her powers were apparently to control the weather, which is why she chose the name, Storm. Naruto had looked on in awe as she summoned rain from a clear sky like it was nothing. The last one of the students was also a year older than him, just like Jean. Scott Summers was a little more reserved. He rarely smiled and chose to train rather than to talk with him. The brown-haired boy apparently could shoot blasts out of his eyes, which is why he always wore those red-tinted glasses. In a way, Scott reminded Naruto of Sasuke in some ways. But in his time living in this place, Naruto had not just met people but he had also started to familiarize himself with the world around him. The technology was different, a lot more advanced than what they had in Konoha. Sure, they had some of the electricity and televisions, but not in such abundance. Some of the smaller fishing villages and towns didn't even have power at all, and most inventions were for the express purpose of shinobi. Things like television were used for entertainment rather than communication or videos on training. Another place technology made its mark was the kitchen, where most of it ran on electricity. In Konoha, most people and restaurants relied on traditional cooking methods. Transport was a lot easier, if a little cramped. The steam-powered locomotives from back in the elemental nations were replaced with faster ones that ran on electricity. There were even these things called planes that could fly you from one place to the next very quickly. And the food. Naruto had never seen such variety before. There were still the dishes he was used to back home with ramen, though none of them would ever match old man Ichiraku's rice, and others. Those dishes came from a place called Japan, he'd heard so much about. But there were many other cultures that brought their own techniques. Logan had explained that New York was a city of mostly immigrants, each bringing their own style into the great country that they were in, the United States of America. It was 2 weeks into his arrival that Professor Xavier had decided to visit him once again in his room. "I see you have settled well, do you mind if I come in?" he had asked while standing alone in the doorway. Naruto nodded, finally understanding what the professor was saying. "How are you, Naruto? Are you feeling well?" continued Xavier with a genuine tone of concern. Naruto thought for a moment before carefully choosing his words. "Feel good," he burrowed his brow in annoyance. "But confused. Don't know where home is." Xavier smiled and lifted his voice. "Well, Naruto, there is always a home for you here if you wish to stay. I know it hasn't been easy for you, but I really hope you can consider this a place where you can be safe. The doors are always open in this school." Naruto looked over the window. Where was home? Where were his friends? Would he ever go back to Konoha? He did not know the answer to these questions, but so far this was the only place that gave him shelter and care. It also helped that the professor was trying to get into contact with scientists and researchers to find out a way back home, however faint the hope may be. With a heavy heart, Naruto finally made his decision. "I will join Xavier-sensei." Professor Xavier smiled. "Good, I will look forward to teaching whatever I can. We will start training with your powers as well when the time comes. For now, I need to get into contact with the government so we can give you a citizenship and an identity. I will also enroll you so you can go to the same classes Jean and Scott attend." "Classes?" asked Naruto with a hint of dread. Xavier nodded. "That's right, you are going to school." The scream of pure agony could be heard for several miles like hurricane of pain. "That's right, you need to stay calm while you do it, remember to concentrate." Naruto could barely hear the voice of Jean as he tried to concentrate on the small concrete slab in front of him, carefully lifting it and trying to place it on the pile with the rest of the other ones that were haphazardly put one over the other. The activity would be considered easy by many, especially for someone as physically adept as Naruto, if he was doing it with his hands, but he was not. He was moving the stone slab with his mind. "You've almost got it. Just keep it up a little more," Jean said encouragingly. Naruto finally managed to put the gray slab on top of the others and sighed, finally letting go of concentration. Before he knew it, he felt a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "You did great, Naruto," exclaimed Jean as she looked over at the pile. It looked messily put together in comparison with her neatly stacked one. It should also be said the redhead managed to complete hers a long time ago. It was also taller. "Thank you, Jean, let's try some more." he said with determination as he concentrated once again on another slab. I think you should let it go, Naruto, you'll get a headache. Jean said with concern evident in her voice. Naruto grinned and then looked over to a large open area. Then let's get physical. Jean blushed a little for some reason before putting her hands up. That's more your thing, besides, don't you have your big test tomorrow? What does that have to do with anything, Jean? Naruto asked with some nervousness, but Jean only gave him a disapproving stare. If you don't pass your exam tomorrow, then you're not getting into high school. You'll turn 14 in a few months, won't you? If you pass you'll be just a year under us. If you fail you'll have to try again next year, warned the redhead. Naruto sighed. Alright, I guess I'll go ahead and hit the books, he said with a miserably tone. Jean smiled at him. I don't want your potential to slow down. You have a lot of it, Naruto. I believe you can pass. Anything for you, Jean. They both started to make their way back to the mansion, the imposing hotness of the sun marking the beginnings of summer and the end of the school season. Naruto had taken specialized classes very similar to the ones in Konoha. Jean and Aurora had made sure that he studied hard in order to catch up to the average American citizen, finalizing in what would be a test in order to enter as a freshman in the nearby Bayville High School. You're doing really well by the way, said Jean, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Naruto looked at the smiling redhead with appreciation. I've never really been good at school stuff, Jean. I've always been a little dumb. Jean laughed while she shook her head. I'm not talking about that, silly. I'm talking about your powers, although I don't think you're dumb, just unmotivated. I don't know about my powers, I mean, Naruto said as he looked at both their piles, I'm still miles behind you. Jean gave him an assuring look before saying, I've also had my powers for 3 years. She looked back at the pile of slabs as well. You've done in 3 months what I did in a year, if that doesn't make you talented, then I don't know what does. Naruto was about to speak again but Jean beat him to it first. As for school, you're also learning at an impressive rate. Most people I know wouldn't have learned as fast as you, with a language barrier at that. Just study hard and you'll do great tomorrow. Telepaths are supposed to be smart, you know. The blue-eyed shinobi sighed before looking at her. Are you sure I am? The Xavier-sensei could be wrong, you know. Sure, I heard voices when I first came here, but not since. Cerebro was right about your telekinetic abilities, wasn't it? Sometimes it takes time to manifest, said Jean before giving him a reassuring look. I'm sure you will get in touch with them soon, and when you do, I'll be there to help you with them. The blonde Jinchuriki smiled at the green-eyed girl. Nobody had ever complimented him like that before. Even Iruka's compliments came with a healthy tone of criticism, for his own good, of course, but having someone like Jean to believe in him the way she did made wonderful things for his confidence. I will try my best tomorrow, Jean-chan. I'll study all night if I have to, he said before running over to the mansion, across a small lake and started to walk above it. His chakra control was getting back to normal now, but it was still a little off compared to what it had been before. A few more weeks and he'd be back to normal. Naruto heard Jean starting to walk to the lake as well, but did not take a step. Jean started to fly. It was something she had been experimenting with for the past few weeks, using her telekinetic abilities to manipulate the gravity around herself, thus achieving flight, an ability many people dreamed of yet could only accomplish. You're going to have to teach me that sometime, said Naruto as he continued to walk. Study, Jean said sternly. I know. The mansion started to get even closer as they almost crossed the entire lake when Jean started to wobble slightly, letting out a small yelp as she lost control over her flight. Naruto was there on a heartbeat and caught her, taking the weight easily with the help of his chakra-enhanced body. You, complained Jean. Give me a few more weeks and I'll master it completely, thank you, by the way. No problem. Naruto let her down as soon as they reached the shore and continued to make their way back to the mansion. Hey, said Jean, drawing Naruto's attention once more. Weren't you and the professor going to that brilliant scientist soon? Naruto snorted. No. Apparently he decided he wants to go to space as soon as possible with some project he's completing. Oh, said Jean dryly. Sorry Naruto, I'm sure you'll get your answers soon. Naruto hummed in agreement, but any cheer was gone from it. It had been 3 months since he had accepted the professor's invitation to stay over with what he called the X-Men, a team of mutants he was hoping to form in order to reveal mutantkin to the world in a positive light, and for humanity to try their best to see that Homo superior and Homo sapiens could coexist together peacefully. Naruto could identify, after all, he himself had been born with something he never asked for. Still, the Jinchuriki had never mustered the courage to tell them about his tenant. A hidden part of Naruto did not want to get rejected by them, even if they were all rejects themselves. "Well, Jin, I'm going to study," she said with a no-nonsense tone. "But study." There was a tone of absolute finality. "Ah, fine, you win," Naruto said in a dejected tone before walking over to his room and shutting the door in resignation. The spiky-haired blonde had spent some time decorating his new abode well. He had to admit to it being better than his apartment back at the village. Pictures now adorned the room, showing Naruto's budding friendships with the X-Men. Jean and Aurora were mostly prominent in these, but there were some with the professor and even Scott. Naruto's bed was also far more comfortable than his old one, and the green paint on the walls was maintained much better. The one decorations he had been adamant in recreating was the symbol of Konoha displayed in a banner atop the bed. Sighing, he plopped down on his desk and looked over at the small mountain of textbooks that he was almost expected to memorize for tomorrow. They included subjects from mathematics, to biology, chemistry, and physics, along with English literature, history, and civics. Having to learn such a different version of events and the consequences that birthed the politics of the nation he was soon to be citizen of. It didn't mean that this world's history was stale by any word of the imagination, only that it was incredibly vast and confusing at times. The Jinchuriki groaned before picking the book on math and opening it. To be fair, Naruto had been getting better when it came to education than he had been at the academy. Jean hadn't been kidding when she said that the blonde was getting a lot better every day. It was still too much, far too much for a hyperactive shinobi who wanted nothing more than to continue training his powers. It was also too much for a normal person, since Naruto's been having to learn the new subjects all the time, along with things he didn't even know as humanly possible back in village. "Arg, this is hopeless," complained Naruto while slumping down on his chair before crossing his fingers and molding some chakra. "Need some energy." A clone appeared besides him. "See what you raid from the fridge," Naruto ordered the perfect replica of himself. "Gotcha, boss." Naruto would have gone himself like he usually did, but the amount of work that needed to be done by tomorrow was staggering, thus he took the easy way out and made the clone do it instead. But this decision led to a mass discovery that Naruto never bothered to try out. "Alright then, sine, cosine, cosecant," he started to trail off until the door opened, revealing the clone who was bringing back a giant sandwich. The clone put the meal down on the desk and promptly dispelled. That's when Naruto felt it, the feeling of memories flooding back to him clearly. In just a few moments he remembered going down to the kitchen and trying to prepare the sandwich. Aurora had walked in and after looking at him, helped to create the meal. Then the Jinchuriki remembered walking back to his room and setting it down. "What the hell?" Naruto exclaimed as he seemingly absorbed all of his clone's memories. "What was that?" Confused, he summoned another clone again, watching as the poof of smoke once again revealed the perfect replica of the blonde shinobi. "Go outside the mansion, then dispel yourself," ordered Naruto, watching as the clone nodded and jumped out the window and ran towards the gate. Naruto went back to the desk and waited impatiently until he finally felt it again. The clone's memories were quickly added to his own, as if they had been the very exact person. How had he never noticed such a thing before? Had nobody deemed it important to inform him of such a valuable feature of the shadow clone jutsu? "This is amazing," said Naruto, thinking about the various possibilities that such an amazing discovery. The excited blonde then looked at the big pile of books and notes he needed to memorize for tomorrow and got an idea. "A terrible, wonderful idea. I cannot believe it," came the surprised voice of Logan as he looked over at Naruto's results. Naruto grinned smugly. "Believe it. There's a new genius in the house." "There must be something wrong here," continued Logan, at the side with Scott. Summers seemed to agree. Certified genius. Kneel before my towering intellect, dumb DUMS. There's just no way you managed to get near perfect scores when you were still struggling with English just a month ago, said Scott. Did you cheat? You could get into big trouble for that. Naruto frowned at the bespectacled boy. I didn't cheat. How could I have done it, exactly? The professor decided to intervene before there were any further discussions. In any case, congratulations are in order, Naruto. Jean agreed with a smile. You did great, Naruto. I'm so proud of you. Naruto smiled at the redhead. Jean always informed him of the importance of education in this world. It was not like the shinobi system where you could barely graduate and then go on to become largely successful just as a shinobi. In this world, you could go on to further education through high school, and then choose a profession by going to college. Jean Grey was constantly adamant of going to college one day, hence her extreme focus on studying and getting the best grades. Good job Naruto, said Aurora with a rare smile. With these grades, you won't need to worry about getting into Bayville. Just keep up your grades and you could go to a very good college. We should celebrate, Jean suggested enthusiastically. Got things to do, said Logan before walking out of the room. Professor Xavier looked at Naruto with a regretful look. I'm sorry as well, but I must keep on the lookout for new mutants. I must do my best to keep them hidden from the world. Then he led his chair outside as well. Scott simply walked out with the words, got to train. Only Naruto, Jean, and Aurora remained in the room in the end. The red-headed telepath looked just a little bit angry as the door closed. Why'd I even bother? She said before looking at Aurora. Can I count on you then, Aurora? Aurora smiled at the pair once again. Of course, I will. Can we do it tomorrow? Said Naruto, interrupting both of them. I've been awake the past 2 days. It was true, he hadn't slept in quite some time and the energy that Naruto usually had in droves was sapping quickly now that he had delivered the great news to the rest of the mansion. Tiredness started to seep into him, slowly but surely. Oh, sorry, Naruto. To her credit, Jean looked sheepish. I guess I was making plans without thinking about you, sorry. Let's celebrate tomorrow then. Naruto nodded with a smile and promptly started to drag himself to his room upstairs. It was strange, the blonde had never felt this completely exhausted before without going through extreme physical strain, such as the training he did back on Wave or when he rode Gamabunta during the entire day. The strain seemed to be more mental than anything. The Jinchuriki's head was pounding and his eyes were bleary until he finally plopped down on the comfortable bed to try and hibernate the exhaustion away. He was instead met with the sight of a sewer, a dark and extremely familiar sewer. So familiar that Naruto did not need to walk too far before he was met with what he was dreading to see. Immense metal bars that may seem to go on for at least 100 meters guarded what at first seemed to be darkness. At least until a pair of huge, angry red eyes appeared from the empty blackness and the body of the giant nine-tailed fox soon followed. Naruto waited for the Kyuubi to once again try and kill him like their first encounter. Activating his Sharingan, he managed to step back quickly in order to avoid the massive claws that threatened to cut him in half. You, spawn of Madara! Snarled Kyuubi. You dare come before me with those wretched eyes? Madara? Naruto asked, confused. Who the hell is this Madara, furball? He remembered the name from several of Iruka's classes he barely paid attention to but forgot who exactly that person was. To think that I would be stuck with you! Roared Kyuubi, seemingly ignoring his question. Not only have I felt Hashirama's detestable chakra in you and Kushina, but now you also dare to show that bastard's putrid eyes as well. Hashirama. That was a name Naruto did know about. Even a knucklehead like him remembered the name of the legendary Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the most powerful of them all. But who was this Kushina? That was a name the Jinchuriki was certain he had never even heard in classes or in any conversation. What are you talking about, you damn fox? Yelled Naruto. Madara, Kushina, who are these people? And what do you mean about Hashirama's chakra? You've really done it now, you damn brat. Kyuubi continued to roar. I thought you could get us into more trouble than before, but look at us now. Galaxies away from home and no way back. I've met some imbeciles in my time, but you are quite something else, you bloody Uchiha. Uchiha. Naruto yelled indignantly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. U-Zu-Ma-Ki. Not with those damned eyes, you're not. Countered the nine-tailed fox. It doesn't mean I'm an Uchiha. Replied Naruto, getting increasingly annoyed at the angrier than usual Biju. Shut it, brat, growled Kyubi. I don't want to hear anything from a descendant of Uchiha Madara. You shut it, fuzzball. Enough, came a commanding voice that appeared to drown even the mighty-tailed beast. Naruto started to look over for the source of the interruption, seeing absolutely nothing in the darkness that surrounded them at first. Then, two bright lights started to appear. They were a deep purple in color and seemed to be getting clearer, more pronounced, until concentric rings started to form around the orbs. Looking at them more closely as time went by, Naruto realized that what he was seeing was a pair of really weird eyes. Still too young, far younger than I was when I started to fight. The voice was even louder for Naruto, yet it wasn't because he was hearing it with his ears. He was hearing it with his mind. I see, continued the voice in Naruto's head, so you do have the same gifts I had in your age. Gifts? Asked Naruto through his mind. Yes, gifts, the voice said. The people that took you in call it mutation. Genetics are quite the foundry of mysteries, even to such meticulously scientifically oriented populations such as the one you currently inhabit. It seems that even the streams of time have not been sufficient to adequately resolve the myriad of quandaries regarding our ancestors. What? Asked Naruto in confusion. Speak normally. Dialectics is another consequence of the interminable flow of the ages. My apologies if my discernible verbiage seems ambiguous to your comprehension, but it is the meaning of the words that I hope to instill into you, young Naruto. Cut your speech down, old man. Naruto said in exasperation. Who are you and what do you want? Is my mind some sort of meeting place for weirdos? I see you have not been properly educated as to my identity. I was under the presumptuous impression that your world would still remember the iconic appearance of my eyes, the voice said with only a tad hint of annoyance. Naruto calmed down slightly as he tried to quickly identify the two eyes that were seemingly floating in front of him. The blonde quickly remembered the fateful day that he traveled across space and arrived on planet Earth. The pair of purple, ringed eyes were the same as the ones the Jinchuriki had seen then. You were there that time. Who are you? Naruto asked. Not yet, young Naruto. You have been training your body well, but further communication would necessitate the conditioning of your mind. Naruto looked annoyed. Is that your way of saying I'm stupid? Mayhaps, said the voice. I will reveal myself to you again when you're appropriately qualified for further mental correspondence. Train with the man you call Xavier, and with the red-headed female you seem to have affection for. Now, rest well, my young descendant. Affection. Jean. Dessen. What? But Naruto knew nothing more of the ancient and commanding voice. He did start to hear another voice though. Naruto. Naruto. Wake up, Naruto. Huh? What? I'm awake. I'm awake, the blonde murmured as the fogginess on his vision began to clear in order to reveal Jean Grey, standing over his bed, concern written all over her features. The redhead had seemingly gotten up in the night and given her heavy, had more than likely made a beeline over to Naruto's bedroom in order to see what had disturbed her sleep. However, even in this state, her emerald eyes shined with worry and the vibrant red hair looked as soft as it had ever been. Did he ever mention how pretty Jean was? Because Jean was really pretty. I'm alright, I had a really confusing dream. He took a sitting position on the bed. Jean looked unconvinced however. Naruto, I think you just had a psychic communication, a very strong one from the looks of it. It was so strong that it woke me from my sleep. Her voice grew more concerned when she said, and if it woke me from my sleep, I think the professor will want to have a talk with you tomorrow. Naruto sighed. I was getting worried that the professor might be correct, he said while looking at Jean. So, I really am like the two of you. Jean giggled. Ah, come on, it isn't too bad, she said jokingly before adopting a more serious tone. If you have any problems with it, she looked at him intently, I'll be there to help you, Naruto. Naruto briefly remembered what the voice in the dream had said about the professor and Jean. It was true. This particular skill was not something that he would develop easily without guidance, and it could lead to him harming others. There was no other choice, he would need to go towards the professor for help with his powers. Anyways, Jean interrupted. Don't worry about it too much. Remember, tomorrow is your celebration day. I'm sure we can delay your training for a bit. Naruto smiled slightly. Very well, and Jean? Yes. Thank you. The redhead smiled at him, the action seemed to radiate across the darkened room. You're welcome, Naruto. Good night. Naruto's heart seemed to thump a little faster as she started to close the door, never breaking eye contact with the redhead. Good night. Every day it seemed that it was getting easier to control the clones and the newfound ability Naruto had discovered nearly by mistake. Even now as Aurora managed to dispel one replica of himself after another, the blonde managed to see things, observations, movements, flaws in the dark-skinned woman's movements. The ability to learn small movements was enhanced even more by the eyes that Naruto had gained when he arrived, the Sharingan. Just like when he battled against Sasuke, the blonde's eyesight was clearer than any other time he had ever experienced. Almost every small movement that Aurora made could be closely calculated by the blonde. Very well then, she seems to be concentrated on that little batch of them over there. Makes it easier for me to sneak up behind her. Before he could go on with his plans, Aurora stopped throwing lightning in order to concentrate fully. She shut her bright white eyes and the world seemed to go still as rays of thunder raged across the field, destroying all his clones. Damn. Aurora smiled. Don't let overconfidence be your downfall. I have more power than you think. Naruto chuckled. I can see that. I doubt you have reached the limits that your powers can accomplish. I will say the same about you, responded Aurora. And here I thought you two would be getting ready, interrupted a disapproving voice. Naruto turned around to see an annoyed Jean walking over to them. I thought we agreed to celebrate today, Naruto. She continued. Said blonde had the decency to look sheepish. Sorry Jean, Aurora here offered to help me train for a bit. I thought you would want a little bit more sleeping time after finals week. I'm not lazy. And you were the one who was tired. Naruto raised his hands in a pacifying manner. I didn't mean anything by it. Jean huffed. Scott still isn't coming with us, so it will be only the three of us. I will try and make my presence as pleasurable as possible, assured Aurora. I know you will, and you too Naruto. Now, you two better get cleaned up, I'll wait for you. Naruto and Aurora promptly left the training grounds in order to get changed for another day at the giant city. The blonde opted for a simple orange-colored shirt and jeans. The white-haired girl, however, dressed a little more freely, with an almost plunging neckline. I wonder why she then chooses for her outfit to be more revealing. They once again decided to take the taxi, being that they did not have anyone that could drive them over to the subway station. Jean was looking forward to starting driving lessons next year, and Aurora had mentioned that she personally did not like vehicles. Jean mentioned that he should be the one in the front seat this time. Maybe that way you will like cars a little better, she had said before lowering her voice and whispering, I already lost that battle with Aurora. The slight yet visible panic as Aurora sat down in the cab once again confirmed that she was not very comfortable with closed spaces. It was an observation that Naruto had seen about her yet had not dared to pry. Interacting with Jean during the past months had given him a little bit of tact that he didn't have before. So, Naruto, said Jean as she took her spot in next to Aurora. Where do you want to eat now? Naruto mulled over the question. If this had been Konoha, then the answer would have obviously been ramen, the food that the gods had deigned to bestow upon mankind, but New York City boasted a wide selection of cuisines that Naruto was not yet familiar with. I don't know, said Naruto. What do you girls want? I'll be satisfied with anything you wish, responded Aurora calmly. Well, said Jean, it is our celebration, so I heard of a little Italian bistro that's supposedly pretty good. Might have to show up to get a reservation first though. Alright, said Naruto. Food from Italy was especially delicious, he had found out. He took a brief look at both Aurora and Jean. It had been a very different experience from Konoha, being friends with both girls. Back in the village, the closest thing Naruto had that resembled a female friend was Sakura, and the Pinkett did not treat him as nice as the two young mutants. By the way, sorry to bring this up now, but since we are going to town, I decided to meet an acquaintance as well, said Jean. You invited friends from Bayville? Asked Naruto. I don't know if I would call her friend. She's recently entered college and I've been meaning to ask her about her career and the school she goes to. It will be nice to meet new people, said Aurora. She's really bright. Top marks and all, she skipped a whole year in high school to qualify. What's her name? Asked Naruto, admittedly a little curious about meeting what seemed to be an older woman. Storm. Naruto and Aurora looked over at Jean in confusion. Susan Storm, Jean corrected. Her name's Susan Storm. The cab stopped over at the outskirts of the city, where the subway system started. Being that New York was huge, it would be far less of a hassle, and less expensive, to instead use the railways to move from several points in the city in rapid succession. The city itself was packed as always, and Naruto was already familiar enough with it that he knew this was a relatively calm period of the day. During rush hour, even the sidewalks were completely packed to its limits. It would be far easier if we could just go there with our powers, grumbled Naruto, drawing a disapproving look from Jean. You know we cannot, Jean reprimanded. Not until we're ready, at least. I know, but still. Let's go. Jean looked over to her cell phone. Susan's telling me that she's in Central Park. I say we get our reservations and then go pick her up. The bistro that Jean talked about was indeed full. As everything was in the big city, their table was reserved, but they would have to wait for an hour until their table was ready. Smelling the trails of Italian food that wafted from the kitchen, Naruto's stomach was already grumbling in anticipation. Jean accepted for the rest of them and they promptly left the restaurant in Little Italy and headed towards the large park that was situated in the middle of Manhattan. It was less crowded than before, thankfully, and Naruto could appreciate the visage of trees far better than the last time Jean and Aurora had taken him. You always seem happy when you're around trees, commented Aurora. They almost remind me of home. The trees he had seen were nothing compared to the size of those in the vast forests of the High no Kuni, but they indeed seemed to be a reminder. Naruto didn't even realize until that moment how much he missed the trees. I do have my own appreciation for nature, said Aurora. You never told me that you had a little fascination with it. It's one of my hobbies. I had a few plants back at home. The old man Hokage and Iruka-sensei gave them to me in order to try and instill some sense of responsibility and patience. Naruto briefly remembered the third Hokage and his academy sensei with some sadness. I think the Hokage was expecting something else though. One time he asked me if I could feel the trees. It was strange, but recently I've been actually feeling them, somehow. The white-haired girl smiled at him. I'll call you over when I'm in need of an assistant for gardening. Perhaps it will offer a distraction that doesn't sparring. You're on. There she is, interrupted Jean, her gaze pointing over a young blonde woman. She looking annoyed while she spoke into her cell phone. As they made their way over to the Susan, her voice became clearer. Don't you dare, Johnny. She exclaimed at the phone. You will leave that car in the garage or I swear to God. She let the threat hang in the air as she looked over to them. I have to go now. If anything happens while I'm gone, I will know about it. She ended the call. Sorry for intruding, Ms. Storm, Jean said diplomatically. Jean Grey. And these are Aurora Munro and Naruto Uzumaki. I'm the one who's sorry, Susan responded. It's my little brother. I imagine you've seen Johnny over at class. Both girls nodded. I believe he tried to ask me out on a date a month ago, said Aurora with a slightly annoyed voice. That Johnny. It was of little importance. I just told him I was not interested at the moment. I think his ego was more harmed than anything. Right. Susan then looked over at Naruto. Hey, you're the one that got that high score, aren't you? Guilty as charged, Naruto said proudly. The Jinchuriki never thought that he would ever be congratulated because of his academic achievements, but this was a strange world he had landed on. You have a great future ahead of you, continued Susan. What area are you most interested in? Physics, medicine, or maybe you're more into engineering? Naruto tried to respond. Oh, sorry, you're only starting high school next semester. I guess you'll figure it out in time. Naruto nodded in affirmation, but inside of him, thoughts were far away from any career that Earth might offer. Hokage, I will become Hokage. That's what I have always wanted, isn't it? Here was Naruto, in another world entirely, apparently creating a new life with new friends, while Konoha was being left behind. Returning to his village should be his main priority, and yet he was discussing the possibilities of being some scientist or doctor with three of the most beautiful girls the shinobi had ever seen. I can't stay here, and the closer I get to them, the harder it will be when I have to return home. The appeal of living here was immediately noticeable. Gone were the stares of disdain. There was not constant threat of the Akatsuki appearing from nowhere to harvest the Kyuubi's power. He was accomplished academically, he had good friends in the X-Men, and the whole world seemed open to him for countless possibilities. Yet in the end, he knew, he had to return home to Konoha. The blonde still had unfinished business in there, the promise he had made to Sakura, his best friend joining with a mass murderer, Ero Sennin, Granny Tsunade, all his old friends were there. Not to mention his lifelong dream of becoming Hokage. His thoughts were interrupted by a sound that were very familiar to him now. Naruto had heard them the first night he had arrived, and eventually started to hear them in several movies and TV shows. Gunshots. Several people around them winced, some of them even tried to locate the origin of the cracking sound, but the thing that Naruto found completely fascinating was how they all then started to go on about their business like nothing had happened. Sorry about that, said Susan. She was more than likely used to seeing such events. The same could probably not be said for Jean, who originated from a calmer hamlet in upstate New York, since she indeed looked a little disturbed at the level of crime that could be witnessed in the great city. Aurora similarly looked uncomfortable, but for other reasons. Her demeanor was one that radiated guilt. Why does no one do anything? Asked Naruto. Crime was virtually non-existent back in Konoha. You'd have to leave over to the small villages and small countries with no shinobi force in order to find any kind of real crime. Susan shrugged sadly. People have just gotten used to it, I guess. Captain Stacy does what he can, but crime is still reaching new heights and there have been no suspects as to who is pulling the strings. Has it always been like this? Well, it used to be worse back in the day, especially the 30s, but there was apparently a guy back then that used to fight them. I think he was called, the Shadow. Nice name, commented Naruto. The Shadow, it translates to, cage, in my language. Quite ironic if he was the cage watching over the people of New York. So, interrupted Jean, how about going to eat now? I'm starving. The group agreed, starting the walk back to Little Italy to where the bistro was located. It was still packed, but a table for 4 was reserved for them as it had been asked previously. The waitress immediately handed them a menu and asked if they wanted drinks. Aurora asked for risotto with mushrooms while Jean settled for a carbonara pasta. Susan just went for caprese salad. A small margarita pizza was also ordered for the center. Naruto went all out of course, ordering a chicken parmesan, a bowl of spaghetti, and some cheese ravioli. You're really gonna finish all that? Asked Susan. I'm a growing boy with a fast metabolism. But still. He'll finish it, said Jean mirthfully. Believe me. The wait for the food was long, and Jean decided to immediately start grilling Susan for information as to what she was doing. Well, I chose to go for biomedical engineering, said Susan. But I'm also taking some classes on English literature, totally unrelated, I know, but I've always loved to read, and I dreamed of writing something myself in the future. That's amazing, said Jean. So where are you thinking about working now? With your qualifications, you could be an intern in almost every place. I may have some plans coming up, said Susan, getting a little nervous about sharing any more information. But maybe it's not worth it in the end. What about Stark Industries? Susan turned sour. I'm sure many people admire Tony Stark, but I really don't want to work for a company that sells weapons to African and Middle Eastern warlords, thank you very much. I believe you are making the correct decision, said Aurora. Stark Industries? Naruto asked. It was started by Howard Stark, a scientist who found out that there was big money to be made by creating technologically advanced weapons and selling them to the government so they could fight in the war. Explained Susan. But the war ended a long time ago, and they still sell weapons to the government, or whoever it is that's buying. So, they don't do anything aside from making weapons. Well, that's not entirely accurate. They do have other departments that focus on technology that's available to the public. They're not as well funded as the weapons side though. I thought I did see some cell phones with Stark Industries as the logo, said Naruto. I didn't know they made weapons, though. Really? Asked Susan with some surprise. I thought everyone knew about Stark Industries, especially because of Mr. Stark. Who's Mr. Stark? Okay, now you're pulling my leg. You've never heard of Tony Stark. Billionaire extraordinaire and philandering playboy Tony Stark. I thought everyone was aware of him, especially boys your age. God knows Johnny won't stop talking about him. I'm new in town. It was a pathetic excuse. Where are you from? Naruto gave the only answer that he could think of. Japan. That's amazing, said Susan. Though you don't look very Japanese. You do have a little accent though, now that I think about it. What about Oscorp? Asked Jean, giving Naruto some reprieve. To be honest, I may be looking to land a position in the government. The man I know is currently working with them. But who knows, maybe someday I will wish to work under a company. But it has to follow a certain moral code for me to pursue a job with them. I see. The food arrived just at that moment, and Naruto did indeed end up eating all of it with relative ease, much to the amazement of Susan. He did have some self-restraint, however. Gone was the habit of scarfing down every single morsel of food that he used to have before. A few months with Aurora and Jean made sure of that. Instead, Naruto ate calmly and slowly, using the metal utensils that had been alien to him a few months ago. The food was excellent, as he had suspected it would be. Naruto made sure to never doubt Jean when it came to the many choices of cuisine that the city had to offer. Jean mostly continued to speak to Susan about career options and opportunities, but Naruto paid little attention to it. His eyes seemed fixed to the newspaper title, The Daily Bugle, that was held by a man sitting next to them. Headlines advised against the rising crime rate of the city and warned the readers to be careful during the day. Thanks for the meal, said Naruto. Agreed, thank you very much for organizing, Jean, said Aurora. You're most welcome. I hope it was no bother to you, Ms. Storm. Please, call my Sue, I'm always open to hear about other students. I hope to hear great things from all of you. Especially you, Naruto, said the blonde girl. I think you may have a great future ahead of you. I'll make sure to not disappoint. Yet as Naruto prepared for bed that evening, he couldn't help but think about all that was happening around him. It was a lot easier back in Konoha. All he had to worry about was to defeat the Akatsuki and become Hokage. It was an objective that was easier said than done, but the plan was simple and straightforward. He was a shinobi and all life centered around that fact. Here it seemed that life was tugging at him in all directions. What should he become? An X-Man? A scientist? A businessman? What about the crime he was seeing all around him? Did his powers give him the moral responsibility of intervening? To protect those who had no other protection? It was all so confusing. When he returned to Konoha, it would all be simpler then. At least that's what he told himself in order to finally be able to pass the night. That's enough, came the voice of the professor. Naruto used as an anchor to leave the utterly confusing state of mind he was lost in. Slowly, Charles Xavier's office came into sight, and the blonde shinobi found himself seating once again in familiar territory. What happened? I didn't feel like I did anything, Naruto said in confusion. The professor opened his eyes. We were getting too far into dangerous territory. Naruto nodded. It was his very first session with the professor. A month had passed since the blonde had met the strange entity with the ringed eyes, and the leader of the X-Men finally had taken an interest in developing his mental prowess, now that there was no doubt about the abilities of his mind. It was hard. Harder than anything Naruto had ever done before. The abilities of the mind were something that were almost beyond comprehension at first when the professor had laid out the theory. The mind is more complicated than anything in our being, Naruto. It's completely normal for it to be confusing. That's what the professor had said. Naruto chose to confide in him for the moment. Can we try again? I think I may be getting the hang of it. Another time, perhaps. The mind needs rest just like any muscle, and it has been strained far too much for your first session. Okay, how about if I try it with Jean sometime? The professor gave a stern look. I would advise against it. Both you and Jean are still young telepaths, and despite her being more advanced than you, I believe that an attempt that goes wrong could seriously harm you. But believe me, Naruto, warned Xavier. This ability is something that should not be tread with lightly. It is a power that far defies anything you may ever do. There are little things that are more important than the strength of the mind. Any other feat you do will pale in comparison when you learn to unlock the keys to your subconscious. Until then, you must learn to practice restraint. I understand. This is not only a rule I have made for you. Jean also has these indications so that she can't harm others or herself, said the professor. I will see you in 3 days for the next session. Make sure to do the exercises I specified and read those texts. I will test you on them later. Very well, Professor. Naruto stood up to leave the office. Thank you for helping me. My door is always open, said the professor. Naruto was about to exit when he heard the professor say one last thing. Naruto, I must inform you that Logan is waiting for you in the basement. He has another type of training waiting for you. Confused, Naruto searched for the elevator that led him downstairs to the secret area below the mansion. The shinobi had heard that this is where Cerebro was stored. Logan was waiting for him at the entrance, as he had been told he would. Hey there, brat, said the older man. Hey there, grandpa. Don't push your luck. He started to walk down a hallway, indicating for Naruto to follow. It's time to intensify your training to the next level. You're gonna be dealing with a lot more down here than in the outside training areas. What makes this place so special? Wait and see. You need to get changed to your outfit first, said Logan, handing him some clothes that were similar to the ones he had seen Jean and Scott wear when they were training. There's the changing room, ordered Logan. Naruto thought that the outfit was certainly elaborate. Tough enough to withstand damage and yet flexible enough to allow for easy movement. Once he put them on, he left the room and went back outside to see Logan, who started to walk through the hallway without saying a word. Eventually, there was a large door that was larger than the other ones. The metal frame signified that it would be opened electronically, and sure enough, Logan entered a code so that the massive entrance could be revealed. Get inside and wait for my instructions. Naruto did as he was told and entered the room that was soon illuminated, revealing an utterly bizarre open space that was circular in shape, surrounded lights. Other than that, it was completely empty. Welcome to the danger room, brat, the gruff voice of Logan emanated from some kind of speakers. I hope for your sake that you're ready for it. Doesn't look very dangerous to me, old man, Naruto said sarcastically. It will soon enough. Let's start with some dodging, see how many of them you can take. An odd contraption with a dangerous-looking barrel emerged from the center of the room and immediately set its sights on Naruto. We'll start with one. I sure hope you don't give up yet. The cannon started to charge itself with an audible sound, its tip glowing red. The weapon then fired the crimson ray of energy towards him, similar to Scott's own optical blasts. Naruto dodged it quickly without any trouble, finding it to be slower than some of the kunai and shuriken that had been thrown at him back in the academy. Still not seeing the big fuzz around this place, old man. This is pretty easy, Naruto mocked. Famous last words, brat. Immediately, 4 other cannons emerged from several points in the room, all of them pointing their cannons towards the Jinchuriki. All right, yelled Naruto as he activated his Sharingan. Now we're talking. So passed the rest of the day. Every time Naruto looked like he was breezing through the cannons, Logan added a few more to increase the intensity of the program. By the end of the exercise, there were over 20 cannons shooting at him consecutively. None of them found their mark. That's enough, brat. Come over here to the control terminal. The Jinchuriki deactivated the Sharingan. Red eyes returning to their normal blue as he exited the room and went over to where Logan was situated. Inside, he was surprised to see that Jean, Scott, and Aurora were alongside the older mutant. You performed most admirably, Naruto, said Aurora with a pretty smile. I don't think even Logan has such an athletic ability. Logan snorted. It'll take much more than that to hit me. No time for that, came the unusually grave voice of Jean. The redhead walked over to him, shoving a newspaper into his hands. Read this. Naruto looked over at the copy of the Daily Bugle, trying to see what Jean was indicating. As always, the pages seemed to be propagating fear about the rising crime rates, but such an occurrence was almost normal by this point. I don't see anything, Jean. Fifth page, she commanded. Naruto turned the page in order to see the headline. Rogue spacecraft launches from California airfield. Naruto skimmed over the article until a name punched him immediately. Reed Richards. So he did go to space after all, said Logan. I didn't think he would go about it illegally though. God knows how many accidents can happen over there. Not that. Read the end of the page, urged Jean. The shinobi read the last few paragraphs, detailing how Reed Richards had not been alone in his quest to space. Indeed, the article talked about how a military friend of Dr. Richards, Benjamin Grimm, had accompanied him to space. But that was not all the article had to offer. Indeed, within the last paragraphs, two more names were revealed that Naruto knew very well. They were siblings, barely out of their teens, and had accompanied Dr. Richards for some reason or another unknown the author. Susan and Jonathan Storm. It had been a very long time since the Sage of the Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagurromo had spoken to another individual. Least of all to his own descendant and his own creation. Despite the reality, the Rinnegan bearer almost thought of Kurama as his own child, one of the many he fathered when he was still flesh and bone. It has been quite a protracted amount of years since I last managed to establish a verbal discourse with you, Kurama. The orange nine-tailed fox had grown considerably since their last meeting. Even after his creation, Kurama and his fellow tailed beasts were extremely sizable. Now, millennia after they were given birth, the strongest of the Biju towered above even mountains. Still, Kurama seemed quite alarmed at the presence of Hagurromo, hairs stiffening as he opened his eyes and looked at the new figure that appeared before the giant bars that imprisoned him. Old man, so it was you, grumbled Kurama. It is, you have grown considerably. And you haven't changed at all. Neither have you, Kurama, said the sage. Not your demeanor at least. Hagurromo allowed himself a small smile at seeing the mean-mannered fox. The most difficult of the nine, ironic that Kurama would be sealed within the boy that was turning out to be so much like him, the last full descendant of the Otsutsuki bloodline. What are you doing here, old man? Will you release me from this prison at last? The wizened sage looked at Kurama seriously. You know it is quite impossible for me to do such an action, Kurama. Even if I could, it would kill your host. The giant fox's eyes glowed in anger. Let him die then, like I care about that snot-nosed brat. He's brash, stupid, annoying, loud, and my descendant. Kurama snorted. So, he does have your chakra. I knew that he had some of Ashura's, Kushina made sure of that, but I didn't know for sure. He then grits his teeth in absolute hatred. But Madara's, Indra's. How could that happen? His father, Madara's son, revealed Hagurromo. That damned Yondaime. I would have taken even more pleasure in his death if I knew that he was Madara's bastard. Hagurromo closed his eyes as he pondered his most troubled son. Indra, there was so much he regretted about raising the older brother of Ashura. The inheritor of his eyes then gave birth to the Uchiha clan, who carried the same curse of loss and hatred as their progenitor. Madara was but one of the long line of Sharingan wielders that had left their grief control their actions. With more pain and loss, more power came to them thanks to Mangekyo, and in turn their hatred grew. The curse of hatred, it was called. The curse of Indra's hatred. If it be your desire put an indictment to someone for Indra and his descendants' actions, then you only need to look back at me, Kurama. The fox growled. I don't know why you would say that, old man. It was me that rejected Indra when I should have helped him. I gave him too little and Ashura too much. Love and respect have their place in the further development of the world, but so does might and power. Picking one and ignoring the other was my biggest folly in life, one that the world suffered as a consequence of. Kurama seemed to agree, if grudgingly. Too much kindness and you're a spineless weakling. Too much power and you're a tyrant. I succeeded as a son by bringing my mother to heel. I succeeded as a sage and as a ruler when I led countless peoples towards a new future, and I failed as a father at the end, my greatest shame. It's a little late for sob stories, old man, but if you want to feel even more guilty, then I have another one for you, us. Yelled Kurama. Countless ages have come and gone since you've been alive, and yet instead of living with humans, we have been imprisoned, all of us. Imprisoned into these bodies. Kurama was right to be angry. Hagurromo knew that, perhaps he had been optimistic about the future. People feared what they could not understand. He should have known that when those without the ability to use ninju began to grow wary of his followers, who could create amazing feats with chakra. Perhaps, but I told you that one individual would come. I saw it in my visions, said Hagurromo. You knew about my abilities and that I could see far beyond the events that were happening currently. That's an overcomplicated way of saying you could see into the future, but I get remember. Hagurromo nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, he has the chakra of both Ashura and Indra, my chakra. Kurama started to laugh at the statement. The brat, seriously, you're comparing the brat to yourself. His heavy chuckles got almost hysterical. He's an idiot. To correlate both of you is an insult to your strength, old man. You did not know much about me in my youth, Kurama. His personality may be similar to Ashura's at first, but I have seen some parts of Indra in him, hidden, but very much present. He still will never rise up to your immense power, old man. I remember you creating worlds. The brat can barely take one tail of my power. If this is your successor, then I weep for our future, Kurama said mockingly. I see things you cannot, Kurama. I know several things, not all, but far more than most. Do not judge him for the level of power he has now. Judge him by his spirit, his character. So like Ashura and Indra and yet different from myself. Better than myself in some cases. Kurama grumbled. I do not care about it anymore. I'm simply waiting for a time for me to get out from the brat's body and go to where nobody will bother me. Hagurromo made a barely noticeable smile. How would you do that, Kurama? So far from home in a world that would immediately chase after you with advanced technology. Then I'll crush them, growled Kurama. Have you so little care about life now? Did I not teach you better? Kurama merely snorted in derision. He will be in need of your aid during his trials in this place, said Hagurromo. What makes this place so special? What kind of grand plan of fate or destiny necessitated us being here? Asked Kurama, a little bit calmer than he was before. As calm as the nine-tailed fox could be at least. This place is different, a new world so to say, a vast new world. Gaia has been plagued by my mistakes. I fear that young Naruto would only follow in the footsteps of either Ashura or Indra, explained Hagurromo. But here he has a new place, a place that offers to trials and tribulations that will allow him to grow. To prosper without the pressure of the Akatsuki or his village. He's free and here to become what he is meant to become, for better or worse. Kurama stayed silent for a few minutes, looking deep in thought before he finally answered. You know I will not be so easily swayed. I am not like the others. If Uzumaki Naruto is the person you saw all those years ago, then he will need to prove it. Hagurromo nodded, knowing that it was the best that could be expected from Kurama. It was up to young Naruto now. It was all up to him. If there was one thing that Naruto would wholeheartedly agree with Shikamaru, it was that almost all situations became inexorably more troublesome where women were involved. Whether it was buying clothes, food, planning an event, or in the present case, buying flowers. Yellow is the best for friendship, explained Jean as she picked a few tulips. A bright and positive-looking color. Aurora, however, was looking at the green chrysanthemums with interest. Green is the color of nature, of life and rebirth, she said as her fingertips traced the flower delicately. It might do Susan some good to have that connection. The doctors say that she isn't in a critical state anymore. It's only recovery from now on, countered Jean. Can't we get both? Asked Naruto, his hands filled with bags, each one with a different logo from the various assortment of shops he'd accompanied Jean and Aurora to. He was beginning to understand why Scott didn't want to come along. Not that he'd pass a chance to spend time with the two female mutants. I believe that can work, said Aurora, kneeling down to pick the yellow and green flowers and organizing them into a bouquet. Naruto knew that the white-haired mutant was well versed when it came to nature. She was a force of it, after all. Already, she had told him about a plan to create a garden in the mansion, as well as one smaller one next to her room. Being a fellow Green Thumb, the Jinchuriki was more than happy to help with Aurora's little project. Well then, interrupted Jean. We have the get-well hamper, the balloon, the flowers, the chocolates, anything missing. Us, said Aurora. The hospital is very strict about their hours. We better get there soon. Right, Jean said sheepishly as they paid for the flowers and started to walk over to the hospital, taking the subway which was thankfully less crowded than usual. I still can't believe that Susan would do something as outlandish as going to space. What do you think happened up there? Asked Jean. Naruto shrugged. I guess we'll see when we get there. Thank the goddess that nothing serious happened to her. Things could have been much worse than they were, Aurora consoled. We still don't know exactly her status, only that she's apparently stable and available for visitations. Jean furrowed her brow. Even then, we had to get special permission. Naruto grinned. She'll be all right, he assured. Jean responded with a small smile. You're right, Jean sighed. I guess I'm worrying a little too much. Hey! She suddenly exclaimed as she stood up. Since when are you taller than me? Naruto looked confused as she stood side to side with him. I've always been taller than you, Jean. No way, Jean said. You were always the shorter one. Naruto smirked. After being one of the shorter students in the academy, it was nice that he was finally getting his long-delayed growth spurt. As of now, he stood a little taller than Jean and just a smidge shorter than Aurora. With any luck, he would continue to keep growing more and more. I'm a growing boy, Naruto offered, a little smug. The hospital was only a couple of blocks away from the station. It was a tall building, just like everything in the giant city. In the front, there seemed to be an elderly yet jovial man trying to open the door while holding a box in his hands. Jean and Aurora promptly went to help him. Thank you, the old man wheezed, who despite his age still kept an air of youth and timeless mirth. You're welcome. Where are you taking these? Asked Jean. Just to the car, gotta get it back home. Jean smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Naruto will help, right? The tone of voice meant that it was not a suggestion. Sure. Naruto just held his already overburdened hands. Just put it on the top, old man. Naruto. Aurora chided. Manners. The elderly man just chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. I have not forgotten my age. Come on, kiddo. The stranger started to walk over to his parked car, the ever-present smile never fading. Even with sunglasses hiding his eyes, they seemed to spark with endless amusement and imagination. Thank you, kiddo, he said as he got into the car. The world needs more heroes like you, you know. I'm not really sure that this was all that heroic, old man. The man laughed. Every little thing counts. Your adventure is just beginning. His smirk then turned a little more devious. A little advice, kiddo. You better hold on to those beautiful ladies, you won't regret it. Before Naruto could even respond, the man thrust his hand in the air and exclaimed, Excelsior. Before driving away and disappearing into the traffic. The blue-eyed shinobi could not say why, but the words filled him with encouragement. One that kept on even when he returned to Jean and Aurora, who were busy with the receptionist. So, you're Miss Gray, Miss Munro, and Mr. Uzumaki. The location of these patients is being kept secret from the public. That includes the press. I don't think I need to tell you that the hospital and the government wants to keep it that way, warned the receptionist. We won't betray Sue's trust, ma'am, said Jean before walking over to the elevator. Even when they got to the floor, the reception seemed to be guarded. Men that looked to be straight out of the Secret Service were on the floor lobby. 2 more were stationed at either side of the door where Susan was supposedly resting. The guards asked for their identification again before they grudgingly opened the door. Naruto did not know what he expected to see when he entered the hospital room. Given the severity of the news and Jean's anxiousness, he half expected to see a severely burned Susan, or at least with half her limbs missing. The last thing he thought he'd see was exactly what lay in front of him. Susan was as normal and beautiful as the day he'd seen her. Sue, are you all right? Jean exclaimed, almost rushing to the bed where the blonde had been busy reading a book. As good as I can be, answered Susan, a warm smile inviting them to come closer. Thanks for visiting. It's kind of hard with how we've been quarantined. That's not a problem. said Naruto, almost buried in the gifts. The older blonde almost laughed at the sight of him. You didn't need to bring anything. Of course we did, said Jean while setting down the flowers by the window. I remember being on the hospital bed and wanting something from the outside. A whisk of nature does wonders for your health, agreed Aurora. I'm grateful, said Susan. We're always here for a friend, Sue, said Naruto as he set down all the gifts. He wanted nothing more than to go ahead and give a flurry of questions to the blonde, but Aurora's little lessons on tact were telling him not to. How are you feeling? He asked instead. Susan tried her best to smile assuredly, but something seemed to be digging into her. I'm doing well. You don't look that different at all, said Jean as carefully as she could. I mean, when we heard you were in that spacecraft, we expected you to be burned and mutilated beyond recognition, Susan finished, not even looking angry. I guess I was lucky. I feel bad about what happened with Reed and Ben. I don't want to sound rude, Susan. But what possessed you to go into space just like that? Jean asked as politely as she possibly could. Susan sighed, looking outside the window, deep in thought. I guess you could call it being misguided. Now that I think about it, it was foolish. Jean bit back a smile. I can understand that, when it comes down to it, sometimes you don't even know why you bother. You try as hard as you can but he's so thick-headed, oblivious. Sometimes you think that you're only talking to yourself, continued Susan, the smile finally reaching her eyes. He never really seems to notice or listen, agreed Jean. At this point, Naruto did not know what they were talking about, but still responded. I always listen to you, Jean. Aurora too. He smiled sheepishly. I can listen to Susan as well. Jean giggled a little. Of course, you do. Susan sighed tiredly. I guess you want to know about what we did, up there. Nobody said anything, but it was clear that the three visitors were anticipating an explanation. The short story is, we went to space with a starship that Reed built. He mostly funded it with his own money, but the rest was government money. After initial interest, they wanted to pull out of the project and Reed decided to use it himself before it was shut down. He got his military friend, Ben Grimm to pilot it, but he needed 2 more people. You and Johnny, Aurora finished. Susan nodded. I had already read ahead, despite only recently starting college, but Reed was desperate, we agreed to go. She took a deep breath. It started out fine at first, it was a really good ship, but something happened that Reed did not foresee. The debris hit you? Asked Jean. That's what the news said it was. A cover-up, revealed Susan. We were hit by heavy levels of radiation. We did not know where it came from, but it was massive. How are you still alive? Asked Jean. Susan looked at her hand like it was a foreign object. You can say we survived, but not unscathed. Cancer. Cell damage? Asked Aurora. No, something different. What happened? Asked Naruto. It's not my place to say, but let's just say that we all changed, sighed Susan. Even if you can't see it with the naked eye. She looked really uncomfortable at that moment, so much so that Naruto inadvertently put his hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, we understand. He could feel the warmth of her shoulder. Closing her eyes, Susan tried to shake her head. I don't think you can. It's unnatural. We won't judge a friend, Sue, Jean assured, also putting her hand on the blonde's shoulder. It's very hard to explain. Tears could be seen spilling from her closed eyes. I guess, I just need to show you. It was like Susan started to disappear, turning more and more transparent until only her silhouette could be seen with the naked eye. Eventually, even that went away. The only thing that could even show that she was in the room was the fact that the hospital gown still clung to the body like it was floating on air. The rest of the room was speechless as they saw this. Even when Susan became visible again, they did not say a word. That's what happened to me. I don't know why or what else, it just happened. Susan looked down at her lap, refusing to meet their gaze. Jean let the blonde have a few moments before she hugged Susan closely. It's nothing to be ashamed of, she said, fingers drawing circles on Susan's back. I don't know how to deal with this. And Ben. Oh God, poor Ben. Sue, Jean said, you're not alone. Once she had Susan's attention, she concentrated on one of the flowers and levitated it, drawing it to her before giving it to the older woman. "We know exactly what you're going through." What? Susan gasped, blue eyes wide as they scanned over to Aurora and Naruto. Naruto held his hand and let a bit of visible blue chakra envelop it. His blue eyes turned red with one tomo on each orb. Aurora on the other hand created a small tornado on her palm, vanishing it after a few seconds. "We're quite similar to you, only our powers didn't necessitate radiation," explained Aurora. "So, you're mutants. Our genes have mutated from normal humans to give us special abilities," explained Jean. "You're not much different when you think about it. Your genes have probably mutated. You just needed a little push." "Are there more of you?" asked Susan. "There are. More and more show up each day," revealed Jean. "I was the first of Professor Xavier's students. Then Scott came along, and then Aurora," said dark-skinned mutant nodded, "and finally Naruto." "I see. I must seem foolish to you then, complaining about such a thing," said Susan sheepishly. Jean shook her head. "Not at all. It was difficult for all of us to accept it at first." "Not for me," thought Naruto but did not air it. "But that's because I grew up with the fact that I had such abilities. For people on this planet, it's far different to know you've been gifted, or cursed, with such powers." "Does it get better?" "I've sometimes been doing stuff without being able to control it." Aurora nodded with a smile. "It takes practice. We learn about our powers day by day, it gets easier and easier." Susan looked out the window again. This time, a fierce determination was brewing behind those blue eyes. When she looked back at them, a strong voice said, "You're right, I will do it. I will do my best." The door opened in that moment and a tall, young man with eyes and hair similar to Susan stormed in. "Hey Sue, you're not gonna believe this. I went to Ben's room and, hey. Johnny," Susan sighed. "What did you do now?" "Forget that. I didn't know we had visitors, and it's Aurora, too." The weather manipulator looked at Johnny with some condescension. As much as someone as kind-hearted as Aurora could muster. "Good afternoon, Johnny. I missed you when I was in space, babe. Now I got myself all wounded and hurt up," Johnny despaired mockingly. "Can't you help me with a get-well kiss?" "Johnny," Susan yelled, "don't flirt with my friends." "What?" Johnny asked innocently. "I'm asking nice, Sue." He then looked over to Naruto. "Hey, I don't think I've ever seen you before. I should know a fellow blonde when I see one." Naruto couldn't help but compare Johnny to a combination of Kiba and Ero Sennin. Quickly he shook the other blonde's hand. "Naruto Uzumaki. I'm gonna be starting at Babel soon. We'll see each other then. I gotta go before." Johnny growled a low, almost inhuman voice from outside the room. "See ya," yelled Johnny before running out. The door did not close, however, and a nurse soon came in the room to run some diagnostics on Susan. "I must inform you that visiting hours are over now. You can come back tomorrow." They all said their goodbyes to Susan, assuring that they'd visit as much as they could. "I'm going to see what they have planned out. Reed says that we may become a team of sorts after it's all done. I'll keep in contact with you. Hope to see you again." When Naruto exited the room, he saw a tall, older-looking man sitting in one of the chairs. The man's world seemed to be consumed only by the mountain of texts in front of him. The shinobi had to call him out a few times before he managed to shake off his concentration. "Hello," he said to Naruto. "I'm Dr. Richards. I assume you're one of Susan's friends." He looked much older than the rest of them, almost 20 years. He even had gray hairs on his sideburns and seemed to carry himself with an air of knowledge. "Yes, I am," responded the Jinchuriki. "But I'm also Naruto Uzumaki. Professor Xavier told you about me." "Ah, Naruto. I am sorry that I could not get to your case sooner. The professor told me about you, but I was too busy with my own disastrous project. Now I am occupied with fixing that unfortunate outcome," said Reed. "Do you mind if you visit me around next month? I might have something for you." "Sure, I'll be waiting." It was hard to say those words. Naruto wanted to know how to get home as soon as possible, but looking back at Aurora and Jean, not to mention his talk with Susan, He guessed it wouldn't be too bad to stay some more time before he found a way back home. Before they went back to the mansion, they decided to take advantage of the fact that they'd come all the way to the city and went to eat at a Japanese-themed restaurant. The idea of freshly made ramen was too good to pass for Naruto. "I think it's admirable," said Jean. "Trying to use your powers for the good of others. Scientists and doctors have gifts that they use to better mankind. Some of them use it only to benefit themselves," Aurora reminded. "That's why the good ones exist. To protect the innocent from the bad ones," countered Jean. "Like Logan and the professor." Back home, Naruto interrupted, "We had the leader of our village who was called the Hokage." Jean and Aurora looked at him but did not interrupt. "The Hokage means the fire shadow. Each of our villages had their own cage, their own shadow, to protect them. Before he died, the third told me that the Hokage cares for everyone in the village as if they were his own family. The Hokage lives for the village, and the village lives for the Hokage. Someone they can trust to do what is right." "What do you mean?" asked Jean. "It means that your city seems to have no cage. No shadow. No protector." "We have the police, and the mayor," said Jean. "But they do not stand as a symbol for the village. An agent of justice and righteousness. They are hamstringed by other and can't do their jobs," insisted Naruto. "You want to use your powers to protect the city?" asked Aurora. "What if the city turns against you?" Naruto looked down for a moment. He remembered his in Konoha. The insults and the put-downs. The belief that he'd never amount to anything. But he also remembered his friends, and his enemies, and Ero Sennin, Tsunade Ba-chan, Sakura-chan, Kakashi, Gaara, Haku, Zabuza, Konohamaru, the old man. "Sasuke. You just have to believe, and try your best until you convince them otherwise." His tone was final. Despite their earlier interrogation, both Aurora and Jean smiled at him. For some reason or another, Naruto felt a lot older than he was, and those warm smiles made him tingle inside in a way that not even Sakura had been able to before. "So," said Jean, "what would be your name?" "My name? Well, Aurora calls herself Storm. Logan calls himself Wolverine. Even Scott has decided to give himself the name Cyclops. You need a name to protect your real identity. What would be your name?" Naruto thought about it. Nobody kept their identity secret back home. They did gain some nicknames from their feats on the battlefield, everyone knew their real names. "I dunno," said Naruto. "What about you, Jean?" The redhead smirked before answering. "Marvel Girl." Naruto did not say anything in fear that Jean would take it wrongly and stop talking to him. That would be a bad thing. He'd been getting closer and closer to Jean. Scott's indifference seemed to be driving her to get closer to the Jinchuriki instead for friendship. He didn't want to lose her just as he didn't want to lose his relationship with Aurora. His white-haired friend did not say anything either, but he did notice a slight twitch on her lip before she answered with a, "It sounds good." Their talk was cut short by the news on the TV that billionaire Tony Stark was being reported missing on the Middle East after a demonstration of a weapon. "Killed by your own tools of destruction," Aurora said with a trace of disgust. "I believe that there is some justice to that." "They don't know if he's dead. Just missing," reminded Jean. Before Naruto could say his own thing, he saw something from the corner of his now red eye. His first instinct was to grab both Aurora and Jean, pulling them down on the table before a couple of stray bullets entered the restaurant. One person behind them was hit, but a quick look told Naruto that it had been a shoulder wound, not lethal. The gunshots began to get louder, coming from the bank that was on the other side of the street. A quick peek from the stone wall told the Sharingan user that the culprits were 3 men, armed with assault rifles. A couple of cops lay in the streets, one wounded, the other dead. Naruto's military instincts took over, and immediately jumped into the fray. "Stay down," he ordered to both Jean and Aurora, before running towards the robbers. "Naruto, no," Jean shouted from behind, but he ignored her. The robbers were distracted with the wounded cop, so they did not see as he grabbed the manhole cover and threw it like a disc at the nearest thug. The blonde barely had the time to see the first gunman fall like a sack of potatoes before the other two turned their attention to him, as well as their weapons. Naruto quickly took cover behind a car. "You little shit. one of them said before he started to unload his rifle at the vehicle. Naruto effortlessly shunted to the furthest thug and kicking him straight in the head so hard that the shinobi could hear the skull crack. The last one barely had time to react before Naruto was right on his face and grabbing the rifle. He used the barrel to swing it like a club, hitting the thug on the temple with the sharp butt. He was out before he even hit the ground. "C.A., Captain Stacy," the wounded cop gurgled. "C. Call," he was pointing at the radio of his fallen partner. Naruto took the hint and grabbed the radio. "Captain Stacy," he yelled into it. "That's not my codename, Rodriguez," came the answer. "Report." "And I'm not a cop," Naruto snarked. "Your guy is down and he needs an ambulance." There was a short silence before the voice answered back. "Stay in the area, civilian. Wait for the ambulance to show up." "Naruto!" Jean screamed, running out of the store and embracing him tightly. Aurora was right behind her. "We have to get out of here," said the weather manipulator. The cops said. "We can't get involved," interrupted Aurora. "We have to get back to the mansion." Naruto nodded before he dropped the radio and followed them out of the scene. He had no idea how much they ran, but he stopped once he saw that Aurora and Jean were panting. They had good physical condition, but he was particularly energetic, even for a shinobi. "What were you thinking?" snapped Jean. "What? I was thinking about saving that cop and stopping the bad guys," answered Naruto. "You could have died," Jean yelled. "Did you think for a moment about yourself? About your own safety?" "I was too busy thinking about the cop they were about to execute," exclaimed Naruto. "I saved him. Isn't that what we've been talking about? Saving lives." Jean's anger seemed to dissipate after a few breaths before she embraced him again. "It's just, I don't know what I'd do if you were harmed. How could I live with myself if I let you die?" Naruto smiled as he held her. "I'm all right, Jean. I promise you that I won't die on you." He let go of her and looked into those jade eyes. "I don't break my promises, ever." Jean turned a little red for a moment before she started to breathe deeply. "I'll go get us a cab, and you'll have to explain this to the professor." The blonde nodded, looking at the sky with a smile before he felt another smaller, yet equally tender hug from Aurora. "That was a brave thing you did, Naruto," she said. "Not many people are so instinctively selfless." "You are selfless yourself," replied Naruto, returning the hug and letting that fresh aroma of nature fill his senses. It was a strange feeling going back to the mansion, all three of them packed in the rear seat. They did not even speak to each other, yet the comfortable silence was enough for Naruto. It was the first time since arriving in this place that he did not think of Konoha or worry about returning back home. In fact, it was the first time since arriving that he felt that being then and there was home. "The more I'm here, the less I think about Konoha. The more I'm with Scott and Logan, the less I think about my friends, and the more I'm with Jean and Aurora, the less I think about Sakura-chan." It was a feeling that Naruto knew would be gone soon. By tomorrow, he'd be looking forward to answers from Reed Richards and a way to return, but for now his subconscious thought of one thing and one thing only. What if I don't want to return? If Naruto had been told a year ago that he'd not only be spending more time at the Shinobi Academy, for 4 more years at least, on top of that, he would have despaired and brooded in such a way that Sasuke would have filed for a lawsuit. He'd never been one for theoretical knowledge, at least not when he toiled away at the academy. He was always the kind of person that learned through practice and contact, the kind of person that needed his lessons to be beaten into him by force. Once that was done, Naruto could say that he was kind of a genius. It's just that nobody had managed to do something similar with his mind. That was, until Jean Grey came into his life. "Just remember our lessons and you'll be alright," said the redhead as the bus stopped at a large campus. On its center was Bayville High School. "You're smart, even if you don't believe it yourself. I'm sure you will do great in here." "Guess I'll just do my best," Naruto replied, tingles running over his body at Jean's words. It looked far grander than the Shinobi Academy, that's for sure. The main building was at least 4 times as big as the Shinobi Academy, and that was not even mentioning the various other structures. Jean had assured him that there was a basketball court where she played for the school's female team. She did so as well for the soccer team. There was a football team. You should apply, Jean had told him. I think the sport is perfect for you. That or soccer. Just remember to keep your abilities in check. Do you? Of course, she responded. I'm proud to say that my sportsmanship is all natural. The doors of the bus opened and all the students exited the large, yellow vehicle. Aurora was the first to leave the closed-off space but still waited for them to exit as well. I can't wait to get my license, Scott grumbled, adjusting his glasses. I'll never ride the bus again. That goes for the two of us, agreed Naruto. He was not interested in just cars though. Ever since he saw Logan riding his own motorcycle, he'd been fascinated. In the end he knew Naruto was faster on his two legs, but once he got used to being in the cars, he understood the appeal. You all have your schedules? Asked Aurora. They all nodded. This is where we split off then. Naruto had been told that he was a freshman, a newbie. Scott and Jean were 1 year ahead as sophomores. Aurora was 1 year further, a junior. To the blonde, it felt like he was starting his academy lessons all over again. Still, Naruto thought, it could be a chance to do it right this time. Jean said I was smart, maybe I should truly try my best. The sound of a loud engine drew all their attention. At the helm of an expensive-looking sports car, was Johnny Storm, recently out of the hospital and more than likely willing to tell the school about how he single-handedly saved the world from an alien invasion. Hey guys, yelled the older blonde, nice to see you here. Sue sends her regards. Now if you excuse me, he said with a busty brunette on his arm, I gotta get to class. Given his age, Johnny was a senior, his last year before graduating, and was looking pretty ecstatic about the possibility of going out on his own. He already had his future fixed in a way. Susan had told them that the four involved in the space incident would be staying at a place called the Baxter Building. Naruto would be visiting the place soon to find out what Dr. Reed could do about his situation. It was supposedly right in the middle of New York City, and the professor would be accompanying him. Well, it's time for all of us to split, said Jean. You don't want to be late on your first day, Naruto. Right. Naruto nodded as he walked at the main building. We can see each other at lunch break, said Aurora before going to her own class. Naruto nodded before he started to search for his own classroom. It was confusing at first compared to the academy. Back in Konoha, there was only one room for the entire class. With the number of students all in the same year, Bayvel had to make several different schedules on different hours in order to accommodate all of them efficiently. It was understandable, but no less frustrating. Finally, the Jinchuriki found the classroom and entered and was relieved to find that it was only half full, the instructor still not present. He sat down on one of the desks and looked at his curriculum. Biology, literature, math, among others. Sure, it was similar to the Shinobi Academies, but the use of it seemed different. In Bayvel, biology was used to find out how the body worked and as an early guide to aspiring doctors and physicians. Back in Konoha, it was taught so that the students could figure out the exact location of vital organs and thus, an easier way to eliminate their opponents as quickly and as decisively as possible. Good morning, class, said the female teacher as she entered. I hope you enjoyed your summer break. I sure did, but it's time to get back to your education. She then looked at Naruto. But before we start, I would like to introduce our new exchange student, Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto looked a little confused when everyone looked at him, but he stood once he got the hint. I'm Naruto Uzumaki from Japan. Honored to meet you, he said to the class with a small bow before sitting down. There were a few murmurs, especially from the female population, but it was soon quieted by the teacher who proceeded to start the class. It was literature class, and despite being new to the English language, Naruto was confident enough to say that he would have no problem in getting top grades. After a reading assignment, his class grabbed their science textbooks and went to another classroom. A large man soon entered the classroom. Good morning. Despite his size, the teacher's voice was calm and soft. My name is Henry McCoy, and I will be your science teacher for the near future. Hopefully, you're as enthused as I am to unearth the mystery's life. Cammy, this guy and the ring-eyed old man would get along well. The subject was still fascinating, once you got through the professor's vocabulary. Against every single fabric of reality, Naruto actually found himself paying attention as Dr. McCoy explained what they would be seeing throughout the year, from physics to chemistry, biology, among other, more intricate scientific subjects. Not to mention that the study of them could end the mystery of what brought him here. Reed Richards was a physics expert, after all. The blonde approached the large teacher as he sat writing on the desk. Dr. McCoy. Henry looked up. Naruto simply held his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Ah, yes, how can I help you? Responded the teacher. I want to know more about physics, Naruto said quickly. About space, and stars, and how you travel through them. Anything. Dr. McCoy put his hands up and chuckled. Patience, patience. I can point you to some beginner's texts for the time being. You should be able to find them in the library. He started to scribble on a note. I must say, I'm quite elated that youth like yourself would be fascinated by the intricacies of physics. I expect much from you. Naruto took the note with a smile. Basic stuff, but it was something. Thanks, he exclaimed before leaving the classroom and hurrying over to the cafeteria. It was packed and noisy, a mixture of returning students trying to catch up with their friends as well as newer ones trying to strike conversation with anyone, lest they be labeled as antisocial early on in their high school freshman year. Naruto searched for a moment before he spied Aurora's telltale white hair, its owner sitting down with the easily recognizable Jean and Scott. Hey, Naruto greeted, sitting down with his tray. Having a good first day? Asked Aurora. Good enough. These subjects aren't half bad, actually, he replied. I told you you'd be great, said Jean. You've met Dr. McCoy. Yeah, he's great, exclaimed Naruto. I'd never thought physics could be so interesting until I met him. Even recommended some reading. Their chatter was interrupted by the arrival of a big, blonde-haired guy. Hey Jean, he said with an arrogant and somewhat slimy voice. Nice to see you again. He sat down next to the redhead and put his burly hand around Jean. Naruto instantly hated this guy. Hey Duncan, said Jean. The guy had a name. Naruto instantly hated Duncan. Why don't we go off to my table, sweetheart? All the guys are there. Looking at his side, Naruto saw that apparently Aurora hated Duncan too. Not that he'd hold that against her. See you later, Jean asked, a little embarrassed before being slowly pulled by the Duncan. Looking back, the redhead gave them apologetic looks. That guy has giant stick up his ass, said Naruto. I don't know what Jean sees in him, agreed Aurora, not even reprimanding Naruto's choice of words. Hey, Naruto, called a new voice. Turning his head, the Jinchuriki saw that another, friendlier blonde was coming over. Hey, Johnny. Having a good day. Naruto did not stop looking at Jean and Duncan even when greeting Sue's little brother. Pretty good, trouble in paradise? Asked Johnny, apparently tracing a line from Naruto's eyesight to where Jean was sitting by Duncan. Naruto sneered a little. Not for long. He waited for Jean to stand up and head over to refill her empty glass and promptly concentrated on Duncan, drinking from a small carton of milk obnoxiously. The carton suddenly exploded on Duncan's face, covering it and the upper part of his uniform in milk. The big guy spluttered and choked a little before the entire cafeteria starting laughing at him. He looked confused at first before he got embarrassed and growled at his friends to shut up. From the sidelines, Jean just watched the spectacle, looking like she was debating between staying back and going over to help her humiliated boyfriend. Naruto just laughed with the rest. Even Johnny joined. Scott could not look more satisfied, and Aurora was doing her best to hide a concealed smirk before giving him the almost obligatory reprimand. Naruto, you must learn to use your powers responsibly, and keep them hidden as best as you can. I am using them responsibly, Naruto smirked. Nobody's gonna notice the small things, unless you're a ninja. The laughs finally stopped when Duncan left for the bathroom. A sheepish-looking Jean then walked back to their table and sat down beside Naruto like she had never left. The Jinchuriki couldn't help the megawatt smile that crept on his lips. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like high school more than the academy. Saturday came with a cloudy day. The breeze and slightly chilly wind were clear indicators that autumn had arrived. It was slightly strange to Naruto. Back in Konoha, the weather seemed to change only slightly when the seasons turned. He doubted that he even remembered if it snowed in Hai no Kuni. The entire country almost always had the feeling of an eternal spring. New York State, on the other hand, changed quite rapidly with the seasons. He made sure to grab a light sweater, at Jean's insistence of course, before he left his room and walked over to the professor's office. Today was the day he'd finally receive answers. He was going to the Baxter building to meet Dr. Reed. "I'm ready, Professor," Naruto yelled, barging into the room. He immediately noticed the professor sitting behind the desk. The shinobi noticed that every inhabitant of the X mansion was there. Looking at the unfamiliar and strange figure sitting in one of the chairs, he found out why. "Ah, if it isn't our missing student," drawled Professor Xavier. The rest of them were sending Naruto disapproving looks for his borderline rude entrance. "Might I introduce to you our new student?" "Guten Morgen," said the blue, fuzzy-looking man. "I am Kurt Wagner." He thrust out his hand for a handshake. Naruto noticed that he only had 3 long fingers instead of the normal 5. Naruto did not even hesitate to take the furry hand and shake it firmly. "Thank Kami. I am no longer the newbie, Naruto Uzumaki by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kurt's voice was a mixture of happiness and relief, as if he had expected another type of answer than the one he got. Naruto knew that appearances could be deceiving. This Kurt fellow seemed to be friendly and innocent enough. "Naruto," interrupted the professor. "You've been with us for some months. I expect you to help the rest of us to help Kurt to settle in. He's also in your school year and in your classes." Professor?" asked Kurt. "What do you mean with classes? I cannot go outside looking like this. I have a solution for that." The professor retrieved a wristwatch from his desk and handed it to the blue mutant. Kurt looked at the device curiously before putting it on. Almost instantly, he transformed into a normal-looking person. The bone structure and head hair remained the same, but the 3 fingers were replaced with 5 and the blue, furry skin turned white. "I don't believe it," the newly transformed German teen exclaimed. "I look normal." "You can thank Dr. Richards for that little gadget," said the professor. "Speaking of, it's time for me and Naruto to go meet him. Give me a few minutes while I get the last things ready." Naruto nodded before looking at Kurt with a grin. "So, what's your power?" he asked excitedly. "Oh, right," Kurt said before he disappeared with a flash and some smoke. Naruto noticed how similar it looked to when his cage bunshin were dispelled, leaving behind the stench of sulfur. "Up here," came the accented voice of Kurt. Looking up, Naruto saw that the new mutant was on the roof. Another flash and he appeared right in front the blonde shinobi. "What's yours?" "Leave it to another time," Jean intervened. "You don't want to see Naruto's abilities indoors, believe me." "You hurt my soul, Jean." Naruto whined before he used his mind to levitate a nearby vase. "I've gotten a lot better." "You have. I was talking about the other ones. The Chakura ones." "Chakra, Jean-chan." He did not know where the chan came from, but it sounded nice when combined with the redhead's name. "Anyways, I have to go with the professor. Say hi to Sue for us," yelled Jean as he left. "Good luck, Naruto," said Aurora. "I'll come back tonight guys." Naruto waved them goodbye while rushing down to the entrance of the mansion, seeing that a fancy black car had already been stationed in the driveway. He waited for Professor Xavier to show up. "Are you ready?" asked the older telepath. Naruto nodded rapidly. "Good. Hopefully, traffic won't be as unforgiving as it usually is." Given that it was New York City, Naruto had very little hope for that. Nevertheless, he entered the back of the car and was surprised to see that Logan would be the driver. "I must instill in you the idea that you may not get an answer you might want," said the professor. "There are many mysteries to unveil in the realm of science. So many that not even a brilliant mind like Reed Richards knows everything." Naruto nodded slowly. "I understand, Professor, but I still want to just how the hell I got here to begin with." "Understandable. Whatever the case, I trust you know that you will always stay welcome at the Institute." "Thanks," said Naruto. The thoughts of the previous month were returning to him. He didn't mind staying for more time with his new friends. Even with having to go to school again, it was like a chance to try again, to not be the class, dead last. To get some respect and knowledge. But his friends were still back home. You've been getting closer with Jin and Aurora. The professor's voice broke Naruto's thoughts. Naruto did his best to stop the pink flush. I guess I have. You're a real ladies' man, kid, came the sarcastic voice of Logan, but Xavier ignored him. That's a good thing. It's healthy to make relationships with new people after you have lost so much. I do hope you continue to make friends as more students come along. More students. The professor nodded. I managed to find Kurt and the rest of you, but Cerebro seems to be picking new readings every day. I'd say that by the time the year is over, we'll have at least a few more young mutants with us. Naruto grinned. The idea of new people did interest him, especially after speaking with Kurt Wagner. Maybe the other guys wouldn't be as silent as Scott, and hopefully the girls would be just as nice as Jin and Aurora. Naruto. The professor's tone had changed to a more serious one. I have not used my mind to get any information out of you, and I'd like to think that you can trust me. Naruto nodded carefully, a little nervous about what the older telepath might ask. I would like to know what you did back in your home. What was the last thing that happened before you traveled here? Naruto pursed his lips a little but eventually decided to finally say it. He was afraid of what his new friends might think about his occupation, along with the hatefully entity of pure chakra sealed inside him, but finally decided to say his story. Some of it at least. Where I come from, the nations are divided by agreed-to borders, just like this planet. There are 5 big ones, though, the most important of them all. The professor kept looking at him, and Logan was visibly interested while behind the wheel. I was born into one of these. The land of fire. Hai no Kuni, in our language. Each of the 5 great nations has a hidden village ruled over by a cage. I came from the Konohagakure no Sato, the village hidden in the leaves. The Hokage was our ruler. Ruler? Logan asked. He was not elected by the people. The new Hokage is chosen by the previous one. The daimyo then confirms the decision. If the Hokage passes away before nominating a successor, then the village council decides who will be the new Hokage. So, he was a military dictator? Logan questioned gruffly. Naruto grew angry immediately. The old man was not a dictator. He was a great man and powerful warrior. So was Caesar, kid. Call a spade a spade. The Sandaime led our forces to victory in the Third Shinobi World War. Naruto yelled his reply. And the Yondaime defeated Iwagakure single-handedly. Prevented our village from being destroyed by the Kyuubi. I will become the strongest Hokage one day, believe it. The shinobi felt his mind relax a little, courtesy of the professor. He took a deep breath and stopped yelling. Let's get back to what you were saying before. What did you do in Konoha? Asked Xavier. I was a shinobi. I graduated from the academy and was placed on a team as a genin, a low-ranked ninja. What did you shinobi do? Naruto thought about it for some time. Well, we genin did a lot of things. We get assigned missions depending on difficulty, from D rank to S rank. We did many D ranks like walking dogs, catching pets, pulling weeds. Naruto started to remember the utterly boring missions he did before going to Wave. What do the higher missions do? C ranks include protecting convoys, people, clearing out bandits and other non-shinobi, procuring packages. It depends on what the client wants. So, you were mercenaries? Logan asked rudely, but Naruto ignored him in favor of the professor's questions. What did the higher ranks entail? Espionage and assassination. Naruto tried to find a way to say it another way, but there was no avoiding the truth. Both the professor and Logan visibly stiffened, but he continued. B ranks are where private clients end. A and S ranked missions are given only by the Hokage with the knowledge of the council and elders. They are assigned only to highly ranked jonin, a high ninja, and serve the nation's and village's interest. We still get paid for every mission we complete, though. Logan was the first to break the silence. A village of contract killers, great. Like I told you, Chuck, child soldier. There's no way the kid had moves like that without military training. Naruto, the professor asked with evident sorrow. Have you ever killed before? Naruto shook his head. Not yet. I was still a genin. I did see people die, though. He thought back to Haku and Zabuza. I am a shinobi, it's part of the job. It's still a hard thing for one so young to see, said the bald telepath. I trust you know that killing without the government's permission is a crime here. It was the same in Konoha, but I was an agent of the government, if you can say that. The professor looked deep in thought before he aired his next question. You mentioned a QB. What is that? Naruto almost choked. I'd rather keep that to myself, Professor. Professor Xavier looked like he wanted to know more but nodded his head. I understand. Professor. Naruto asked. Does this change anything? Will I have to leave the mansion? The thought of not seeing Jean or Aurora again gave him an uncomfortable feeling. He did not want to be separated from them. The professor simply smiled reassuringly. The school is always open for mutants in need. You are still welcome to stay with us, Naruto. Take it from me, kid, Logan grunted. Chuck is too forgiving for his own good. He stopped the car. We're here. The Baxter building was truly imposing. One of the largest structures Naruto had seen in the entire city. It looked to be almost brand new, yet Naruto knew that it had been renovated extensively. It boasted 35 stories, and in the highest of them all, rested a giant symbol, the number 4. It fit the name that Susan and Johnny told him about, the Fantastic Four. Comprised of Reed Richards as the leader, Ben Grimm, Susan, and Johnny Storm, the group had been making the rounds on the local media. Some outlets called them a visionary new team that could help the nation and the world with their abilities, not to mention Dr. Richard's expertise. Other tabloids were content with calling them thugs and criminals. Once they were allowed entrance, they walked to the elevator and were taken to the 30th floor. Naruto barely had time to step out before he was welcomed by a warm and familiar voice. Naruto. Susan welcomed while sitting down on one of the lobby sofas, a book on her hand. She immediately stood up and hurried over to hug the shinobi. God, you grow taller every day. Naruto smirked. Aurora has been insistent on me eating my meat and veggies. He was a little miffed that his ramen consumption had fallen to dangerously low levels, but his body was certainly agreeing with the weather manipulator's diet. In the few months since he arrived, he'd grown a total of 6 inches and he was still developing. You look better every day, Sue. Jean and Aurora say hello. Naruto returned the hug. Greet them back for me. The blonde woman then smiled and held out her hands. Look at this, new powers. There was a visible force that was emitted from her palms, almost like a force field. Nice! Exclaimed Naruto. Before he could say any more, Charles Xavier cleared his throat. Good afternoon, Miss Storm. We are looking for Dr. Reed. Is he available? The professor asked gently. Naruto could almost see the tick of frustration that formed on Susan's brow. Oh, he's available all right, always available, always willing to pay attention to you. If you happen to be a machine, or a book, or a computer or, she sighed, stopping her frustrated rant, sorry. He'll be at the 33rd floor. You have our thanks, said the professor before turning back to the elevator. Before Naruto followed him though, he heard Susan continue her rant. Seriously, what the hell does it take for a girl to get noticed? Cooking, he just ate it while reading. Didn't even compliment. Working with him, he ignores me. Flirting, I get better responses from a rock. Going to the pool in my riskiest bikini. Didn't even look. Am I just too ugly and dumb? You're not, Naruto exclaimed. You're very pretty and smart. You are one of the smartest people I've met, Sue. Susan looked momentarily stunned before her white face turned a potent crimson. Did I say that out loud? She whispered. It took a few seconds for realization to hit the Jinchuriki. Oh shit, Naruto thought. Those were her thoughts. He started to wave his hands desperately, face also turning red. I didn't, what I mean to say is. Naruto, said Xavier. Coming with us. Naruto jumped at the professor's direction with barely a, sorry, see you later, to Susan. He didn't even know he was holding his breath until the elevator door closed again. Your powers are growing. Expect more training from now on to avoid such confrontations, warned the professor. Naruto simply nodded. Dr. Reed Richards was sitting on a desk when the trio of mutants stepped out of the elevator. The genius seemed to not even notice that they were there, content to tinker with some device in front of him. It was not until Naruto stepped in front of the leader of the Fantastic Four that he managed to look away from his business. Professor Xavier, greeted Reed. Welcome to the Baxter building. A pleasure, replied the professor. I believe you said you had some information concerning Naruto's arrival. I believe my exact words were that I might have something, said Reed. The mutants barely blinked as his hand stretched to grab a laptop of some sort on the other side of the room and brought it to the desk. I will need some testimony from Mr. Uzumaki's part. Naruto nodded and started to relay the information of what had happened. I was part of a team that was sent to retrieve my teammate. He had defected the village. In the end, it was only him against me. We tried to finish the battle with our strongest attacks. Naruto did a demonstration by creating a clone and molding a Rasengan in his palm. Dr. Reed looked at the technique with a large pair of eyes, rapidly taking notes on his computer while still paying rapt attention to what the blonde shinobi was saying. Once our techniques met, it all changed. At first, I could only see light, but then I started to see more and more. I didn't know what they were then, but now I know that they were stars, planets, and galaxies. I was floating on space by myself at an incredible speed, then I crashed here, Naruto finished. That's quite a story, said Reed. Tell me, is there a way you can recreate your opponent's attack? The Chidori. Naruto sighed. I doubt it. It was a variation of Kakashi-sensei's technique. I don't even know any lightning jutsu. I can maybe try, but without any instruction from my sensei, I can't really go forward with shinobi techniques. This chakra you mentioned, what is it? Questioned Reed. Naruto tried to remember Iruka's lessons. It's a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. You need to mold them together in order to create a jutsu. Dr. Reed concentrated on the information for just a moment before he laid out his hypothesis. It is my belief that the combination of both of your techniques is what managed to bring you here. I cannot confirm this without evidence, and for that evidence I need to see the other technique. He gave a frustrated look towards Naruto. I regret to inform you that without both of these elements, as well as the appropriate environment, I cannot recreate the phenomenon. So, I can't go back, Naruto said bluntly. Never underestimate the possibilities of science, Mr. Uzumaki. I will try to see if I can advance with your Rasengan alone. However, as much as it frustrates me, I will say that at times when conventional science and knowledge fails, the mystic arts can give an answer. Dr. Strange, I'll see if I can locate him, said Professor Xavier. I am sorry that I cannot give a satisfactory answer. For the time being, I suggest that you acclimate yourself to living here, Mr. Uzumaki, said Reed. I guess, Naruto grunted, looking at the floor, hands clenched in frustration. I've heard of your scholarly achievements, informed Reed. I believe you have a great future ahead of you. Just a fluke, denied Naruto. Back at home I was always the dead last. I'm dumb, always have been. The only talent I have is fighting. I don't think that's gonna be much use to you. All of us have a different way of learning. The method that applies to one may not apply to the other. I believe that you have a great mind hidden inside you, assured Reed. You have a blank slate, kid. Many people wished they had an opportunity like that, interjected Logan. Naruto sighed. I need a minute outside. I understand. The Baxter building is always open to you, Naruto, said Reed before he went back to tinker with the little device. I'll call you when we're ready to head back, Naruto. I need to speak some more with Dr. Richards, called the professor. Naruto barely nodded before he took the elevator and went back to the ground floor, instantly walking outside while looking at the floor. I can't go back. That's impossible. I need to go back. Eros Sennin and Ba-chan are still out there, waiting for me. I promised Sakura I would bring back Sasuke. I promised everyone that I'd become the next Hokage. The Jinchuriki kicked a can of empty soda all the way to a nearby park, sitting on one of the benches. He soon found out that it was occupied by two older men. One of them was very familiar. Hey, kiddo, he exclaimed the old man while he elbowed the other one. This one looked even older, with a big, fat cigar on one hand. With the other hand, he was drawing what Naruto had to admit was a pretty good illustration. Old man, is that you? Naruto asked, still surprised that he managed to find the same person as before in a city as big as this one. I sure am, kiddo. What's happening? You seem little down. Naruto did not know why he trusted this kindly old man with this information, but he told his plight. Everything, including the things he hadn't even mentioned to the professor, or even Jean and Aurora. That's quite a pickle, young man, grumbled the man. But, what about what you have now? What do you mean? Well, you can be anything you want to be now. You are young and full of possibilities. But I want to be Hokage, Naruto whined. My first memories are of me wanting to be the Hokage. And why did you want that? To prove to your village that you were the best. Bah, I'm asking what you really wanted all this time, prodded the old man. You must have something you want deep down. Naruto thought back to Haku. I guess, I want to be wanted. I want the whole world to see me and respect me, and to have enough strength to keep my most precious people safe. To know that I'm needed. And you can't find that here. Don't you have friends? Why can't you prove your worth here? Think about what you want. The words made Naruto think. He thought of what he'd do today and tomorrow. He'd go back to the mansion to taste some of Jean's great food, bicker with Logan, train late after hours with Scott on the danger room, get to know Kurt better. He thought of helping Aurora with the garden and how a strange warmth spread all over his body when he stopped smelling the flowers and smelled her instead while looking dumbly at how beautiful she was. He thought of school, of the promise he was showing among his peers and his teachers, imagined being something more than a failure at academics. His mind returned to Jean and that beautiful red hair and green eyes, how comfortable he felt when both their minds connected. I guess I can try, Naruto muttered, standing up and already pumping his fists. Thanks for the pep talk, old man. Take the world by storm, kiddo, maybe not just this one. I hope I can see you again, someday. The blonde started to walk back to the Baxter building, already feeling the professor probing his mind to return. Believe me, you will, hey kid, yelled the old man. Naruto turned back to see him pump his arm in the air again. Excelsior. Believe it, geezer, he exclaimed before turning back and running towards the direction of the professor. Teenage ninjas, Jack, why didn't we ever think of that one? The cigar-smoking man just grumbled and continued to draw. Here's an idea, teenage pirates that can stretch and look for treasure. I can't imagine someone's gotten to that before. It had taken some time for Naruto to get comfortable enough with his chakra control to attempt a summoning. The Kuchio's no jutsu was by far the most demanding technique in his arsenal. The first time he had summoned Gamabunta had required the use of the fox's chakra. Even when he went against Gaara, the Jinchuriki needed to borrow the toxically powerful red chakra from the Kyuubi. He was taking no chances this time. He only needed to get a message through to Ero Sennin. At least to make Konoha aware of the fact that he was still alive and well. Naruto reached a far part of the mansion grounds and started doing the now familiar hand seals. He modeled as much chakra as he could and concentrated on summoning the orange little toad he'd met before, Gamakichi. Finally, he bit his thumb and slammed his palm on the floor. The blonde barely had time to process the feeling of his chakra being drained instantly before he passed out. The mocking laugh of the nine-tailed fox was the first thing to welcome Naruto as he woke up in the familiar, dank sewer. You, what the hell? Naruto rubbed his head as he steadily tried to stand up, weakness evident in his entire body. Bahahaha, you fool, jeered Kyuubi. Even for someone as thick-headed as you, that was absolutely idiotic. What happened? I just tried to summon Gamakichi, Naruto groaned. You bellend, roared Kyuubi. You tried to perform a space-time ninjutsu across the universe. Do you have any idea how that works? Oh, what am I thinking? Of course not. You're the old man's successor. Bahahaha. What's wrong with trying to summon a small toad? Kyuubi almost sighed in desperation. That was a space-time ninjutsu, Gaki. Time, and space. Do you have any idea how fucking far we are from Mount Myoboku? You need far more chakra than currently have. Even the old man would have difficulty summoning from that distance. Naruto still looked at the massive red fox dumbly. This is what happens when people show advanced techniques to brats like you without explaining the theory. Snapped Kyuubi. Naruto stood up and looked as threateningly as he could. Well, how do you expect me to learn more about chakra and ninjutsu when I don't have anyone to teach me? Not my problem, brat. Spat the fox. With your chakra, maybe we can do it. Naruto suggested. Why should I bother with you? Besides, the old man wants you here for some reason or another. Naruto was a breath away from pulling his hair out in frustration. Then tell the old man to come back here and teach me. You insolent punk. The old man will come when the old man decides to come. Your mental prowess is too weak to communicate with him, growled the Biju. Until then, keep your mouth shut. The blue-eyed shinobi was about to speak again when he felt his consciousness returning. Naruto. Wake up. It was Kurt's voice, apparently unaware that Naruto had actually fallen unconscious. Dinner is going to get cold. Dinner. What the hell? Apparently 5 hours had passed because looking at the sky, all he could see were the stars. Grumbling, he walked back to the mansion. The first month of school passed by quickly. While he'd tried his best in terms of connecting with the average American high schooler, Naruto still kept to the rest of the institute students. Mainly with Kurt, since the German mutant was in all of his classes, they were even both tardy on occasion. He still did spend most of his time with Aurora and Jean, though that time was mostly limited to breaks and lunchtime when it came to school. The institute was the same as always. Logan had been pushing them harder and harder now that Kurt had joined the team. What do you think of Nightcrawler? The teleporter asked one day after a session in the danger room. Nightcrawler. Yes, my secret name. Everybody's got one now. Cyclops, Wolverine, Storm, Marvel Girl, though I don't know what Jean was thinking with that one. Don't, Naruto warned, whispering. Don't let her hear you. Sorry, but what do you think about it? He thought for a moment. It sounds nice. I thought so, Kurt stated satisfactorily. You're gonna need to choose as well, if you want to protect your identity. I guess. I'm used to having my name out there. Nobody keeps a secret identity back home, said Naruto. I gotta take a bath and get some dinner. See you in a couple of hours. When he did get to the kitchen, he noticed that it was surprisingly quiet. Granted, he was usually the loudest of the bunch, but he expected a little chatter and someone reprimanding Kurt for teleporting around the place. Surprise! Came the combined loud voices of the mansion's inhabitants, most of them at least. Scott and Logan grunted it lowly. Huh. Naruto was a little surprised to see them all surrounding a cake with 2 big candles on top of it. Combined they made the number 14. Happy birthday, Naruto. Congratulated Jean. Is there something wrong? There was nothing wrong about it all. Smiling, he did his best to resist the tears of joy that were threatening to spill. No, it's just, I'm an orphan. This is the first time I've had people celebrate it. He tried to put the best way possible. The 10th of October is not a day for celebration in Konoha. Well then, we'll always be happy to celebrate it with you, assured Jean. Make a wish. Naruto did not know at first what to wish for. A few weeks back his desire was simply to get back home. Before that it would have been to become Hokage. Now, looking at Jean's sweet smile and Aurora's small one, not to mention the rest of the gathered X-Men, he could even see a barely noticeable smirk from Logan. He had a lot more difficulty coming up with something that he truly wanted. I want to have all those I care about with me, all at the same. He blew the candles and heard the cheers with a smile. The food was even better than usual. The professor had clearly spared no expense in getting the best quality ingredients for the dishes. It was an unusual yet tasty combination of American and Japanese food. What are you thinking about? Questioned Aurora when he'd gone outside for a moment to look at the stars. Just looking, Naruto stated, trying to look at every single one he could count. You know, one of those stars could be my sun. It could, Aurora affirmed. Does it look that much different from this sun? Not really. Is your planet so different that you want to return so quickly? Aurora continued to prod. It's very similar when it really comes down to it, Naruto admitted. But it's my home, I can't just leave it and forget. I left my home too, you know. He turned over to look at Aurora, his heart leaping when he saw just how beautiful that chocolate skin reflected upon the full moon. The white hair turned almost silver and the clear, blue eyes twinkled brighter than the biggest star in the night sky. Did you? Why? Aurora looked down for a moment. Because there was little there for me. My parents died when I was young and I got mixed up with some bad people. I left them, with some help. Despite being stricken by her beauty, Naruto was still paying attention to every word. I traveled along the desert, finally stopping upon a small tribe. I gave them water and they hailed me as a goddess. I lived with them for a few months before the professor offered me a place here. Why did you take it? The white-haired mutant sighed. I don't know at first. I was just curious about coming back to America. This is the country where I was born, after all. But then I met Jean and Scott. Logan, and you, of course. You never think about going back? Questioned Naruto. I do at times, when I go to sleep, but that goes away when I wake up and see the institute. Why? Ororo's smile was the biggest he'd ever seen since he met her. Pearly white teeth shined in the moonlight, almost as white as her hair. She embraced him warmly, her chest beating against his. He instantly smelled the fragrance of nature and his heart thumped even harder. Because I realized that my home is with you. With the people I care about the most. The people that care about me and not about Storm. The people that care about Ororo. She kept on the hug. I remember when I saw you, all bloodied up and close to death, a horrible hole so close to your heart. I still ask myself, why would you want to return to a place like that? He didn't even respond as she parted from him and went back inside. He just looked as she helped Jean pick up the plates with a smile. Naruto's gaze turned back to the stars, trying to find the place he had left off in vain. People that care about Naruto, huh? He looked back at Jean. Sweet, beautiful Jean. But, will they care if they know what's inside me? The summoning had been a disaster, not only because Naruto had failed to get even Gamakichi, but also because it meant that he had no other recourse to get into contact with Konoha. Not being able to get even the smallest word of his survival or location meant one thing. One thing that had been present ever since Reed Richards had asked for a recreation of the Chidori. He had no way of learning more ninjutsu. Naruto was internally cursing his decision to not pay more attention to the Shinobi Library or Iruka's lectures. If he had more information of the inner workings of chakra and the ninja arts, he could at least try to get one with it with that information. Alas, all he had were his few and trusty techniques. The shinobi was aware of the additional talents he'd received when he got to Earth, but they were still mostly a mystery to him. Despite the coolness of being able to move things with his mind, it was utterly useless in combat when he had so little practice. Even Jean had trouble with it once in a while, and she'd been doing this for some years now. The simple fact is, Naruto needed more than just practice, he needed experience in order to elevate those abilities further. When it came down to it, there was not better practice than real combat. The outfit he had chosen was all black. While before he had gotten used to wearing his orange jumpsuit because he wanted the attention. It almost did not matter back in Konoha since stealth was not his strong suit. Here, well, the fact that he needed to remain anonymous and protect his identity instead of flaunting meant he needed to be a little subtler in his choice of clothes. It was the best he had done with the small budget available. The first thing to go in was the black t-shirt followed by a rough-looking, second-hand denim vest. To cover it all up was a long coat, also black. For the lower part of his outfit, he'd gone with combat-style black pants, rough yet flexible enough to allow movement. To cap it all off was the most expensive part of the entire ensemble, black combat boots. Naruto had floated around the idea of getting a few clones to work some odd jobs around Westchester and New York. He would definitely need the money if just buying this hastily put-together outfit cost that much. In order to protect his identity, he sewed a thin fabric that would cover his lower face. Looking at the mirror, it was very similar to Kakashi's face mask. Taking a deep breath, he shunshined out of the mansion and started to jump towards the city. He knew the road by now and with his advanced speed managed to reach it even farther than he expected. Now it was time to survey and find people in need. It started easy at first, knocking out a few muggers and crooks. For Naruto, they were as easy to take out as a normal civilian, even when they were armed. By comparison, non-shinobi thugs back at home seemed to have more experienced fighting than your average Earth hoodlum. It started to get harder when he started sneaking by the more equipped criminals. Most were armed with small weapons, 9mm pistols and .38 revolvers. In one instance, there was one that had a short shotgun. "Come on, concentrate," he looked at 3 thugs, all armed, and focused his mind on all 3 guns at the same time. With strong pull, he managed to throw away the weapons to the sky. Before the drug dealers had time to react, Naruto jumped them and dealt with them swiftly. "This is getting to be too easy," the shinobi murmured as he tied all 3 criminals to a lamppost and called the police from a payphone once again, like he'd been doing all night. "Come on," Naruto whined, perched on top of a building as he surveyed the area with his Sharingan, trying to pick up unusual activity by monitoring their chakra. It was odd to find out that the humans on Earth actually had chakra, even if they couldn't mold it. They had very small reserves, too. Just like the civilians back at home who could not mold their meager reserves and had no ability to use ninjutsu. Finally, he concentrated on one area. It was a huge meeting of chakra. Naruto jumped over to the dark alleyway near the docks. Stealthily, he climbed to one of the warehouses to see what the meeting was about, as well as to get a better idea what he was dealing with. He counted 7 men, all of them armed with guns. One of them even had an assault rifle. They looked older than the average hoodlums he'd been dealing with all night, too. This must be the head of the local drug operation. Naruto thought about how to approach it without getting hit. He thought about using his mind to disarm the thugs again, but discarded it. He barely managed to do it with 3 and wasn't sure he'd be able to do the same with 7 at the same time. Looks like it's good old Cage Bunshin. With a smirk, he crossed his fingers. 20 puffs later, and there were now 21 identical Narutos all together and ready to swarm the enemies simultaneously before they had a chance to react. One small problem. Apparently, puffs are loud. "What the hell was that?" yelled one of the thugs and immediately looked up to see what was on the rooftop. Even with his new, dark attire, the many Narutos stood out in the bright moonlight. The gunman immediately aimed and took a few shots. Even with the spray and pray aim, 2 clones poofed out of existence, leaving only thick smoke behind. Naruto saw the supposed leader, the one with the assault rifle, turn around to see the commotion and take aim directly at him. The others did the same as soon as they heard the loud cracks of the guns. He immediately jumped out of the danger zone and ordered the rest of the clones to separate. The Jinchuriki immediately jumped at the first thug, seeing that the gun was now empty. One overhead kick later and the thug was down with a broken jaw. He heard 2 more clones get destroyed before he sneaked behind the next opponent. A blow behind the head and he dropped to the ground as well. The dispelling of the clones had an effect not even Naruto had thought of before. The thick smoke was slow to dissipate, and the battlefield lost much visibility, much to the drug dealer's disadvantage. It'd be a disadvantage to him too if it wasn't for the Sharingan, but even with the non-matured eyes, the chakra signatures were clear as a white on black. "What the fuck are these guys?" yelled one of the remaining gunmen. "They just turned to smoke. Just keep shooting." Naruto smirked again. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. More clones soon joined the fray and after so many shots the docks were completely covered in smoke. He could see the men puffing, trying to see the best they could in the immense fog they had unwittingly created. They were easy pickings. He delivered a punch to the first. Right in the nose and hard enough to make the hoodlum drop lifelessly on the ground immediately. The second was very close, a kick to the back of the head and he was out. 3 left, the next one was crouched down in a corner, nervously pointing his gun everywhere and trying his best to breathe normally. Naruto grabbed a pipe and decked him right in the temple. 2. Unfortunately, the 2 that were left were apparently the better trained of the lot. They took positions back to back and one of them had an assault rifle, compensating by trying to increase their visual range with 2 pairs of eyes. They'd never gone against a shinobi though. They had one blind spot. Naruto jumped in the air and dropped down on the 2. The back of his boots hit their temple and both dropped bonelessly on the wet concrete, their weapons falling from their hands. The shinobi took a deep breath and surveyed the area, turning off his eyes and quickly trying to find something to bind the thugs effectively enough. He found some heavy-duty chains used for bigger boats and started to collect the bodies when he heard deafeningly loud clicking sound at his back. Naruto instinctively let go of the chains and dove just in time to avoid a bullet that would have perforated his head. He was hidden behind a container but felt the vibrations of projectiles as the remaining thug emptied his clip. "You fucking freak. Show yourself." The blonde was about to do just that once he heard the telltale clicking of the empty gun when the taunts were replaced by grunts and some mysterious, sticky sound. "Ooh, even I felt that one," snarked a mysterious voice. "Blondie really did a number on you, fellas. Boy, I would not want to be you." Naruto stepped from the other side of the container in order to see another costumed man. This one wore what seemed to be a slightly more elaborate one with a red and blue hoodie. The figure even had a full face mask that hid his identity. On his chest was the symbol of a black spider. "Hey, the blondie shows himself." The red and blue clad figure kicked the chains Naruto had dropped. The old chains and lamppost. Peesh, ma tore. From his wrists, some sort of rope started to spew out until it covered the thugs, pinning them to the ground. "Who are you?" asked Naruto, turning his eyes red again. "You mean you don't know about me? That hurts. I'm the one and only, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, don't forget the hyphen." "Who are you, unknown multiplying man?" Naruto thought about it for a moment. It couldn't be the Shadow, Jean, Ororo, and Logan would pick that right up after he told them of the cage. He didn't want a Japanese name either, that would be dead giveaway. He finally came up with a name. "Hello, are you mute?" cajoled Spider-Man. "Oh, sorry. Politically correct, orally impaired." "No, that sounded dirty." Naruto sighed. "Call me Maelstrom." "Ruto." Naruto groaned on his pillow, every single sense in a sleepy haze, not really knowing if he was asleep or awake. Too exhausted to even realize what was going on, he kept his eyes closed, hoping that his dreams would take him away again while his body rested from beating dozens of miscreants the previous night. "Naruto. Wa wazot," grumbled the blonde, finally opening his eyes to see a slightly exasperated-looking Jean Grey standing beside his bed. "How long have you been sleeping?" "It's past noon," exclaimed the redhead. "It's Sunday, Jean-chan," whined Naruto, now looking at the older telepath. She looked as pretty as she always was, even now that she was clearly frustrated. Jean huffed before going over to the curtains and quickly opened them, letting in the bright rays of sunlight. The sight made Naruto wince, eyes burning even when he closed them. "Jean-chan," he complained. "You already missed breakfast. We're about to have lunch, and I don't want the food we made for you go to waste again. You already eat 5 times what we all eat." Naruto felt a little guilty. He knew the extent that everyone would go through to feed his more expanded appetite. Besides, the mention of lunch made him wake up fully. "All right, Jean-chan, just give me a moment to change." Jean smiled and nodded before she left the room, and as soon as Naruto heard the door closing, he went over to the closet and started to rummage for something to wear, but not without first cursing silently at the fact that the had left his nightly outfit so in the open and promptly hiding it in the back. He'd have to find a better solution to keep it from prying eyes. As changed from his sleepwear, he started to think back at why exactly he was waking up so late. The previous night. "You really should make a better effort of hiding your identity," recommended Spider-Man. He had pulled the lower part of his face mask to make room for the large sandwich he was devouring with gusto. "You won't be hiding your identity too long with blonde hair and blue eyes, this isn't Scandinavia." Naruto made a muffled grunt, too busy cramming his own sandwich below the face mask and into his mouth. Even if it made the guy look a little ridiculous, it made sense why Spider-Man would use the hoodie and completely cover his face. The goggles also made sure the eye color wasn't noticed by any onlooker. The only way anyone would recognize the red and blue clad figure is by his voice. Given the height and tone, Naruto was pretty sure that Spider-Man was just around his age. "You must be a great authority as to where they buy discount hoodies and opaque goggles then, Spider-Kid?" asked Naruto. "Spider-Man. You sound like you're 15. So do you. You talk about maintaining your secret identity and yet you don't shut up." Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at Spider-Man. "Look at the pot calling the kettle black." Spider-Man pointed back. They both stood up looking at each other for a few seconds before Naruto broke the silence. "You're taking the east sector this time." "What? I took it last time." "Then you should be more familiar with it, Spider-Kid." Naruto mocked. "I thought we agreed we'd split this evenly, ninja dude." Spider-Man retorted. "It's not like it matters." It's been a week since we started this and crime seems to have gone down, Naruto pointed out. Why do we only patrol Queens again? This is only a small part of the city, the safest part of it in fact. Spider-Man sighed. You don't know how this works, do you? We're not the only costumed, powered-up weirdos running around beating miscreants. Bronx is covered by someone else, Hell's Kitchen is done by another, and so on and so forth. We can't go over to the other areas. What kind of stupid rule is that? Questioned Naruto, turning on his Sharingan and doing his best to see the area below the 30-story building both he and Spider-Man were perched on. You wanna go over to Hell's Kitchen? Responded Spider-Man. Go ahead then, I'm already losing a lot of sleep as it is. I have school, you know. Why did this then? Asked Naruto. For once, Spider-Man seemed to get visibly tense. Naruto had really only seen that reactions when the red and blue-clad crime fighter was in action. The anonymous teen took a deep breath and sighed before looking at his hands and slowly made fists. I didn't always do this stuff, revealed Spider-Man. I was pretty selfish when I first got my powers, then something happened, and I learned a valuable lesson. With great power comes great responsibility. Naruto nodded. He did not know what happened for Spider-Man to learn such a lesson, but his experience told him it was related to death. The blonde had never forgotten the words Haku said before the ice user had sacrificed himself. Nor had he forgotten Zabuza's conviction, or the old man's. What about you? Asked Spider-Man, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Why are you fighting? Because it's the right thing to do, answered Naruto. Really? That's it? No tragic backstory? Not even a bad guy stealing your sweet roll when you were a kid and mourning that loss every single day? Let's just say I'm a really good guy, responded Naruto before giving one of Kakashi's patented ice smiles and a thumbs up. Anyways, getting anything on the police station? Spider-Man picked up the radio and started to browse through it but found nothing. It was strange, seeing such little activity in a city that seemed to almost always be buzzing with activity, criminal or otherwise, but he'd apparently been told of the reasons for the recent ramp-up in police activity. The government has been in constant vigilance since the towers got knocked out last year, Spider-Man had told him. Even when it was done by foreign terrorists, the police seem adamant to appear tougher on crime. Politicians never let a tragedy go to waste. Wouldn't that make our job easier? Oh, hell no. They only really got rid of the small-time hoods peddling homegrown drugs and those doing petty theft, but the big guys are more established than ever, so the little crime we're getting more than makes up for it in severity. In my hometown, corruption is punished with imprisonment or death, responded Naruto. The Hokage was very adamant about treating those that commit treason against the village. Sasuke was the only exception he knew of. Harsh, ninja dude. Spider-Man continued to tinker with the radio but it started to go to public broadcasts. He was about to change it back but a special announcement made him stop. Breaking news, said the radio jockey. Associated Press just announced that the one and only Tony Stark, previously thought dead following an ambush after a presentation in Afghanistan, has just been found, apparently healthy and whole. I'm sure there's a few ladies out there that'll be interested in the latter, he joked. Mr. Stark is expected to give a press release tomorrow about the future of Stark Industries. No further comment was made. Oh, hell yeah, exclaimed Spider-Man. That's awesome news. Nothing beats Stark products. Even their old tech is better than what most companies attempt today. Naruto did not comment. Truthfully, he was still trying to learn about all the technology this place had to offer. He really could not differentiate between old or new tech quite so easily as of now. Though, if somebody who knew his tech stuff like Spider-Man told him that Stark was the best, then it probably was. I wonder what he's going to announce, mused Spider-Man, seemingly forgetting that he was supposed to be searching for. I really wish he'd develop more stuff for the civilian market, but, he sighed, I guess the military is where the big bucks are. The military is there to keep the people safe. It makes sense why they'd get the most money, said Naruto. Most of the village funds were given to the shinobi force back in Konoha after they completed missions. It was an understood agreement that civilians would pay their taxes to keep their safety. Spider-Man chuckled. Who would have guessed that a masked vigilante that operates outside the law would be so much in favor of authority? I'm only masked to protect my identity, defended Naruto. Truthfully, he was pretty uncomfortable in not showing his face. Showing off was part of the whole fighter appeal, but it was more important to maintain secrets right now. Doing a bang-up job at that, ninja dude. I told you, my codename is Maelstrom. Get it right, Spider-Kid. Spider-Man. Naruto grumbled but looked at his watch quickly to realize that it was getting pretty darn late. No reports, then. One last sweep across Queens and then I'm heading back home. I live outside the city. Buzz. Nope. Don't say any more, ninja dude, yelled Spider-Man. Don't say anything that might reveal your location. Better to have your everyone think you live inside the city. He stood silent for a moment but Naruto could almost have seen the eyes widen behind the goggles. Wait, outside the city? You mean you've been coming all these nights from upstate? How the hell do you do that during rush hour? Naruto finished eating the last of the sandwich before standing up and leaning over the edge of the tall building. I'm awesome, he said, mustering about as much coolness as he could into the phrase before jumping off the precipice. Next time, you take the east side, came the indignant voice of Spider-Man. Present. Naruto grumbled as he remembered yesterday. It wouldn't be such a pain to go out on his little nightly escapades if the damn city wasn't an hour away at his highest speed. Add another hour to return and the fact that he had to use chakra on top of the action and the end result was a very tired Jinchuriki. I can't go out every night like Spider-Man does and keep up with my studies at the same time. I also need to make sure the others are not suspecting anything. He was already failing the latter if Jean's questions were any indication. It got even worse when he went down to eat. You skipped breakfast, the professor stated plainly. Are you feeling well? There was a hint of something in his voice. As earnest as he tried to be, Naruto always thought that Professor Xavier always knew more than he let on. I'm alright. Just very tired, studying for the midterms is hard. Besides him, Kurt nodded in agreement and Scott shrugged and continued to eat. Everyone else looked unconvinced, especially Logan. It is good that you are taking your studies seriously, and far be it for me to tell you what you can and cannot do during your free time. I just hope you take care to not harm yourself, said the professor. Naruto grinned before picking up food from the table center. As always, his portions dwarfed those around him. The others seemed to have taken the theory that his alien body consumed a lot more calories than human ones. He didn't have the courage to tell them that even back in Konoha his food consumption rivaled even those of the Akamichi clan. Next semester is starting after the exams, Jean said specifically to him. Have you considered the extracurricular activities? I don't know if that's a good idea, Jean-chan. I have an advantage physically and I don't want to hurt anyone, said Naruto. Okay, maybe Duncan is fair game. Who said anything about sports? Asked Jean with a smirk. I mean I joined one for fitness but you have that covered. Think of something that will help you improve. There's a science club, math club, arts. You could even join student council. Many colleges are looking for leaders. Naruto thought about it long and hard as they ate. It wasn't until he was almost finished with his meal that realization hit. He was thinking of it like he was in here for the long term. The notion of returning home was completely forgotten, quite unlike the way it had dominated him the previous months. Hey, put on the news. Kurt suddenly piped in, signaling towards the television. Tony Stark is about to give his press conference. Logan grunted but conceded to the request. I can't quite believe a pampered rich boy managed to escape the Taliban all by himself. Any further discussion was silenced as the TV showed a slightly scarred dark-haired man eating a cheeseburger. It seemed kind of unprofessional compared to some of the other people Naruto had seen in television, but from what he'd heard of Tony Stark, it was pretty natural. The ambience became even more carefree when the multi-billionaire sat down below the podium. You know, said Tony Stark, still chewing on the burger. I never got to say goodbye to my father. Thinking back on it now, there's questions I would have asked him. I would have asked him how he felt about what his company did, if he was conflicted, if he ever had doubts. Or maybe he was every inch of a man we all remember from the old newsreels. Naruto did not expect such sobering attitude from the man who had been characterized America's foremost playboy by everyone he knew. Tony Stark's eyes were plagued by the same look he saw on Team 7's face after their mission in Wave. I saw young Americans killed, continued Stark. Killed by the very weapons I created to defend them and protect them, and I saw that I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability. Everyone at the table was silent. Aurora, who had never missed the opportunity to speak negatively about Stark's weapons, hardened her jaw. Logan's gaze was even more intense than it usually was, and the excited smile on Kurt's face had vanished, replaced by stone-cold seriousness. "What happened over there?" asked one of the journalists. "I had my eyes opened," Stark said, a little more upbeat as he stood up and walked to the podium. "I realized I had more to offer this world than just making things blow up." He took a deep breath and looked directly at the cameras. "And that's why, effective immediately, I'm shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International." Tony Stark was interrupted by a flurry of questions thrown by all the reporters, but he ignored them, completing his statement with, "Until such a time as I can decide what the future of this company will be, what direction it should take, the one I'm comfortable with, and is consistent with the highest good of this country, and the world." The screen turned back to the news anchors who were now discussing the shocking announcement amongst themselves, but their comments were quickly ignored by everyone. "God damn," exclaimed Scott. "He's getting rid of the weapons. That's their biggest market. It's money paid with blood," stated Aurora. Naruto could see that she could barely hide her pearly white smile contained. "I think I may give up my Stark boycott now that I don't have to feel guilty about giving him money." Naruto did not really understand much of the fuss around weaponry. The better one's nation military was, the better it would be to defend them, right? At least that's the way it would be in Konoha. They invested a lot on the R&D weapons divisions. It seemed to strike hard against Aurora, though, so he kept his mouth shut. "I think I will try to go for all of them," he told Jean later that day. "Huh. All of them. Science club, physics, music, and art. All of them," clarified Naruto. "That's way too much, Naruto. You only have a limited amount that you can do with free time, and we have to keep up with the training, remember?" responded Jean. "Why so interested in everything all of a sudden?" "I've been seeing all these months," started Naruto, looking into Jean's eyes. "Back home you only needed to think about one career path with some fundamental skills. That's not at all in here." He bit his lip. "Tony Stark, Reed Richards, all these great people have so many skills, and it seems the more of them you have the better you are in the end. It still doesn't mean you have enough time." Naruto chuckled. "You underestimate me, Jean-chan," he said before summoning around 10 clones. "I can learn much faster with these." "All right then," responded Jean. Naruto nodded. "Now I need to go and train with the Xavier-sensei. It's starting to get a lot harder to control all this stuff." "It's all right, Naruto. You're starting to get to the point where it'll become complicated. Feel free to ask me any tips, as always," responded Jean with a sympathetic smile. "Telekinesis training tomorrow." "You bet." Wasting no time, Naruto used Shunshin to transport himself right outside the professor's office. Before he had a chance to knock on the door, he could hear a voice piercing into his mind. "Come in." Naruto opened the door and saw the professor sitting in front of what looked like a small, yet very complex maze. The professor gave him a nod and signaled towards the opposite end of the table where the puzzle was located. "Good afternoon," transmitted the professor. "The last few sessions have been going well. For now, I would ask that we communicate with our minds. It'll make it easier for you to get used to given your growth." "Gotcha," responded Naruto. Talking mentally was not as much trouble now, especially compared to the non-psychic members of the team. They still needed to concentrate a hell of a lot more than him and Jean. Plus, they were not actually able to initiate it. "What are we doing today?" "Well, I thought since you're already used to mental links in terms of communicating words, we'd practice with something a little more concrete, images, in other words." The professor put his palm over his temple. Naruto closed his eyes and an image that was so familiar yet so different came to him. It took him a while to realize that it was the Institute, yet aside from the basic structure, most of it was different, like it was a picture from the past. "That was the mansion 15 years ago, before I started remodeling it. Before Logan, Aurora, Scott, Jean, and even you came to live here. It's a picture from the past, recalled from my memories, explained the professor. Weird, but okay, responded Naruto. So you can share memories like this? Yes, or you can share what you are seeing. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now I want you to try and do a little exercise for me. Show me something. Naruto got a little frantic, getting very personal about his memories, especially considering the fact that he had not revealed to anyone that he had a giant chakra monster sealed inside him. It doesn't have to be very personal, assured the professor. He tried to think about the most significant one after he had arrived here and unwittingly ended up sending the one in which Hagurromo had hugged him after his birthday. Interesting. It's nice to know that you're developing deep friendships with the others here. Naruto could almost swear there was a hint of mirth in the professor's tone but kept quiet about it. That's good, but I wish to know if I can push you a little bit further today. I feel we're beginning to truly scratch your potential now. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Every bit of training was important to communicate with the old man with the ringed eyes. Hell yeah. The professor rummaged below the table and grabbed a cage. Inside, there was a small white gerbil. This is an exercise I taught to Jean when she first came here. The maze before you might not be that much difficult to our advanced cognitive abilities, along with the fact that we can see it from above, explained the professor as he set the rodent inside the maze. But our little friend here will take quite a while to get out. With your guidance, he might have a better chance. During the next 2 hours, Naruto tried his best to send the mental images to the rodent, eventually guiding it with difficulty through the right turns until it managed to get to the end. It was a lot harder than he thought it'd be, and he was pretty tired near the end. Excellent work, praised the professor, switching back to speaking verbally. I must admit that I did not think you were going to be able to complete it in your first session. Your powers are certainly growing, it confirms my assumptions about you. Assumptions? What assumptions? Asked Naruto while sitting down on the chair. He never thought 2 hours of mental labor would leave him in a state similar to the kunai and tree training. About your potential. With the correct training you may be a candidate for the Omega level classification. Omega classifications? What do you mean? The professor seemed to get out of his trance. Do forgive me, I have not explained the classifications to you. He cleared his voice. You might have figured out by now that not all mutants are the same. Like all human evolution, the changes vary, and that means that sometimes you will get very different results. Thus, I decided to create a classification for the many types. Let's start with the betas. These are mutants that cannot keep their gifts in check, but are otherwise able to pass off as normal Homo sapiens. Think about Scott and how he needs to maintain his eyes in those ruby quartz glasses. There's also Logan with his powers that have changed his appearance lightly. There's the Alpha classification. These are mutants that are almost indistinguishable from humans. You, Hagurromo, and Jean fit this bill. Not to mention that your powers are very useful in combat situations. But don't I have a different body than you guys? Asked Naruto. What about my birthmarks? Those are not related to mutation, as far as I'm aware. As for your body, it is quite normal compared to the rest of your kind, is it not? We have the same organs, tissues, muscles, and so forth, correct? Logan, well, it is not my place to discuss about what happened to him. Alright, so what's next? Gamma class. Their powers are handy, but as a result of their mutation, these cannot pass as humans. Think of Kurt, the only reason he's able to pass off as human is due to that device that Reed Richards was gracious enough to build for him. There's the Delta class, who are very hard to come across by since their powers are subtle compared to the rest. Most of them don't even know that they're mutants, but their gifts can be quite useful, such as extreme heightened intelligence as an example. Until now, I have only met one Delta class mutant. He went by the name of Forge, a genius in machinery. Epsilons are a special case. Like Gamma class mutants, they cannot hide their mutation, but they do not have powers aside from physical evidence that they are not humans. That would really suck. No powers and being an outcast. Naruto remembered what Iruka had said once. As bad as you think your situation may be, there are others that would love to be in your shoes. Finally, there are the mutants that fit into Omega class. The professor took a deep breath. These are the most powerful of us all. So powerful that they are even capable of ending all life on our planet. Naruto's eyes widened, and dared to ask a question. Are you Omega class, sensei? The professor nodded slowly. Yes. Despite my physical limitation, my mind is able to end more life than the most powerful nuclear weapon. You see why it's imperative that you and Jean are trained to the utmost of your ability, and the importance that you use your powers responsibly. Naruto nodded. We're lucky that you're the only Omega level, then. Shaking his head, the professor started to move his chair back to the main desk. No, there's another. You met him the day you arrived, Magneto. Oh yeah, the metal-controlling dude. That's his name. The professor nodded. Jean, Scott, and Kurt do not yet know of his existence, but I'm sure Magneto will try and recruit all of you sooner or later. He already did it with you that day. I'm not joining him, said Naruto. Don't feel like being an outlaw, besides, there's no Jean or Aurora on his team. Chuckling, the professor grabbed a few papers from his desk. Go and rest. We have done a lot progress today. Naruto nodded and went back to his room, nearly collapsing from the exertion. Crime fighting, sleepless nights, and villains with corny names. Well, at least there was no Akatsuki going after him now, so that's a plus. Naruto watched in satisfaction as his clones finished picking out all of the dry leaves from the mansion driveway. It was clearly autumn, sweater weather according to Jean, and every day it seemed as though the roads were inundated with more and more fallen leaves from the trees. Logan grunted from Naruto's side as he looked on at the clear pavement, a cold beer in his hand. Those clones of yours are actually useful for something aside from annoying the hell out of me, brat. They're a lot more useful than you think, Claus. Logan grunted, taking a long swig of his alcoholic drink. Chuck has asked to see you, brat. He's waiting for you in his office. More training? Asked Naruto. No, you'll see when you get there. Naruto was a little annoyed at the non-answer but still dispelled all his clones and went back inside the manor. Kurt had gone to town, apparently to stuff his face again on one of those burger bombs he'd gotten addicted to. Scott had gone out even earlier outside Bayville County and into North Salem proper in order to finalize his driver's test. He'd been pretty ecstatic about it, to the point of already buying a car. The lack of the two other male mutants meant that the only students left in the mansion were Jean and Aurora, the latter of which was calmly reading a book while sitting on a chair near the entrance. Aurora. She gazed from her text and gave a quick smile. The professor is waiting for you. He's going to give you an assignment. An assignment? Naruto couldn't help but be excited at the idea, much like he had been during the missions of Team 7. A little more excited now, he hurried over to Professor Xavier's office and before he knocked the door, he remembered the instructions. I am here, sensei. You may enter, came the professor's voice, and Naruto did just that. The leader of the X-Men was seated behind his desk as usual, on one of the seats was Jean Grey. Both of them looked like they'd been expecting him. Ah, Naruto. You're finally here, said the professor before nodding to the seat besides Jean. Please, have a seat. What's this about? Asked Naruto. Are we finally going out there for a real mission? Beat up some weirdos? Naruto. Reprimanded Jean. Not quite, responded Professor Xavier. I do not wish for any physical violence unless it is strictly necessary. Jean nodded sagely at this. Then, what is it? I'm not much use except for fighting, said Naruto. We found a new, young mutant, the professor revealed before a screen at his left flashed with the available information. We identified the location in Deerfield, Illinois, a small town near Chicago. She's female, around your age, Naruto. Good, chirped Jean. We need more of that female touch around here. Aurora and I are already having so much trouble keeping all of the others in line. Naruto was simply interested in the fact that there would hopefully be another person to join them. He wondered what kind of power this new mutant would have. Would it be some teleportation abilities like Kurt? Maybe some telekinetic powers just like him and Jean. Hell, maybe they could get another telepath. I want both of you to come with me to help recruit her, declared Professor Xavier. Jean gave the professor an odd look. Why me, Professor? You're the best student I have, Jean. The best example we could show to this new mutant's parents about what our institute has to offer. Naruto raised his hand. What about me, then? You're a good student, too. I've come to realize that you have a certain way with people, stated the professor. Naruto crossed his arms. That's it. I think you'd make a better impression than all of the male students. Kurt is too careless at times. Scott is driven, too driven and eager to use his powers. Logan, justified the professor. Besides, there's another signal we caught up in the same town. A male. I agree with the professor. I'd prefer it if I went with you, said Jean. Very well, announced the professor. Get ready and meet me in the Blackbird in 30 minutes. All right, exclaimed Naruto before doing a tiger seal and disappearing, leaving behind only a poof of smoke. He reappeared inside his room and immediately started to prepare. The first thing he put on was civilian garb. The new recruits' parents would probably not take well to their training gear, but he still took it anyways. It's best to always be prepared for any situation. Once he was done, Naruto made another tiger seal and made a quick stop to the kitchen to steal one of the giant sandwiches before going down to the hangar. The professor was already there, but Jean was still missing. Naruto, please help me inside. I think it's time for you to start learning a little about flying the Blackbird, said Professor Xavier, his wheelchair already going up the ramp and into the plane. Yes, Naruto exclaimed giddily. Flying the Blackbird was something that he wanted to learn, but Logan guarded it like a dragon most of the time, scared that one of them might wreck it. Whoever had designed the high-tech jet seemed to have known that some young people might pilot it, or at least there would be difficulty controlling it for the inexperienced. Similar to a tricycle, the Blackbird had a training phase that gave less control the driver while he or she got used to the operating it. You will not fly this today, declared the professor. We are currently programming simulations in the danger room first. I will tell Logan to teach all students how to use it in case of an emergency. Naruto was about to respond, but footsteps interrupted him. He looked behind to see Jean Grey in casual clothing, suitable for autumn weather. Illinois was not any warmer than New York this time of year. I will pilot, said Professor Xavier. In the meantime, it's best if the two of you come up with a good strategy to approach this new young mutant. Remember when we introduced ourselves to you, Naruto, empathy and tact is key. Jean looked at Naruto teasingly. That means not running off your mouth. Naruto pouted. I'm not that bad, Jean-chan. He thought that he'd gotten a lot better in terms of tact, but every once in a while, either Logan or Scott would kick him under the table. Just act natural, okay? Said Jean, in an amused tone. I'd hate to miss on the chance to have another girl around. I'd never disappoint you, Jean-chan, said Naruto earnestly. It would be interesting to have another person alongside the rest of his new friends, and if Jean was happier, then he would be happy as well. Jean nodded, pleased. Well, I'm not a fan of skipping school, especially with midterms coming up, but I guess a change in scenery will do nicely. To his own surprise, Naruto agreed. If he'd been told just a year back that he'd be annoyed to miss class, he would have laughed before pranking them. The fact is that the uses of the classes were a lot more evident here than back home with all the advanced technology. Having clones around to help you learn what would take others a lot more time certainly didn't harm. We're almost there, called the professor from the intercom. We'll be stopping by the female mutant's house first. Records identify her as Catherine Pride, 15 years old. What about the other one? Asked Naruto. Lance Alvars, orphan and with an extensive record of juvenile delinquency. Professor, are you sure you want to invite someone with that kind of history to the school? Asked Jean. Everyone deserves an opportunity. The Institute opens its doors to every mutant that is in need of help and willing to change himself for the better, responded Professor Xavier. However, we cannot force people to come with us. He has to make that decision himself. Naruto did not know how to feel about that. He did remember back in Konoha how he did his pranks, but those were just meant to be harmless fun and people were never in any danger. He knew when to stop before he took it too far. It would depend on how much damage a certain person was willing to do for him to determine if they deserved the chance. As soon as the Blackbird landed on a large patch of land, Naruto and Jean walked out with Professor Xavier to gaze upon traditional American suburbs. Wordlessly, they started to make their way towards a particular house and knocked on it. A middle-aged woman opened the door. Naruto only gave her a quick glance to realize that despite the veneer of normalcy, her appearance was a little ragged, hair slightly unkempt, dark circles under her eyes, and general tension on her composure. "Good afternoon," greeted the professor, his tone diplomatic. "Is this by any chance the Pride residence?" "Honey," called the woman, and a man joined her promptly. He looked just as ragged as his wife. "Charles?" asked the man, whom Naruto assumed was Mr. Pride. "Charles, is that you? I haven't seen you since Vietnam." "You know him, Professor?" asked Jean, her voice sounding surprised. Even if still composed, Naruto could tell that the professor was surprised as well. "Carmen," nodded Professor Xavier. "It has been a long time. I regret not reaching out to you in all these years." Come in," welcomed Mr. Pride, letting them into his living room. "I think I offered many times before for you to meet my wife, Teresa." The professor shook both their hands whilst Naruto and Jean sat down on a two-seat sofa. "Charmed to finally meet you. Thank you for your hospitality." "Teresa, something to drink for our guests, please," said Mr. Pride before slumping down on a couch, like he hadn't slept all night and the exhaustion was catching up to him. "I admit, Charles, this is not the best of times for us." "I know, my friend," said the professor. "I guess I must also admit that I'm not here to catch up with old friendships. It is in fact quite a coincidence that I knocked on your door." "What do you mean?" asked Mr. Pride, his voice a little more nervous now, calming down only slightly when Mrs. Pride came back with tea. "Well," began the professor before taking a large breath, "I am here specifically to speak about your daughter." "What about Kitty?" snapped Mrs. Pride, probably a little more impolitely than she intended. "Kitty is fine. She's just fine. Oh, I assure you that young Catherine is a healthy young woman, but she is a little more special than others," answered the professor. "Jean and Naruto here are also special, and you will hardly find any two upstanding individuals like them." Mrs. Pride closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm sorry, it's been hard." Professor Xavier nodded. "I understand. May I ask if there has been anything out of the ordinary?" Mr. Pride cleared his voice a little as if trying to find the correct words. "It happened a couple of nights ago. Kitty had fallen asleep late, studying for midterms. I was fast asleep when I was awoken by Kitty's scream. I rushed towards the noise, but it had not originated from her room, it came from the basement. Somehow, she had just fallen from her bed to the basement." "I understand," said the professor. "No, you don't," exclaimed Mrs. Pride. I just cannot explain. We've been keeping it hidden because we are afraid the government will take her away. Somebody else came yesterday, a young blonde woman, saying that Kitty was special and was offering to enroll her at a private school in Massachusetts. I screamed at her to leave us alone." Now Naruto was surprised. Looking at his side, he saw the professor's eyes widen a little. "There's another school?" he asked telepathically. "Not to my knowledge," answered the professor before saying, "I am sorry you've been through such an experience, but I assure you that your daughter is safe from the government. My institute has the right arrangements with state agencies." "Institute?" asked Mr. Pride. "Institute for what?" "For gifted people," responded the professor before nodding towards Naruto and Jean. The red-headed psychic nodded back before placing her palm against her temple and telekinetically holding the kettle and pouring everyone a cup of tea. Naruto complimented her by wheeling the plate of pastries around the table, offering them to everyone. Only the professor grabbed one, the married couple too shocked to respond. "Young Catherine has very similar gifts. It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it can be dangerous for people like Naruto, Jean, myself, and your daughter to go without guidance about our powers," said the professor. Mr. Pride shook away the surprise. How did this happen to Kitty? What about you, Charles? Were you always like this?" "I regret hiding it from you, old friend. The same fears that plague you once plagued me, and still do. Which is why I have created a place where gifted people can come to train their powers and adapt to the world around them," said Professor Xavier. "I understand, but why?" "Truth be told, I do not know all the details," responded the professor. "I do believe mutants like us have existed for a long time, but there has been a monumental increase. My theory is that human technology has been a significant factor. Radiation and chemicals have ramped up human development and given birth to more mutants. Back in Vietnam, Agent Orange asked Mr. Pride, voice filled with regret. It could be factor, but it matters little. What matters is that right now Catherine is confused and scared, and that could be a danger to those around her and herself. I would like to cordially invite her to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Absolutely not, cried Mrs. Pride. Kitty belongs here, with her family. She has her whole life here, Please, Mrs. Pride, interrupted Jean, her voice carrying a tone of comprehension. I understand that this must be hard. It was hard for me at first to go away from my family too, but if I did not have the tools that the professor taught me, I could have been a serious danger to those I hold dear. But, tried to protest Mrs. Pride. She's my baby, she whimpered. I think, interjected the professor, that we cannot have this conversation without your daughter here. It's her decision in the end. Mr. Pride nodded. She is at school. Kitty will be the one to decide what she wants to do. It's around 4 blocks that way, he said, pointing outside the window. We can walk there. Of course. Jean, Naruto, nodded the professor. Naruto nodded back before putting his hand around Jean and with the other doing a half-tiger seal, they reappeared near the entrance of the school. I don't know how you and Kurt can go around doing this all day, said Jean, shuddering a bit. Naruto gave an insulted look. Hey, I'm not as bad as Kurt, and mine don't smell of sulfur. You're slower, though, responded Jean with a smirk. For now. Whatever, let's just go on a look for Kitty. Did you see her picture on the table? Asked Jean while her eyes scanned around the school grounds. Of course, I did. I'm a shinobi, responded Naruto. Good, I'll go on this side, you go on that one. Remember, Naruto. Tact, said Jean while going to the left, where the soccer field and a smaller building were situated. Also, be on the lookout for the other one. Yeah, grumbled Naruto before walking towards the main building. Most of the students paid him little attention, most of them looking like they were more preoccupied with going to class than seeing a new face. Putting both hands behind his head, the blonde lazily tried to locate the new mutant, but he was interrupted by 2 girls who, judging by their clothes, were on their way to a PE class. Hey handsome. Naruto had to admit that it made him blush a little. Handsome had never really been a word that was thrown his way. Idiot, dropout, or failure were the ways he'd been described back home. Either way, he maintained his composure and kept his mind towards the objective. Hello. I was actually looking for some help, said Naruto. Feeling lost, said the blonde girl. In terms of attractiveness, Jean, Ororo, and Sue blew them out of the water, but Naruto was completely inexperienced with women being so openly flirtatious. Even he was aware of what was happening. Mumbled Naruto, trying to keep his cool. I'm looking for a student here, Catherine Pride. You know her. The flirtatious smile on both girls disappeared at that moment, and so did the charm. Kitty. Klutzy Kitty. What would you want with dweeb like her? Any interest Naruto might have had evaporated then and there. None of your business, he responded in a much colder tone. Just tell me. The brunette snorted. Whatever. I'm sure she's gotten herself locked up somewhere, she said bitingly before tugging on the blonde's shoulder and leaving the hall. Naruto grunted but kept on walking through the now empty corridors, trying in vain to find another soul that would be more cooperative in his quest to find the mutant commonly known as Kitty until, without warning, he felt what seemed to be trembles on the floor, like a minor earthquake was about to occur. That's weird, thought Naruto, but kept on going through the empty school until he started to hear loud murmurs emanating from around the hallway. I told you, we can do it, said a male voice. We need to find her, she's the key to getting those test answers. Out from the corner came 3 students. It was clear that the tall, brown-haired one was the leader, the other 2 screamed followers. Naruto barely paid attention to their appearance, he was far more interested in what they were talking about. Pride, asked one of the stooges. She's straighter than an arrow. There's no way she'll help us, Lance. Lance, thought Naruto. He's the other one. Hey. What are you doing here? Questioned Lance, distracting him. I haven't seen your mug before here, Blondie. Naruto grunted but maintained his composure. I'm looking for Kitty Pryde, and for you, he answered honestly. Got an offer for both of you. Shove it, responded Lance while stepping up to him threateningly. And keep away from Kitty as well. I saw her first, pal. So, I take it you're not interested? Asked Naruto nonchalantly. Fine. The professor said that everyone deserved a chance, but if this asshat wasn't willing to take it then Naruto wasn't going to attempt to persuade him. There's no way he wanted someone like that on the mansion. Sighing, he walked past the fuming delinquent and continued on like the encounter hadn't taken place, but as soon as they were out of sight, he made a clone and ordered it to follow Lance Alvars. After a few minutes of non-success, he concentrated on locating Jean. Jean-chan, I found Delinquent San. He isn't interested, he communicated. Did you even try, Naruto? Answered Jean before sighing. Whatever, just come to the drama class building, I've found her, she said. And Naruto. Between the two of us, I also saw Alvars. I don't blame you for not trying. Ah, I knew you were on my team, Jean-chan. On my way. Naruto sped up towards Jean's direction, finding the nearest exit and easily locating the small room his fellow telepath had mentioned. Before he managed to open the door, it swung open and a slim figure slammed into him. Oof, gasped Naruto, but it was not enough to send him to the ground. Instinctively, he grabbed onto what had collided with him. Ah, did I just hit a brick wall? Complained the figure. Naruto looked down and saw that it was a girl with brunette hair and hazel eyes. Her tresses were made up in a ponytail and she was wearing a uniform fit for a PE class. She was pretty. Very pretty, just like Jean and Storm but shorter in stature. From the pictures he saw before, Naruto knew that this was Kitty Pryde. Not a brick wall. Just me, answered Naruto, barely aware that he was still holding onto her. Hi, said Kitty, her face turning slightly pink. Oh, this is like, so awkward. Naruto didn't even need to read her mind to know that she was still confused and scared, so he tried to do his best to not make her uncomfortable. Wanna take a seat? How about we go away from here for a moment? Yeah, that'd be great, Kitty sighed exhaustedly. I need to get away from here. I know that feeling. Name's Naruto, by the way, responded Naruto while trying his best to lead her away from the building. It would not be good for anyone else to startle her right now. Kitty Pryde, she responded. Naruto already knew that, but it was best to break this slowly. Be tactful, Jean had said. He eventually found some tables near a school kiosk and led Kitty to a seat. You want something to drink? I'm alright, said Kitty. I just need to breathe a little. I've had a very long day, you know. Naruto nodded. Some days are hard, but what's important is that you take stock of the situation and decide how you're going to confront it. It's like, your entire world, everything you know, is just turned upside down from one day to the next. Am I going crazy or is it everyone else? Cried Kitty before taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, you probably don't care what a crazy girl is saying. Try me. I'm a great listener, responded Naruto. Unfortunately, he didn't really listen to what Kitty said because Jean suddenly called to him. Naruto, where are you? I kinda screwed up with Kitty, confessed Jean, a little bitterness in her voice. Rather than miss out on any more, Naruto stood up and looked at Kitty. Can you wait a bit? I'm parched. He saw her nod slowly and went over to the kiosk to buy a soda. I'm in the outdoors lunch area with Kitty. What exactly did you do? Jean seemed to pause for a moment before she responded with an embarrassed tone. I may have told her that I can read minds. Naruto chuckled. And you were the one telling me to be tactful. He laughed when he could hear a mental grumble coming from the redhead. Look, I've managed to talk to her a bit, so it may be better for you to go to the professor and tell him to come over. Alright, see you. He cut her off as soon as he turned his attention back to Kitty, who was now no longer alone. In his absence, Lance Alvars had apparently decided to move forward again. He stood over the seated Kitty, who was shaking her head again and again. Frustrated, Lance grabbed one of her wrists and tried to force her come with him. Hey! Shouted Naruto, making the large boy look at him. What do you think you're doing, pal? I told you to stay out of this, Blondie. She's with me now, I will make sure I'm the only friend she needs. Sneered Lance while increasing his grip on Kitty's wrist. Hey, let me go. Screamed Kitty. I told you that I don't want anything to do with whatever plan you have, you creep. I think we should listen to what she wants, said Naruto. Kitty, your parents are going to come in a few minutes, you can go ahead and meet them by the entrance. My parents. How do you know? She started to trail off before she viciously tugged on her trapped wrist. Naruto watched with wide eyes as it phased through Lance Alvar's grip. That's awesome, exclaimed Naruto before setting his gaze on the equally shocked Alvars. Don't worry about this guy. I'll take care of him. Kitty nodded, and before Lance had the opportunity to catch her again, she phased through a wall that led inside the main building and presumably kept on running away from them. Naruto's eyes fixed on the angry mutant. Well, it's just you and me now, Kusotere-san. I gave you one chance, but that's all I'm willing to give for someone like you. Lance's glare seemed to burn brighter with every passing second. Naruto could see the veins in his forehead wanting to pop out and his hands turning to fists. You just had to interfere, didn't you, Blondie? I warned you not to come near her, she is coming with me. You're going to pay for that. His rant over, Lance thrust his arms forward and grit his teeth as if in deep concentration. Almost immediately Naruto could feel the vibrations he'd felt earlier, but this time much stronger and aimed at him. Below him, cracks stared to form on the ground as if it were a small earthquake. It could be a dangerous ability if it had been used indoors, since it could collapse a ceiling and walls, and maybe even outdoors with proper training. This was a new mutant after all, but to Naruto it seemed quite underwhelming. He yawned mockingly. That's it. I'm getting a little bored here, Quakey. I need to get going now, he said before turning around and leaving, using his chakra to maintain steady footing amongst the heavy vibrations. Don't ignore me, blonde bastard, demanded Lance angrily. It seemed like Spider-Man had been right about pissing off your opponents, because Naruto's senses could feel Lance charging behind him, intent on fighting him with his fists. Bad move. He waited until the moment a fist was about to connect with the back of his head to sidestep and then shoved Lance further. Combined with the previous momentum, this had the effect of sending the earthquake-generating mutant face first towards the ground. Any harm that was done to Lance seemed superficial. The wounds would affect his ego more than his body. Naruto saw him grit his teeth and try to stand up again. You'll pay for that, he yelled, trying to save some dignity through pure aggressiveness. Shut up. You're boring, and you're also weak. You would have found a place to train back with us if you weren't such an ass, but that's a burnt bridge, I guess, responded Naruto before he started to walk away again towards the main building. Now, if you excuse me, Quakey, I'm gonna go with the mutant in this town who isn't an idiot. And is prettier as well. Lance continued to lay down. You bastard, he muttered. I'll get you next time. Naruto ignored the threats coolly, but inside he was anything but. That was so cool, he thought, remembering all the times Sasuke had done something similar. Too bad Jean wasn't here to see it. I should have told Kitty to stay and watch me be awesome. Turns out he didn't have to go far to see the petite brunette capable of phasing through objects. Gone was the gym uniform, and she now donned a cream-colored undershirt with a pink-sleeved sweater, light blue capri pants, and brown sandals on her feet. Naruto also noticed a necklace that had a six-pointed star she hadn't worn before, probably too valuable. Hello again. Naruto shuffled uncomfortably. Sorry for not telling you. This must all be very hard for you. Kitty nodded slowly. What happened to that jerk? Naruto puffed his chest. I took care of him. Told him not to bother you anymore, but knowing his kind I doubt he will stay to it. That's why they are jerks, replied Kitty with a nervous smile before her posture sagged. There's no, going back, right? There's no getting rid of this. Shaking his head, Naruto took a deep breath and tried to find the best words. We can't change the things that happen to us, but we can choose how it affects us, how we react to it. Right now, the way you can choose to look at it is that you have a gift. He smiled brightly. I mean, you can walk through walls. That's awesome. Her face broke a bit into a smile. I guess, I just want to be, normal. We can try to be like others if that's what you want. That's what the Institute is for. There's me and Jean who you've already met. Aurora is awesome, too. Scott is a bit stuck up at times and Kurt can be annoying, but they're cool. There's the Xavier Sensei and Logan as well. I guess, I can give it a try, she responded, looking at feet. Naruto grinned and gave her thumbs up. You won't regret it. Ah, thumbs up, like, so lame. She giggled. Naruto thought it definitely sounded cute. Let's go then. The professor should be able to take care of everything. We go to school as well back in New York. Honestly, it's very similar to here, Naruto rambled on while following her towards the entrance. You'll love it, Catherine. Call me Kitty. Catherine makes me sound, like, so old. Naruto nodded. Kitty. Pretty Kitty, gotcha. He barely noticed how her face started to flush pink. His attention was more focused forwards, where the professor and Jean were waiting alongside Kitty's parents. So focused that he felt the violent vibrations too late. I told you to not get in my way. Growled a voice behind him. Naruto turned around to see Lance Alvars on the other side of the hallway. Dried mud covered the front part of his body from the shoes to the face, but that did not seem to deter him. Kitty, cried Missy's pride as the violent vibrations became something akin to a true earthquake. Indoors, the ability was a lot more dangerous, even for someone as untrained as Lance. Cracks started to appear all along the floor, spreading towards the walls and the ceiling. Small pieces of granite eventually started to fall off as the vibrations became more and more turbulent. Naruto barely had time to activate his eyes before the building started to fall over him. He immediately closed the distance between him and Kitty and concentrated as much as he could on the huge pieces of rubble. The falling ceiling may not be enough to seriously damage someone with his body structure, but Kitty was another story. He had to protect her now. Stay close, he yelled while holding one of his hands towards the debris and the other at his temple. It was hard, harder than anything else he'd done. The weight of the rubble was almost overwhelming, his head pounded for him to stop. Fortunately, Jean seemed to have joined in at the last moment, lessening his burden. However, while the fragments above them were stopped, the ones beside fell and surrounded them with concrete. Don't worry, Naruto gasped. I'll get us out. Hold my hand, said Kitty as her smaller hand encircled his. I think I know what to do. Hold on. Naruto grit his teeth before letting go of his concentration. Immediately, the rubble fell down on top of them. As a defensive maneuver, he encircled Kitty's smaller frame with his own, shielding her with his back as he expected the impact, but it never came. It was strange, he knew there should be an impact, a shove, anything, but there wasn't. Only Kitty's hand, tugging at him, warm and shivering but filled with determination. He followed her eagerly. It must have been the first time he held hands with a girl in such a way. It felt nice, real nice. Suddenly, the light came back and both he and Kitty fell down on the floor. Whoa, exclaimed Kitty. Guess this has its uses after all. Naruto chuckled, trying his best to recover from the headache. I told you, awesome. Kitty, came a couple of voices. Naruto raised his head to see Kitty's parents running towards them, eventually engulfing her in a hug. I'm all right, Mom, she said, closing her eyes. Thanks to them, I think I know what I'm supposed to do now with this gift. Yes, it is a gift, declared the professor as he approached the reunited family. One that we can help you control and use for good. You have now seen what happens when it's used for selfish and destructive reasons. Speaking of, yelled Naruto, his eyes still Sharingan red. I'm gonna teach Quakey another lesson. No, commanded the professor. We do not initiate conflict. We use our abilities to protect ourselves and our loved ones. Young Alvars needs to come to us first. But he is a danger. Who knows what he'll do now? I have decided to convince Mr. Alvars to calm down and leave. He has decided not to come with us and we must respect that. Hopefully young Ms. Pride will be more welcoming to our offer. Naruto grumbled but nodded. Knowing Alvars, he'd find a way to get back at him somehow. Right now, he was more interested in Kitty's decision. That, and the fact that Jean was doting on him, searching for injuries. Mom, Daddy, said Kitty. I think I will go with them. They're right, I need to train and know more about myself. Besides, she looked at Naruto and her face turned pink a little. I don't think it'll do me bad to go to another school. Mr. Pride sighed. I know, sweetie. He gave her a hug while looking back at Professor Xavier. Charles, I think we have some things to talk about. Yes, we do, old friend, responded the professor, but Naruto paid no more attention to that. He was tired. Mind powers took a hell of a lot more toll than good old physical feats he could perform without seemingly running out of energy. He wordlessly excused himself before going out of the damaged building to lay down on the grass for a bit, about to go to sleep until he heard the crunching of leaves beside his head. Hey, it was Kitty, who slowly sat down beside him. You all right? She asked, genuine concern in her tone. I'm fine. You're lucky you got a physical power. Mental powers can be such a drain, groaned Naruto. The headache was getting lower now, thankfully. Yeah, but it was so cool though, she said before giggling. Thanks for saving my life, by the way. No problem, pretty kitty, responded Naruto. He didn't know where that had come up to begin with, but it fit. Besides, you did most of the work. Anyways, so my parents are gonna be talking to the professor for a while. And well, I just remember how stressed I've been the last couple of days. I haven't eaten at all, so, I could really go for one of Mr. Giannico's chicken gyros right about now, Kitty rambled on before her voice quieted down a bit. And I wanted to ask if you'd like to come with me, finish what you were telling me before. Food and a pretty girl. Why didn't I have this much luck back in Konoha? Thought Naruto before grinning like his headache was completely gone. Sure, he exclaimed. Though, I don't know what a gyro is. Only thing you need to know is that they're delicious and you'll probably eat around 6 of them, came the voice of Jean, who was approaching them. Mind if I join you? I also skipped breakfast. Sure. Said Kitty before standing up. I'm sorry for getting off on the wrong foot. Jean nodded. I understand, it's hard to get used to it at first. Just know that I'll try my best not to invade other people's mental privacy. Same with Professor Xavier and Naruto. Kitty turned back to Naruto. You can read minds too. Naruto nodded. Jean and I have very similar powers. It's weird, really. But the advantage is that I have someone to help me a lot. You really all help each other, huh? We're all in this together. Everyone at the institute is ready to lend a hand, even when they're being a bit hard, responded Jean. Anyways, said Kitty while grabbing Naruto's hand, an act that actually made him feel warm and tingly inside like the last time. You can tell me all about it in a bit, anymore and I'll starve to death. Naruto couldn't wipe the goofy grin off his face as he followed Kitty. Whether she knew or not that she still kept on holding his hand, he did not know, but being the center of attention of a beautiful girl was something new to him. New, yet not unwelcome. From the corner of his eye, he managed to look at Jean. She looked frustrated, but Naruto could not figure out why. It mattered little, he could figure it out later. Right now, he wanted to get some food in his belly. He may not know what a gyro is, but he already knew he was going to enjoy the experience either way.